starting your painting?
What goodness going? Well, I start. I didn't want to record too much of this other guy's politics on here, but I like this Canadian guy talking.
Preceding years that
and the game plan now. I mean, I do like what this guy's talking about so far, but I'm only like 3/4 of the way through, and he seemed, I don't know, kind of naive about global economics, but everything else he says seems pretty neato. And Pierre Poilievre.
Which party?
Good question. Good question. What party is he on? Just seems like the New Age Party. Canadian PM candidate Pierre Poilievre. Yeah, that's really weird. I guess I might put it as close to the American People's Party. The People's Party. Bring the power back to the people. Seems to have some good common sense ideas within that particular economic framework. But
I think he's conservative, right? Because I think Trudeau is a lib.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Trudeau, sure. I mean, it makes sense. He's more like criticizing Trudeau's statism and his attempt to nationalize power or bring power to the Fed. Not their Fed, meaning their. I guess they don't refer to it as their federal government in Canada, but their national government. But yeah, even the framework. I mean the like. Kind of like in Utah. In Utah, red is considered red and blue, right? In Utah, blue means conservative and red means liberal. And in the nation, red means conservative and blue means liberal. And the reason why that's the case in Utah has to do with BYU is a blue color and Mormon and considered on the right and choose the right, and the right is conservative. And the left is like University of Utah. It's the red, it's the native, it's the Indian, it's got the feather, it's got the ground up native representation. And so the politics locally are inverted to the national thing based on this particular color codic. But beyond that mere color codic, I don't know, he sounds like a Canadian progressive, maybe. That's how I phrase it, Canadian progressive. He just seems like he's anti-federal government. He's pro people party, pro things. I don't know. I guess that's how I'd sum it.
All right, here's the question, man. Serious question.
Okay.
So, in this world of recipe making, do you think cognitive dissonance plays a role, and if so, to what role, what degree?
Oh, to what role and what degree? Well, like my criticism of this guy, for example, is that he's speaking about the over expenditure of the Canadian federal government on things superfluous or extraneous, and he doesn't speak to how the Canadian government's economy is tied to the U.S. economy, and then the problems within the U.S. economy. So, to me, that would be like I don't know, an oversight. How did you phrase it? Just rephrase the question again for me.
In the world of recipe making, do you think cognitive dissonance plays a role, and if so, how and to what degree?
Well, okay, so the dissonance has to do with the idea where somebody doesn't believe the other one has a rational position on an idea, and then so they don't attempt to to figure out necessarily what that is because they don't agree with it, and then theirs clashes with it, and that clash observed from another party appears to be like a dissonant pattern. Like any two trends or patterns or noises can formulate a type of dissonance based on when they're intersecting with one another. When you and I were arguing earlier, I would say that was a type of dissonance, meaning not entirely, but during parts of it, we are a type of dissonance. Now, as far as the last part is what to do about it.
Well, no, cognitive dissonance is a thing.
Well, right. It's a specific thing about the individual and cognitive dissonance. But as far as if you're going to generalize or try to like figure, meaning individuals have cognitive dissonance, and cognitive dissonance is like holding a type of contradictory set in one's mind, such that they're able to. Well, maybe it's not holding it in the mind, but it's recognizing that they're running two different paradigms at the same time, and they're running against each other. So there's a dissonance within the individual.
Yeah, that's the dissonance that I'm talking about.
Yeah. On a personal level, I thought you were meant it more like a political, like a public cognitive dissonance.
I want to get to that, but I think it starts on the individual level.
Yeah, well, I mean, in my case, I was going down philosophical ideas of how to note something that is not agreed upon as a truth yet, like where people are holding it as an agnostic position. Like, let's say the future of nuclear warfare, right? We don't know if it would go off. We don't know if it would cause mutual destruction. We don't know if that would actually destroy the planet. We believe it would do all this based on what we understand about it. And so one could hold a position that is agnostic about the effects and about the damage and never come to a conclusion. And in spite of that, if nuclear weapons never actually launched globally, like in a war fashion, we wouldn't actually ever have a test case. And so you'd be left between a dissonance between your belief and between a potential actuality that is never potentiated. It never comes to realization. I'm not saying that nuclear war can't come about. I'm just saying until or if it came about, you would still hold a belief one way or the other about whether or not it would destroy the whole globe or whether it wouldn't, and in what capacity would the collateral damage or the leftovers have meaning or hold meaning, or would civilization survive or something to that effect. But anyway, that's kind of my answer. But I thought you meant it more like a political argument, not a.
But that's just an example of cognitive dissonance. I'm asking more about the impact it plays in that world of recipe making.
Oh yeah. Well,
and what degree that plays and the impact that it has.
Well, the mere fact of the internet or the sprout of social media where people can speak globally about the context of their political or philosophical ideologies, you're going to run into theological cognitive dissonance. You're going to run into political cognitive dissonance, meaning, to me, the difference that is shared invokes an absorption of something that one may not be able to come down upon. Hence, they hold it either in an agnostic state or in an impossibly, meaning that the cognitive dissonance retains it, holds itself there. Meaning, we'll put it this way. I agree there is cognitive dissonance that is propagated by access to different views. And I believe that social media causes through the expression of ideology, people to suffer the consequence of attempting to resolve a cognitive dissonance in their own mind. And I think that different people within different populations on a political level share a cognitive dissonance based on a migrational opinion, meaning I've actually moved as soon as we went to neoliberalism and blue hair, LGBT overextension, and some of these things that I think are occurring on the liberal end. I run a cognitive dissonant line because I'm historically not conservative, but I'm watching myself migrate to something like a blue dog Democrat or the Black Hawk Nina Turner, like outspoken, we're not going to go along to get along sort of political apparatus where it's a dissonance even amongst claimed party. Like two Democrats, we like this Democrat because they're go along to get along. We don't like this one because they got a mind of their own. So let's back that up and let's vote for this one, right? Because it's go along to get along, but not in all cases, right? So meaning on a political dynamic level, like what your opinion about the politics is going to yield a dissonance. You and I having an argument is a type of dissonance.
Yeah, but we're generalizing again. I'm talking about something more specific.
But are you talking about psychological, or are you talking about?
Of course.
You're only talking about the psychological.
I'm not only talking about the psychological. I'm talking about the impacts of cognitive dissonance on the individual level.
When I bring up the idea of a recipe, means the idea of projecting forward a solution to a perceived problem, right? And if somebody like when I was attempting to criticize the idea that people can note a problem and make a gripe about the problem, but if they don't introduce a solution to the problem, you could say those that gripe are noting, they're indexing something. And then those that note it or claim to know it and then solve it are going to run in contra to anybody else's notion of what a solution is to that problem. And
but how can we frame it as solving it if it has no impact on the problem? It's not solving it.
Once again, the recipe is an idea. It doesn't have to actually be actuated. I mean, I can write.
But then it's not solving it. It's just an idea. It's not solving the problem.
It potentiates it. Potential versus kinetic.
But it's
in physics. That's my argument. You want my answer? That's my answer.
But how is there potential when it actually does nothing to solve the problem? I mean, it literally does not solve the problem.
When I say potentiate, meaning if one has an idea that one can build an underground 27-mile hadron collider, that idea was formed prior to it being built. And so that it was in potentia prior to it being formulated. And so it first had to be introduced. First, there had to be a reason to build a hadron collider, meaning we want particle physics, we want to understand quanta, we want to investigate the inner matters and the way in which particles relate or splat against things at high speeds.
Yeah.
So that's my answer, meaning.
But that's two different things.
But my point is the idea of saying there's a problem with physics, and the idea of someone saying, here is what I think an answer is to physics, such that they build a hadron collider, are two different things.
But saying that there's a problem in physics and building a collider are two totally different things. One is an action and one is a thought.
Well, but right. So my point is,
building it is solving the problem.
Right.
But coming up with an idea isn't until it's built and it solves the problem.
Well, there's still a difference between those that note a problem and those that attempt to design a solution apparatus to solve the problem.
There's a difference, but it's not. Neither one of them isn't solving the problem.
At that point, you're right.
Neither
one is theoretical. That's the difference between theoretical and practical physics. One resides in theory, and one has application.
It's theory, which is why my question comes into play.
Yeah.
which is what my question is actually about. And the second part of the question is, with the level of cognitive dissonance that is involved in that process, which you acknowledge, do you acknowledge that there is cognitive dissonance? It sounded like in your answer you did, that there is cognitive,
there may be.
It is inherent within that process.
Yeah, meaning not always, but maybe. I'll put a definite maybe. It's possible that, like, the description of a problem and the solution to a problem are two different things, and you can run into a dissonant frame, meaning the indexing or the stating of what a problem is different than saying, now that I have a problem in front of me, I'm going to address the problem. So one moves this way, the other moves this way. And to me, there's only a difference, and the dissonance only has to do with if somebody wants something to be the same, but the other views them as different, then you don't have an agreement. Hence, you have a dissonance between the
talking
dialogue.
about that type of dissonance. You keep going back to an interpersonal dissonance when I'm talking about an intrapersonal dissonance.
An intrapersonal dissonance?
Intrapersonal, it's individual. I'm talking about individual cognitive
inside of one's individual self.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're just trying to locate this down into the individual.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's fine. I even believe the
Does that make sense?
Yeah, meaning if you need to relegate the conversation or the topic to the individual in a psychological sense,
and it goes beyond psychological. I mean, it opens up a whole can of worms when you talk about cognitive dissonance, because you're talking about conflicting ideas within the same individual who is extenuating a conglomeration of that dissonance and within the idea.
Who's perceiving the dissonance? The individual that's having it, or some outside party, a third party?
I'm not sure this comes to perception of whether or not there's different dissonance. This is more about
meaning, what if the individual that has holding a contrary or an agnostic thought, where let's say I'm holding an agnostic thought about whether or not the interdimensional quote unquote entities that I saw are of God or not of God but otherly. Let's say I have a dissonant property, and let's say I tell you about this dissonant notion about these interdimensional entities. And now, if you can't agree with it or you can agree with it, there may be a type of a dissonance. But the point is if I interpersonally don't have a problem with what you think might be a cognitive dissonance, then is there actually a cognitive dissonance? Or is it an inter instead of an intra dissonance at that point? Meaning, if I can hold the contradiction or I can hold the difference, but I can't articulate it to you, then is the cognitive dissonance between the dialectic between me and you, or must it be an internal?
Well, with cognitive, if you are holding a cognitive dissonance, then that is within you, whether you can communicate it or not. It doesn't matter what the other person perceives.
Right.
It is about you holding that contradiction. That is what a cognitive dissonance is about. The other party doesn't come into play.
Okay, I mean, if it's all down to the individual's relationship to the individual and one has cognitive dissonance, then it just has to do with, my opinion on it has to do with whether or not they can self-manage it. That's it. Does the cognitive dissonance impair them? Does it keep them from making judgments? Is it throw rationale out with the bathwater? And if so, was the perceived notion of normative rationale important in the first place?
But my question or my idea would be based on that is, what impact does that have on judgment? What impact? So you're talking about.
When you said recipe, I meant that I tied that back to my notion of a political recipe, which means it's public, not.
Well,
private.
I used recipe. Let me explain recipe so that we're. I was using that as the term to reference the sharing of ideas, whether it be, I mean, like online, the way things happen online, how you were framing it to me earlier. Does that make sense?
Oh. Well, still, that to me, that's still a communal. It's not an inner. Like,
it's a communal, but it's based on individuals.
Yeah, individuals.
Yeah, you can't have communal without individuals, and the individuals and the communication of those individuals all have to do with their individual psychology and their judgment and processes.
Right. Well,
so that's where the cognitive dissonance comes in, because there is no conversation without filtering through that cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. Meaning, there. We'll put it this way: there's no one that explicates their ideas at length that I don't find at least some aspect to rub me the wrong way, and other aspects I can endear myself to. And so I may have a dissonant relationship with the fact that I both agree and disagree with the individual, which causes an internal reconsideration. But that the plurality of voices, where you're individuating each voice as an individual, and then you're trending common aspects of each voice, gives me a notion of the field of cognitive dissonance that's shared in conversation. Meaning, but my point is I believe that you start with the idea that there is disagreement, not agreement. You start with the idea that there is going to be a disagreement. You don't assume there must be agreement and work your way backwards.
We're back to the communal aspect of it and not the individual.
Right.
Yeah, you keep coming back to the sharing of the ideas and the conversation, opposed to the formation of the ideas being shared. Which is where I'm coming.
Okay, well, here, but
my question is coming about
Wittgenstein says, and I kind of agree with this, that knowledge and language is public, meaning it's not merely private. My interaction with anyone, whether it's online or otherwise, a propositionally shared sentiment that goes through another person's mind that I can articulate in a common mother tongue, has a residual patterning. And so, meaning, put it this way, meaning your attempt to isolate the individual in what cognitive dissonance is, if you want it, and basically you're just trying to put a focus on a schizophrenic state, if you will. If that's what you're trying to do, that's fine.
It's about communication and how we communicate.
What do you mean communicate? Do talking in the mirror, talking to oneself?
No, the formation of an individual's ideas before it even becomes conversation.
Right, but
there's nothing in what I asked or said that excludes what you just said that person said.
No, I know,
because it's the other side of the equation.
But
it's the other side.
Well, I'm just trying to say, like, to me, there's not a thing such as cognitive dissonance if there isn't a community to define what non-dissonance is in the first place. There has to be a community that defines what
psychologists would disagree with you.
Well, great.
Cognitive dissonance is a thing. It's a defined thing about our communication process.
But what is it that you want? But you brought up recipe, and recipe for me meant political recipe. So then just restate what it is you want of me to answer.
In the world of sharing ideas and conversing freely and openly within online communities, how does cognitive dissonance, what role does that play in that?
Okay, to answer
does that make sense?
Yeah, my presumption is not only will they reach disagreement, my role is that.
But I'm not talking about.
What I'm going to say is this: a sliding scale of hypocrisy. A sliding scale of hypocrisy means that allows the individual to make a claim and then have a hypocritical relationship to the claim as it's developed a multiplicity of aspects.
So, and what impact is that? Does that have an impact on that community?
Oh yeah.
And to what degree does that have an
So
impact?
now we're
So
outside of the individual. Now we're talking about the community once again.
Now we're
And
going
so-
to the, yeah, I
Right,
mean,
right.
I want to establish what you believe is the impact of cognitive dissonance on the individual level, since all of these conversations are composed of individuals. So now that we have an idea of that, so now what impact does that have on a whole? And yeah,
I can't tell the gravitas of, especially in recorded media where it's accessible globally to any individual that interacts with what's said. I don't know the impact of what that means to their psychology or to their local.
What does it mean to you?
Well, to me, everyone is riding on a line of, their inherited lingual structure and the formality of what it means to agree upon the words the one's using in order to structure and outline first a type of a descriptive categorical space in which to exact topics within. And so if one's dialogue or their argument leads, their rationale leads to a different endpoint than where another human would bring it, then I would expect a dissonance. And to relate, I would expect a type of either hyperbole and some exception, or that they themselves are migrating their fulcrum to both allow their previous position and the other position to occur at the same time. Put it this way, I mean, I'm only ever here, but if I do that and that's somebody else, then at least I'm aware that there's something else that I'm in relationship to, and that may be dissonant, meaning every political topic to me, it has a different argumentative base to it. So I presume that it kind of falls back down on personal value. When you say like, God, kitty,
Yeah, I knocked your. You got it trying to get at your croissants.
old fuck on us. Oh yeah, I was gonna offer you up those. Because I was pounding him like, God, I just keep eating. Someone gave them to me in the park.
Oh, nice.
But meaning, see, so if I start with the idea that language is communal and not individual, the self is more of an illusion than the community. It's not that I don't have self-introspect and a definition of self. It's just to say that I'm entrapped within the mother tongue that has this particular grammatical language and definitional structure that I presume other people that share that same mother tongue share, such that we can approximate a common agreement or a common truth. But that's why they say law is an interpretive ongoing thing, because it allows a reinterpretation of old texts to be a living document, is what they phrase it as, a living document. Constitution as a living document, if you will.
But isn't language the same?
Yeah, language is the same.
Because
Language is the same.
my interpretation of what the word apple means can be totally different than what your interpretation.
Well, you could talk about all your Apple computers. You could talk about an app. You could talk Apple. You could say a pole. I mean, if you can describe what the variation is, and I can understand what the variation is.
It doesn't have to be a change in word. I mean, if we want to use color as an example, I mean, someone who's colorblind, the idea of red is totally different to them than it is to me.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean, it's not just difference in words. It's difference in perception of individual words.
Yeah, I'm aware of different perceptions also. Like, I don't presume that a highly autistic person is viewing the external world, like the things that I perceive as an important variation within my real world. Like, this is more glossy, this is more matte, and this is shaped like that. But if I was autistic, maybe that difference would become not only very important, it might become symbolic to me, or it might become representational of something, and then I might get caught up within a particular internal mental autistic state that I can't articulate, and the rest of the world doesn't have a normative lingual function to make that which is salient to the autistic person common to the colloquial or vernacular use of a word.
To me, that's an extreme example.
It is an extreme example.
Because, like, even with you and I, our interpretations of specific words, not variations of words, specific words can be totally different. Right. Based upon our experience, based upon our backgrounds, based upon everything.
The Mandela effect is where I was going to go with that.
like the word ain't.
Right. Well, that's why I was pushing that a little bit.
But so language in itself is I mean, we agree that we communicate, but in essence, we actually don't know if we do.
Not yet. I mean, I don't even like with anyone, and this just happens to be more of a truism with where I stand, is that within like a Zen phenomenological, like my perspective of the universe, I do not expect anyone ever throughout time or space to be able to exact the depth or the range in which I fall upon categories of thought, meanings of words, relationships to social contracts, social concepts, even ordering, the idea of what, like if I say count between 1 and 10, you could say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But if I say, give me the numbers between 9 and 10, if you did that same ordering, instead of saying 8, 4, 6, 7, 2, 3, 5, right? Like you can reorder it within the open field, and meaning that because one can combinatorially take a framework of what a belief of what the rule is, a rule to speak. Like in China, there's no pronouns. In Chinese, you don't say he did this, you just state the case, and it's pronoun free. We're busy overpopulating pronouns. He, this, them, there, that, he, she. And so it runs into a lingual grammatical dissonant it becomes a translation issue, to be honest. In my mind, translation to another's mother tongue is huge, but within a common language, a common mother tongue of English that we're raised in, we can look at the history, we can look at the word formation, we can look at the grammatical structure, but then eventually you have to look at the individual person and how they developed and what words they use, what preference of linguistics and lexicon that they use that is unique to them, and probably no other person will use language exactly the way any other person does. And so I start with that idea, that premise, that there's difference before there's agreement.
Well, that makes it abstract. Language is an abstract thing.
Yeah. And so that's kind of
So
I don't know how that does or doesn't answer that,
but it comes into play with everything. The reason that language is abstract is because it's based on perception, which perception is based on one's own individual experiences,
not merely
history.
Perception. You cannot boil everything down to merely, there has to be one degree of agreement, meaning in order for, like, the empirical space means the space of objects. So if you're blind and deaf and I'm the miracle worker, I'd be like trying to not only give you a symbol in my hand, but I'd be handing you an object such that you could at least agree haptically about what a cylinder can, if we were pointing to that object. First, what we have to do is we agree on the object.
It's implied agreement, because we talk to each other. The agreement is implied because we talk to each other, and that agreement is when I say the word count, you're going to understand what I mean, even though I can't really be sure that you do.
Well, well, even the phraseology, like I said, if I use the word count between this and that, that's different than saying, give me the numbers between this and
It's
that.
different, but for someone, when you say give me the count, they might add up each number and just give you a single
Yeah, they
digit.
might say,
You know what I'm saying?
one,
Because
and
count
then
means
add two,
addition
go
to,
three,
because
and then
count
add.
means addition to them.
Yeah,
in
right,
their mind.
right,
You know what I'm
right,
saying?
exactly,
So,
exactly.
but that's exactly the point that I'm making.
Meaning
Is because
well, that's the point
the
I'm making.
implied agreement is that we are going to understand each other based upon these common words that we use, when the reality of the situation is that we can't really know that we're communicating because of perception.
Well, the reason why I would say we do know that we're communicating has to do with our recursive scrutiny of the same topic. Meaning, it's more like how many kinds of different directions can one approach the same topic, such as that you have a justification of the topic. Like I can talk about what's in my room, but without seeing it, without bringing the object out. If I brought the object out, that's different than just referring to it. So those would be two. One would support the other. What the seeing it is a perspectival, pragmatic agreement where I believe that you have eyes and a brain and that you have a consciousness. So there's a presumption that you have a focus and you can narrow your focus on an item. And that I also presume that I can talk about items that are not here, and then I can bring an item, or we can move to an item where we can talk about.
The key word is presume, and the other part of that is that.
Are you trying to get us to a religious sense, a spiritual sense?
No, the key word is presume. But let me finish my point. Right. The issue still comes down to the shades of gray. We can communicate.
How do you denote the difference if you don't know a commonality to compare the difference to?
But there's shades of gray to that communication, based upon the perception.
Sure, but there has to be some norm. If I say red,
there is a norm.
There has to be a norm.
That's how we're able to communicate.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's the variability within the norm.
That doesn't do away with all of the shades of gray.
Because
you can never know exactly what I'm trying to say.
Right, exactly, and I agree.
So that's the point.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I still as far as so would you say you're experiencing cognitive dissonance by bringing up the topic? Or are you trying to describe me or the society as cognitively dissonant? Or
no, I'm just talking about communication. I'm just talking about the communicative process. It's not specific to anyone. It's because the online that we've been talking about is a communicative process.
And you believe it's cognitively dissonant?
I believe all communication is cognitively dissonant. I believe all individuals are cognitively dissonant.
And Trump is the biggest perpetrator of that. No, and Biden.
I'm not gonna. That's one thing I'm not gonna blame on Trump. But you see.
I was just watching a book on doublespeak, and I didn't read it because it was like 1989. This guy's being interviewed, but I sat there and I thought double entendres. Like the guy said, if you use the word fix, there's like 18 ways that he's diagrammed that you could use the word affix or fix. Something's fixed or affixed or it's not anything that has to do with fixing something. And he was just talking about the multivarious meanings of the same word that are infiltrated, so it allows a variability of interpretation that one would really have to hone down on, as opposed to saying chloroplast. Chloroplast is much more of a fixed. You brought down a type of an essentialism. So in philosophy, I would say this is an argument between variability of language and interpretation and translation and essentialism, a belief that a word or an item has an essence. And I'd say there is a class of cases where that is
but that essence is individual in nature. Everything is framed by our perception, man.
That starts with a notion of that. Once again, then you're back into a philosophy. I could disagree with that. In other words, meaning I can say that my use, the reason I speak English to myself and not Chinese is because English is my mother tongue. So I'm locked within a system. So I don't have the choice to think in Cambodian or in Iranian. I don't have the choice. I don't have the option.
But
right.
What does that matter?
Well,
you're still, it's still based upon your perceptions of the English language and yours only. You can't have the same perceptions of the English language as your mother or your father, as your friends, as you know, regardless of what you're thinking.
Okay, well then it's a matter of optics. It's a matter of how far does one want to narrow from what one doesn't know to what one does know, and that's what I meant by different angles of agreement. To believe that one is believing that they're understanding what the other one's saying. That's why they call it still manning the other one's argument. If you can tell me my argument to my satisfaction, then you've still manned my argument. If I can tell you your argument to your satisfaction, then I've still manned your argument. And so the reason why they have quote unquote still manning attempts is to make certain that people believe that they're on the same topical domain as the other one. That's how I look at it. And but even within that, even if I still man your argument, the way in which one can start differentiating from there is as variable as humans. Meaning, I still start out with the idea that we're dealing with individuals, but as far as you saying the root of meaning comes from the inside, my argument philosophically is no. Language is public, meaning I inherited my mother tongue. I didn't invent my mother tongue.
But it has nothing to do with that, though. That's the whole point. The whole point is your perception of that tongue you inherited. What each individual words means and all of the colors that those words carry with them.
No, because we train through rote. We train through rote, though, meaning we teach kids 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
But 1 equals 2.
You can say that, and the thing is, we teach through rote what counting or reverse counting means, such that other students or peers, common peers of same education level, can say, no, you didn't say 3, 4, 5, you went 5, 4, 3, and the whole class knows otherwise. So it's any corrective measure based on a norm such that the individual has to resign their previous thought. Like I'll resign the idea that empathy is opposite than my consideration as it's relative to sympathy. But I also think that's a Mandela effect. Like there's no fucking way that these two are crossed. They're just happen to be crossed now. In my mind, right? Like, God, something's gone wrong in the history of the meaning of empathy versus sympathy, because there's no way I would have fucked that one up, and yet it's fucked up. All right? It's like, that's why I would say it's and to the extent that I would argue, like if I argue aliens or otherworldly beings, you could just say that's a fiction, where to me it might be a nonfiction. And then we're on a different presumptive ground.
Well, but not really, because you have no foundation or basis to prove that it isn't fiction. I mean, there is no proof of.
Well,
of
that's
being
like
from
you arguing. That's like us denying tomorrow that you held a cup in your hand today.
No, it's not.
Why?
Because I am holding a cup in my hand today.
I disagree. Tomorrow I will disagree that you held a cup.
Well, you can disagree all you want, but that doesn't mean I didn't hold the cup in my hand today.
My point is that tomorrow you'll have no way to prove that you did that.
It doesn't matter if I can prove it. Just because you say I didn't doesn't mean that
that's all you're doing.
I did. So show me some sort of proof.
Well, tomorrow you can't prove that today you held a cup in your hand. Tomorrow you won't be able to prove that. So you're as empty of evidence as I am with
because this is factual and facts
aren't that's an argument. No.
I'm not going to argue facts, man. I'm not going to get into that.
You asked the question. Let me ask you a question.
Oh yeah, let me get some more wine.
All right. And the grounding effects.
Okay, what's your question?
Is Abraham Lincoln a black man? No. But that would be a good angle. No, the question has to do with, that's what I meant by agnosticism. Like if I say there's something that's an extreme example that's hard for anyone else to believe, and I said that happened yesterday, and there's no way for me to appeal it, in what manner is that different than somebody that has no justification to say that something happened yesterday, whether it did or didn't, if they can't shore up the evidence?
Well, I mean,
What's
if
the
you don't have any, I mean, we have been recording things since for quite some time. So there is a foundation for fact.
For evidence of
Exactly.
interdimensional
So
creatures.
and that's one of the things that we're struggling with these days, because people don't care about history or facts or what happened in the past. They'd rather just make stuff up. But there are factual. So if you have factual data, that is.
Yeah, but if you could never, my argument has to do with, if you could never bring back the past, how do you evidence the past?
First-hand accounts, government documents.
Right.
I mean, we have all kinds of stuff that are excellent.
No, I'm talking about tomorrow. If I say, you never had a cup in your hand today, and I never saw it, I'm not going to argue on your behalf. How do you prove it to anyone else?
I'm not going to try. I'm not
you're not going to try
because
you can't.
Because it's asinine.
Well, not only is it asinine,
but just because you say
it.
I didn't have a cup in my hand doesn't mean that I didn't have a cup in my hand.
And just because
it just means that you said I didn't have a cup in my hand.
Right. And
so I'm not going to waste my time on something as silly as that.
But my response is, just because you say I didn't see an interdimensional beings doesn't mean I didn't. Just because you say I didn't doesn't mean I didn't. And that's where I come down on that. It's the same in my category. I'll make those concepts the same.
It's not.
You can say they're not the same.
This cup has, and I could just take a picture showing that I had a cup in my hand, which has a date and a timestamp on it.
You can, but let's say you don't. Let's say you didn't. But how do you justify?
But can you take a picture with an?
I could have if I did, but I didn't. Just like you're not taking a picture.
Do you have any type of proof that the interdimensional beings
like you
exist?
said,
I have proof that cups exist.
Like you said, personal testimony.
I have proof that cups exist. I have proof that I have a hand. Can you show me any proof that there are any interdimensional beings?
Yeah, I saw it. I watched it. I saw it with someone else.
Yeah,
so
can you show me any type of proof other than your mind and your head?
Yeah, I shared
that
it with
there is
someone
some
else.
sort of
I'll just say I shared it with someone else.
Can you show me a picture? Can you show me?
Can you show me a picture?
Can you show me
Can you show me a photo?
I can always show you a
flower.
I can always show you a hand.
You can never show me a flower.
Can you show me an interdimensional?
I can't. You cannot bring about a wombat to me tomorrow. You cannot. You cannot acquire one and bring it back. Therefore, it's impossible.
That doesn't mean that they don't exist.
No, but it means you can't provide it.
So
and I'm just saying. My
it
argument. Your argument had to do with my providing.
This is not about. The argument can go so far, Mike. Just because someone argues something doesn't give it any type of validity.
Is there a God? Is there a God? Is there a God? Is there proof? Well, what's the God? Is there God? Is there God?
Proof.
Is there?
Is there proof?
Is it? What do you believe?
Is there proof?
I'm asking you. You're going to ask the question. Why are you asking me?
I would say
is there a God? Why are you asking me?
That is an issue of faith, just like
now it's a faith issue. So all of a sudden, my bullshit about intellectual things isn't a faith issue. Oh, you didn't even open yourself up to the idea that what I'm saying may be based on my personal experience, and to you, it's merely a faith or a non-faith in the existence of said item. You can't shore up God. I can't shore up God. I don't have a proof.
You can't show up interdimensional beings.
But I have agreement on it.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
From
Carrie, my old girlfriend.
So that doesn't shore it up just because Carrie believes
if you and I are the only ones that see that cup in your hand, we're the only ones that can agree upon it.
Say, man, you can ask anybody in the world whether cups exist.
No, but the point is they're not here to evidence that you have one in your relationship.
But that
to your
doesn't
hand.
mean it's much more believable that I would have a
It
cup
doesn't-
in my hand
okay,
than that
you
I would
asked the
see an
question.
individual do.
You asked the
No,
question.
you asked the question.
My point was this. My point was you talked about cognitive dissonance earlier. The question about cognitive dissonance would have to come down to the idea, like you said personal experience, and you said
Perception.
facts.
I said perception.
Well, you can say you said perception. See, now the thing is, you're going to try to correct me based on what I experienced.
No,
you
when you
saying.
say I said something, I'm going to correct you if you don't. Because
But
perception
it doesn't
is
mean
more.
that I believe that's what you
Perception
said.
is more
You
than
said
personal experience.
You said personal experience.
In reference to something specific.
Right.
But
for
where
me,
we
I
were
saw
talking about is
interdimensional entities was the specific topic.
perception. Right. But perception doesn't make something so.
Right. Just like you perceive that cup in your hand, tomorrow you'll have no evidence, and that's that. You can never prove it. You can claim it, and that's all I have to claim is that.
But just because
because
and
it
even if
falls
I
outside of the norm.
even if I can't prove it, it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. That's just.
I know, and that's
that's
my
what's
point about the
ridiculous
supernatural entity. That's my point about the interdimensional. Why is this so difficult?
Because they're two totally different things.
No,
A
they're
cup
not. One's
is something
wrong.
that is physical and
Empirical.
real, and everyone can identify with, and a hand is the same thing.
Well, you're
So it's
granting a
much
domain
more
of perception.
believable and possible
It's
that
fine,
I had a
it's fine.
cup in my hand because they are.
Okay, tell me that I'm lying about this. Tell me that I'm lying about my relationship to the orb, and that I'm insincere, and that I'm bullshitting.
I'm not telling you.
Why
that you're
won't
lying.
you tell me?
Because
Why won't
have-
you tell me?
Because you have the right to have that
I
idea,
do,
that thought, but that
you're
doesn't
gonna-
make it true to the rest of the world. That's for you. And more power to you if that's what you believe and you experience.
Well, why
But
is
that
it more
doesn't make it
power
real
to
for
me
me.
if I
That
believe
doesn't
guns
make it real
should be
for
to
anybody
teachers?
else on the planet.
I'm saying
It's real
okay,
to you.
well, let's
So
bring
that's
it-
fine.
Okay, if
I'm
it's-
fine with that.
if-
But I'm not
if-
going to agree that it's a reality for
That's
everybody
my
on the
point.
planet.
That's my point. Just like the gun thing, I think teachers should hold firearms. You don't. That's more pragmatic. That's not interdimensional things. More power to me? Maybe not. Maybe when I bring that up, you're like, no, less power to you with that attitude about
No.
teachers
More power
having
to you.
guns.
You're more than welcome to believe that. I don't have to agree with it. And
I
I can
know.
think it's asinine and stupid.
I know. I agree with that statement. I agree with that.
So more power to you.
Well, that's why.
And good luck with that.
If I run for president, I want you to say more power to you, even if you disagree with my framework. It should be just an honor to try to solve any problems that the grand vast.
It'd be great if
world
some
might
of them
have.
actually got solved.
It
And all
would
that
be-
trying
it would
to
be
solve
great.
them we have these days. It'd really be great if some of them got solved.
Well,
Because it looks like we just keep developing new ones all the time.
Yeah, it's always the next. It's always the next problem. Well, I guess I'm too. Chuck Norrie, I guess is his name.
Chuck Norris?
Not Chuck Norris or Norrie, George Norrie.
I don't know him.
He's the guy that did Coast to Coast and believes in aliens and supernatural things and all that.
I
other
think I
business.
missed it. I
You
don't
never
know.
listened to Coast to Coast?
I don't think so.
That's
I'll have to
that's
check
our
it out.
generation.
I'll
That's
check
our
it out.
generation.
I'll check it out.
Coast to Coast. He's been on that's his whole career for like 30 years, exploring the weird and the strange and the abnormal and the supernatural and people's claims of this and that. He's on Gaia TV and
Wow.
it's all sorts of things about this fella, and he was on public national radio, probably even had international syndication, and the fella's got some stories that you can either buy or not buy, or call bullshit or not call bullshit. And trust me, this I can tell you this: anytime I hear someone else tell me their spiritual, supernatural, unjustifiable claim, I have 1 degree of separation from it that allows me to say, that might be you, but it ain't me. But the difference is I'll grant it over to them where you'll deny it of them. You'll say my story is bullshit, and I'll say, no, you have your story. Mine is not my story.
I'm not saying it's bullshit. What I'm saying is Great.
I can't prove it. I
glad
can't bring
that
it
you-
up.
But don't expect me to believe it. I haven't had that
I don't.
experience. So
I don't
I'm giving
expect
you
you.
more than enough room to believe that. That's yours.
Right, no.
Run with it.
Well,
But
what I'm saying
I don't
is,
have
let
any
me ask you
experience
this
in
question. Let me ask you this question. Is proof always necessary for one's testimony? Do you have to prove your testimony, or does testimony itself have weight?
I don't think anyone ever has to prove anything if they don't expect the world to embrace it.
If your daughter
If
doesn't,
you're comfortable with just having it for yourself,
yeah.
but if you're expecting other people to embrace it, yeah, you probably need to have some sort of proof.
Right,
Because
so
their experiences are different.
So if your daughter doesn't believe that you love her, how do you prove it? If she doesn't believe you love her, how do you prove to your daughter that you love her?
Some things you can't prove to people.
That's my point. That's what I asked. How do you, in where you cannot justify something, how do you correspond its actuality?
Well, let me ask you this. Why is it so important that someone embrace it as if it's their own experience to you?
No, it's not.
If it's yours.
It's not.
So if it's not important that
it's not.
someone embrace it as their own experience, then why isn't having enough room to allow you to believe that not enough? That somehow they have to believe it and embrace it too in order for it to be validated.
Well, that's just that's a counterfactual to my position, meaning.
But that's what you're saying.
No,
I am not saying what you believe
it's not what I'm
or
saying.
what you've
It's what you're saying.
experienced.
I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying.
No, it's what you have just said to me.
No. Let me use the supernatural interdimensional thing again. I don't expect you to believe what I'm saying. I don't expect it. I don't even presume that one would.
That's a good question. What do you expect?
I'm putting it out there. I'm proposing it.
But what do you expect
dialogue.
from me as an individual after you put it out there? What do you expect?
Well, part of what you gave me is partially a trending. It's expectational for other people to call bullshit like I would call bullshit on someone else telling me
I'm not calling it bullshit. It's yours, man.
No,
Run with it.
Well, okay.
But it's not mine.
I'm not gonna call it.
Run with it, dude. I don't have a
Right. Run with the idea that you have
dude.
a cup in your hand. Run with that idea tomorrow. You'll have no evidence.
But just because someone makes a claim doesn't
propositional claims are not.
It doesn't change facts.
That's ontological.
That's
the ontology of the being in the relationship, the ontos of the ontology. Is the cup. The cup bees, does it be relative to the ontos, meaning the relationship
That's all
to your
philosophy,
hand?
Which is all well and good, but philosophy doesn't destroy fact.
I'm just saying, no, ontos is the fact. I'm agreeing with you. I'm describing that domain of philosophy that you're arguing. In my mind, the ontology is an argument about being. We're arguing about the cup being, and then the ontos is the relationship to your hand. So you want to argue that it has and it is existing and it's in your hand. That's fine. Now, when I talk about another topic, or we talk about God, or we talk about some things that are non-justifiable, or you can't control them in order to bring them about to justify the claim, then that you're talking about a different topic, a different type of topic. And I already know that. And that's why when you said, what am I doing? I'm saying, I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm just saying I'm putting it out there, whether they believe me or not. And I allow other people to put out their thoughts on things.
Well, what have I
I'm
done
not
that
gonna
would
tell
prevent
them
you
they're
from
wrong.
putting that thought out there? I totally support your ability to put that thought out there. That's not a problem.
Is
Just
the
don't
world
expect
flat?
me
Is it
to
possible the
embrace it.
world's both spherical and flat at the same time? Is that possible? 1 + 1 = 2, or 1 = 2. Is it possible that we both have, from one point of view, you could argue, well, from any point of view, the world's always flat. I could say that, but I'm just asking you, is it possible that the world is both flat and spherical at the same time?
No.
No. So you're just going to say no. So it's going to be resolved down, even if there's people sincere.
It's a
in their
fact, man. We
conviction.
have pictures from outer space
You can
dating
say-
back to
you
the
can argue now, you're
70s,
just arguing
actually
it.
dating
You're
back
just
to the
arguing
50s that show the Earth is spherical.
You're just arguing it.
That's not
You're just
arguing.
arguing. You're
And
going
we
to
have
present evidence.
we have proof.
Well, you can say proof.
And you
See,
can
the
argue
point is,
all
what do
you
you want?
want,
You want me
but
to
your
agree with
argument
you? You want me to
doesn't
agree
destroy
with you?
proof. It's a factual statement. It's factual.
You can say that, just like people can say all sorts of shit.
No,
like
it's not just saying
libertarianism is
it.
bullshit.
There's proof. There are pictures.
It's
dating
proof
back to the
libertarianism
50s.
is bullshit. It's proof communism doesn't work. We've tried. Humanity's tried it once, so therefore it's proved. I mean, all you're doing is reiterating a claim.
No, that's two
without
totally different
actually-
things. I'm
Is
talking
it?
about documented facts. Yeah, and you
I-
can
I-
argue. Your
I-
philosophy can
well-
go. You can do whatever you want with your philosophy. That's fine. That's on you. But it's not going to destroy fact.
I'm not saying
it's not. You know,
look, I'm just
philosophy is all well and good. It has its place, but it doesn't destroy.
What's the
fact.
point of a fact? What does it mean? You've lived a million billion facts in your life since you began till now. Your relationship to object, space, time, and everything. You've lived an infinite amount of facts. My relationship, my elbow on the wall, the shadow to me, even in this room right now, is practically an infinite amount of facts. So you've lived through an infinite amount of actual facts. Now, of those, how many can you put forth since your birth till now? How many can you prove? And the answer is none or one.
You
There's
have
one
you have
set of
car
facts.
insurance. That's a fact, right? You have car insurance. Is that a fact? Do you have a driver's license? Is that a fact?
Give me your point to your argument before you tell me.
No, that's a
Point out what a
question.
fact
The answer
is.
is yes. The answer is yes. You
Is
do
it?
have
Is
license.
it?
You have insurance, right? You have a good driver's license.
Don't I have to file the insurance to know I had insurance? Don't
No.
I first have to be in a wreck?
No, you
to
don't.
know they will
What
do
you
it?
have to do is you have
That's
to pay
a trust.
an insurance company.
It's just a trust.
You have to have
You're just trusting
You have to
the
pay an
register.
insurance company, and they have to tell the police that you're covered.
All right,
That's
look.
what having car insurance is.
You can say I have car insurance because you believe that I have car insurance.
No, you're
You know I have car insurance because I told you I have car insurance.
No, I
I
know
don't
you
even have a car. How do I have car insurance?
What do you mean you don't have a car?
I
You
don't
two
have a
cars.
car. I have a van. I have a bus. How do I have a car? Why would I have car insurance when I have a van and a bus? You
Because
didn't
that's what
mean
we
that.
call it.
You meant vehicle insurance. And you believe that I have it because I mentioned something about getting insurance. So you trusted that, but can you prove
No,
it? Tomorrow, can you prove
you
it?
just got an emissions test.
That doesn't mean I have
So
insurance.
yes, you
That doesn't mean I
just
have
got
insurance.
a title. That means you have insurance.
What's difficult about the variation of these topics that make you try to
Because
coalesce them?
variation is all well and fine in ideology land, but there are certain things that and it's dehumanizing. Some, I'll go back to the conversation we had a couple of weeks ago about how entertainment became more blue, more vulgar. You had this whole ideology thought out about how all of that happened. It had no basis in foundation and truth, which totally dehumanized what that guy went through. That guy literally sacrificed his life in order for comedians and musicians and everyone else to be able to say the word fuck in public. I mean, he literally sacrificed his life for it. So it's dehumanizing.
What? How did I dehuman humans? Didn't I Lenny Bruce eyes? How did I dehumanize humans?
You
Who did I
dehumanized.
Did I
dehumanized Lenny Bruce. You
He
dehumanized
became a
Lenny Bruce.
non-human when I made that argument. I dehumanized him by saying he did or didn't have some sort of impact. That dehumanized him. I believe you're stretching and you're falling outside of fact land now. Way to be an exception to your own rule about what a fact is.
Well, you can believe whatever you want. That's what the whole conversation is about, is being able to believe that you can say some shit that destroys a fact.
Hey, what the point is
That's called delusion.
Muslims
That's
have a
called
fact
delusion.
called Islam.
That's called
God
delusion.
is called Allah, and that's a fact.
That's called
God's
delusion.
name is Allah. It's not Yahweh. It's not Yeshua. It's Allah.
No, it
They
is
have a
it is
fact.
Yahweh to other people.
Who is it?
It
Is that
to
a
other
fact?
people.
Is
Yeah,
it a
that is
fact? Is it a fact?
Yeah, it is a
that-
fact.
Now, is it a fact that God is named that? Is that a fact? Go on, answer.
Depends upon whether or not you
Oh,
believe
it
in God.
depends. Now there's a dependency.
Yeah,
Finally, we have a dependency.
This is so funny because this is what you do, and you do it all the time.
I don't
You
do it
take
all the
some
time.
broad general question that doesn't have any answers, and you try to apply it to something specific that does.
No,
That's
your abuse of
the
language
philosophy
in the
game.
argument.
That's how philosophy works. So
No,
I'm
that's
down
how
with
you
it.
think
I understand it.
philosophy works.
That's how
you
philosophy
believe it
works.
That's how you
In order for
believe it
people to
works.
prove these ideas,
That's how you
and
believe
we
it
got-
works. It's not how
but-
it works. It's how you think it works.
but
it's not how it works.
Oh, of course it is.
Language,
I've been
philosophy
involved
is
in
a
philosophy,
dialogic
man.
conversation amongst intergenerational beings that share a common resource of being able to speak language that's translated and transfer ideas through time and space. intergenerationally. It's not some claim on things. I'm not
Ideas do not
over-abusing.
trump facts, historical facts that are
Well, I
documented.
tried to
Ideas
tell
do
you
not.
Abraham Lincoln's a black man, and that's a fucking fact, and you just keep telling me it ain't, and I keep saying I got evidence, but you won't watch it. And so, fine.
Dude,
Who's right? Who can prove it? Well, no, neither of us.
History can prove it.
Oh, well,
Just
that's
because
just
some
your claim.
guy
That's
on
just
the
your
internet
claim.
sat down and said
And read
Abraham is
Abraham
black
Lincoln's
doesn't
books.
make him black, dude.
Just made
And that's
Abraham
the whole
Lincoln-
problem with the internet is people can sit down and make up shit, and some people actually give it validity. When
Well,
there's all kinds of historical fact against the point. Facts, not just ideas or thoughts or philosophy.
you know, I know, but who
Good
owns the
God,
facts?
man.
Who owns the facts? Does the
History.
International
History
Monetary
owns
Fund
facts
run
that
our
are
internal?
documented. History owns facts that are documented. Court cases.
So the founding
Legal
fathers are
documents.
wonderful.
Yeah.
The founding
that kind of
fathers are
stuff.
excellent because there's
Factual.
facts, because there's evidence that they're factual.
Okay, so Trump didn't win the election in 2016.
Right. Okay. He didn't win the election in 2016, and if that's a fact, and you're stating as a fact, then that's interesting. That's
And I
like
didn't have a
Biden
cup in
didn't
my
win
hand
the
tonight.
2020 election. It's
Yeah.
a fact.
It's just crazy, man. Some of that
Well,
stuff is crazy to me,
but-
and I'm just
but
being
this just
I'm
has-
just being honest. Let me say this.
No,
I'm
okay.
just being honest. Some of the stuff is crazy to me in that the thought or the belief that because someone can sit down and think up something, or because someone can deny something, that somehow that gives it validity
Who has-
over something that's
Right, and that-
documented and
Okay,
That's
so the
true.
Mormons are right,
So
right? The Mormons are
that's
right
crazy.
because they believe what they believe, right? So they're right. It's
That-
a
that-
fact
that's
that
not-
they
that-
are
that's-
right.
That's abstract.
right?
That's
How is that
abstract.
not a fact? Tell me what the difference
Mormons,
is.
if you want to say something specific that is
Joseph
historical,
Smith saw
like-
something in the woods. They
no,
argue
no,
it.
no,
They say
no.
it's
Let me
historic.
finish my
They-
point.
okay,
Let me finish my point. That is abstract. Now, if you want to say something concrete about
like history.
like the Mormons were right that if they changed the course of the river in Bryce, that area would become more populated and people would be able to farm and have cattle. Yeah, they were right. That's concrete and factual.
Who claims such things?
What do you mean? Who claims such things?
Meaning, okay, anyway, I get the point. I mean, I get the idea that you believe there's a truth and that truth distributes and that people share it and that those things that are shared. And that those things shared are called facts. And you believe such things. And to me, they're tentative. The objects here are not tentative. The things I experience are not tentative. The cup in your hand, actually, I would argue on your behalf that you're holding it in your hand tomorrow. I would argue on your behalf because I'm sensing it. But the idea that somebody has carte blanche or they have the ability to say what the facts are based on a history of propositional statements in a text would then make every group that has an exclusive category of all other outside groups internally correct. Hence, Mormons are correct. Islam is correct. We're on the moon. We're both flat, and we're not any claim.
No, it's abstract stuff.
It's not
again.
abstract.
I'm
It's
talking
not quite
about actually
abstract.
documented physical events that happen.
No, I know.
I'm not talking about ideas
That's
and
why-
thoughts. I'm not talking
that's
about
why
whether or
Abraham
not
believed.
God exists. I'm talking about whether or not a whole bunch of Indians and a whole bunch of Mormons picked up some fucking shovels and dug for 3 years, 7 days a week to reroute a major river through an area. That's a documented fact.
It might be documented.
It's a
whether
documented fact. It has nothing to do with whether or not God exists and what Joseph Smith believed.
No,
That's a documented fact.
But do you see the problem that I'm stating?
I don't see the problem that you're saying because you keep conflating these grand, unanswerable ideas with documented, factual
Right. When
stuff.
Abraham Lincoln's diary factually says, "I'm so black, you would hang me up in your town," as
Okay.
all the other black. When he says that as a fact, and you deny it and say, "I'm offended by it," and I'm like, "That's a fucking fact," and you won't shore it up, and you won't believe it, then who's right and who's wrong? And
because it's
what is the dissonance now?
Because it's asinine and twisted. Because the use of the word black during that time linguistically.
Now we got an argument. Go ahead. Now finally we're into a real argument.
I'm not
The
gonna
use of the word
argue that.
black
I'm not going to argue
at
that
that
point because
time.
it's so fucking asinine and stupid.
I know,
I'm not
I
going to
know you
argue
believe it is.
I'm not
You believe
getting
it.
into
You believe we went to the moon. You believe it's a fact we went to the moon. You believe it's an evidence fact that you could bring up this evidence tomorrow as if somebody denying it didn't have a place to deny it. I'm not saying we didn't go to the moon. I'm just saying this is the problem with believing what you think. And that's the thesis of my. So if you want to get to know me, the thesis of my basis is that things start out tentative and different as opposed to agreed upon and the same. You happen to start with the classical notion that things are first agreed upon and they're the same, and then there's difference that arises. To me, the phenomena goes back and forth.
No,
difference is found through the common.
Because in my mind, it doesn't require an agreement when someone did something that was witnessed and documented. It doesn't require agreement to make that so.
Did Harvey Weinstein
we can go. Let me finish my point. We can go to all of the different court houses in all the different places that Lenny Bruce got arrested for lewdness and pull up his court cases, which documents the change that he made and what it cost him to make it. It has nothing to do with what someone fucking believes. It is a reality.
Because I'm just saying,
that's not what I'm saying, and that's not what I believe.
Okay, let me ask you this.
I don't believe that fact requires some kind of grand agreement based on people to agree what it's fact.
Okay,
there are some things that happen, and they just happen.
You keep saying it's thing that happened. Now, I'm just going to say, what about history is contestable? That's my question. What about history is contestable? Give me any aspect of any part of any history and tell me what is possibly contestable with
that George Washington was a good guy.
That he cut down a cherry tree?
Is
that contestable? Maybe he never cut down a fucking cherry tree.
It doesn't matter if he did or not. I mean, we do know factual things about George Washington.
You say we do. That's fine. So you're just agreeing.
Well, we do. They're documented.
Now, look. The whole point is this, Vince. The fulcrum where I'm at, because I already explained to you, is the variance starts out with me. For you, you're going to land on a fact. I get that. So somewhere in between, I ask what's contestable. And we agree that him cutting down the cherry tree is contestable. But maybe it's a myth, maybe it's not. So it's contestable. Now, if I come forward and I demand that you accept that it's a fucking fact because I found some other evidence that proves or dialogues that he cut down that fucking cherry tree, does that mean that I moved you or you moved me in the argument?
Upon the proof.
Meaning the whole idea that you believe in truth is the point. You're a truth believer. You are a true believer. You believe in truth and you call it a fact.
I believe in documented facts. So if you've got something that documents it,
truly
documents that he cut down a
Abraham Lincoln's a black man.
Yeah, I might buy that.
Proof. I got proof.
But if you don't have anything that documents that,
so if
then
I can't,
no. Just because you said, I don't put any stock in that. But I do know he owned slaves. That's documented in public record.
You can say that.
It's documented in public record in his own hand.
You can say it. You can say it. But if you don't believe that Abraham Lincoln in his own hand said he was black, then I'm not going to agree that Abraham Lincoln in his own hand told shit about himself. Meaning, this is my whole point. The audacity to claim what the truth of the matter is, such that one can then take that truth and try to bulldoze everyone else's opinion and claim it and forward it by mere reiteration. That's why we have court systems, because of contestation.
So Lenny Bruce didn't change the laws in terms of
I'm not arguing that.
Well, you just said, yeah, you just did.
No, I'm not. I didn't make it that case.
Well, it's any case, right?
No, that's my point. It's not. It's no case.
Exactly. That's the point. That's the point that I'm making.
That's what you asked.
So you are. If it's no case, then yeah, you are arguing against that case.
No. I'm not saying it's no contest in the case. I'm saying there is no case either way. There's not a case in this discussion. I don't hold a position on the matter. You just said it.
Court documents.
No, I said I don't hold a position on the matter, is what I said. As far as Lenny Bruce's relationship, I don't hold a position. You don't
hold a position. It's documented fact that the guy changed the law.
Look, there's a guy named Glenn from 1792 that did something. Now, it's a fucking fact. I don't know how to tell you it's a fact, and I don't believe that you
Well,
have
I
any
tell you what,
obligation.
man. I hope you make some significant change, and 20
In
years from now,
policy.
no one believes that you did it. I hope that for you.
Well, that's fine. As
And-
long as I
and
impact
that
the world.
that the
As long as I
sacrifices
impact the
that
world.
you caused, the sacrifices you experienced for that, and all that you went through to make it happen, that
no one believes it was my doing.
Yeah.
Right. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
exactly.
You can
I mean,
watch
that's exactly the point that you're making, because it's debatable.
That's what
Of
I
whether
asked.
or not
What's
that you did.
contestable?
So
What
yeah,
is
so that would
contestable?
actually be a winning point for you if that were to happen.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm wishing it for you.
Well, that it's fine if you wish it for me, and I wouldn't feel worse off if I didn't get credit for my doings. If my doings had a cause that I thought actually had a matter to it, I should be happy that it occurred, that the phenomena that I was working towards occurred, regardless of my accreditation.
So you don't think the human cost matters?
What? How did you get to that?
Because that's
How
part
did
of
you
it.
get to that?
How did you don't think the human cost of making that change matters?
Well, let's say that.
So the change
what
is
change?
all
Human cost of what?
the human cost of making any change. Any change
So
comes
I'm
about of the
changing
human
the
cost.
world by painting. I'm changing the world by talking. I'm changing the world every time I
We're
drink
talking
the
about
beer.
this.
What are you talking
This
about?
possible change that you could make
Politically,
that would
economically,
that
socially.
regardless of what it is,
Mhm.
that would have a huge impact on the world, that after 20 years no one knows that you did. So
My power cable is gone.
so
No, I'm just once
the
again, all
human
you're
cost-
doing is you're
so the human
reiterating
cost
something.
and change doesn't matter, and there's not a lesson in that, which is why history doesn't matter, historical fact doesn't matter, because the human cost involved in creating that stuff doesn't really play into it, which is kind of what helps us build things like, let me think, empathy.
Wait, do you ever think that the guy that wrote Shakespeare plays wasn't in fact a single guy but multiple guys, because there's evidence that multiple people wrote Shakespeare plays? Or do you say it's a fact that there was one man and he wrote all these plays? Is there any ambiguity or any fucking agnosticism that ever comes from you on anything?
There's a whole bunch of theories about who wrote Shakespeare plays, but until there's some sort of documented proof that it wasn't the guy that we know
No,
existed.
there is, Doc. There's an argument already out there. Based on
Arguments are not
evidence.
documented proof. Argument
What
is just a
proof?
fucking
Okay,
argument.
tell me this. What's the difference between evidence and proof? What's the
What
difference?
do you mean by that?
The difference between evidence
Dude.
and proof. What's the difference?
Dude.
What is the difference
Dude.
between evidence? Answer that.
Dude.
Before you tell me anything else, difference, evidence, and proof. Difference.
Well, I'm not
Tell
going
me
to tell
the
you that,
distinguishing.
so I just won't tell you anything.
Okay, then don't tell me, because there's no difference.
Because-
Those two
because-
words mean two different things, and you can't tell me what evidence and proof mean.
No, but it's the same. It's the same go around, dude. Just because someone thinks some shit up doesn't mean that it's true.
No, I know, but you're the one. You're
It
the
just
arbiter
doesn't
of
mean
what's
that it's
true.
true, man.
You're the one arbitrating
doesn't-
what's true.
I am the arbiter of what I believe is true. It doesn't have to be what you believe is true, but I am the fucking arbiter of what I believe is true, dude. Yeah, so you can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe, I don't care. But I'm going to believe what I
I'm
believe.
just trying to say, you're trying to then take the I and say it distributes to all, and I have it because it's my claim and I'll forward it. Which doesn't mean it's proof, it just means it's a claim, and a claim is a witness, and that's evidence. And so the difference between proof and evidence has to do with the court system, the formalization of what you call proof, meaning a justification in physics, or when it comes to legal issues, you have witnesses, you have documents, you have testimony, you have witness testimony, you have other circumstantial recordings or facts to justify a claim, such as that a reasonable group of people, quote unquote, reasonable populace, would come to the same conclusion that said things, which is based on agreement of a jury, right, to say what is proof, quote unquote. We prove is proved to do something.
It's not, it has nothing to do with the jury, it has to do with bringing charges.
Charges don't mean fact. If I brought the case, and look,
I was specifically referencing Lenny Bruce on that.
I know, but every time you reference Lenny Bruce, I'm going to talk about Abraham Lincoln. That's a difference, right? Meaning, I don't know enough about the Lenny Bruce's impact. I'll grant that.
Why is that?
Because because I don't study Lenny Bruce. I study.
But you went on a whole diatribe about how.
I asked you, what is ambiguous to you? What is not factual that has occurred that you disagree? What is contestable? I asked you, what's contestable?
I gave you an example. I've already told you an example.
You said the cutting down the cherry tree. That's contestable. Now, is it contestable that maybe one of the filings of Lenny Bruce's thing is a fiction? Is it possible? Is it possible that you might be wrong on your belief about anything? Can your daughter go, I don't know, it's not provable that my dad loved me, it's not proof. He gave me money, he gave birth, he was there.
There we go again.
There's no proof, it's just evidence, no proof.
Conflating the questions that cannot be answered with stuff that can't be documented because you can't document this court cases.
So then the
all
argument, so the argument
plus of them.
In my mind, the argument then reduces from abstract to empirical. Empirical meaning that which is
I tell you what, man.
And evidence.
You more power to
like
you.
Love,
more power to
hope.
You and your mind, and you're more than welcome to it. It is
I
not mine.
have to agree.
It is not mine.
Well, no, I know.
And we're not going to ever agree.
Well, I know that. I know we're not. But you're never going to agree with anyone.
And
you're never going to
we don't
agree
have
with
to.
everyone.
We don't need to agree.
But my belief is you won't agree with anyone about everything. There's no one person you'll ever agree with about anything, everything.
There is no one person anybody will ever agree with about everything.
That's my belief as well. We agree upon that belief.
Okay, I take that. We do agree on that.
Yes, and that's the beauty of it, which is difficult. Even this conflict of trying to paint.
I like that. That's funny. That was pretty good, Mike. That was good. It was good.
I gotta, there's gotta be a workaround around some of this. I'm trying to try to rehab.
That was really good, man. That was good. Really good. Oh man, I got boxes in my car and I haven't brought them up because of the rain.
Wine box? What are you talking about?
Boxes to pack.
Yeah. See, and I didn't even. I thought you were maybe a couple more days. I didn't even think you were gonna do.
Oh no, I'll be out of here by tomorrow afternoon, man.
Man, that's crazy. It's crazy because it's like a little. It's like a.
But dude, we are going to stay in contact, man. We are going to stay in contact for sure.
No, you're my friend.
Seriously,
I believe we're connective in ways even. But that's why, I compliment our arguments because of the force of what
passion, man. I like it. I like the passion, though, dude. I like it. I do. I like it.
You gotta bring some of this. Down to the south and try to wrangle with the more I listen to people from Texas and from the south, there's something very cut and dry, and I'm like, how to eat like try to.
When you say cut and dry, what do you mean?
Well, put it this way, I think that the atheist community of Austin is very dogmatic about their beliefs about the agnosticism or the non-existence of God. But now, once again, that's an abstract. What I mean by cut and dry is that they believe certain things go in a way and that they shouldn't go in another way. Okay. And they hold their behavior in a different fashion than different regions and different populations. And that's not saying much, but when I say they're more cut and dry, it just means they're more quick to come to an opinion about the case than they are to overly scratch their head about it and dilate the consideration and expose their vulnerability. Meaning, but maybe it's just the people that I'm watching, they're from Texas. It just seems like they're so matter of quote unquote fact about the way they see the world, and they're just willing to chop, and that's the way it is, instead of let me think, and maybe I can move my position, and maybe it's immutable, or maybe it's an amorphous topic, or maybe my involvement in the dialogic is actually affecting the framing. Or like I got in an argument with this guy about identicals, because we were talking about, he said, well, God said I am what I am, and that means A equals A. And that's a logical statement. And I was arguing with this guy, that was saying that. And I said, well, that's an identical statement. He could have said, I am what I am. And that just meant like Popeye is just saying, I am what I am as a statement of selfhood, not a statement about identicals. And I said, now the last time we, and talking to the guy, talked about identicals was not identical to this conversation about speaking about identicals. And it certainly wasn't equivalent, meaning it's equivalent to the topic being identicals, but the conversation about identicals is not identical to the previous conversation, right? And so I was trying to really go over this idea with somebody that was just trying to state that God is stating a logical premise of identity by saying, I am that I am, or whatever biblical thing is.
Well, Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. Does that mean A equals B squared?
I just kind of have to remember A equals B squared, only because that's different. A equals B squared, right? Only because that's a loop toss there. That's, right. And maybe if B squared means A, then I guess so. Right? It would be interesting to hear what kind of
maybe it's better as A. What did he say? A equals what?
He was just saying that since in the Bible it says God says in this particular passage, I am that I am, that means he is saying A equals A, and that's a statement about the logical reduction of logic, where identity means A equals A. And God is basically saying that A equals A in propositional symbolic logic. Even if symbolic logic never existed when the Bible was written, he's still saying that that's what it meant, because God knows space and time. Okay. And so anyway, it was this tremendous thing. And so I had to kind of do a workaround about comparing the last conversation about identicals with the current conversation to denote that the conversations about identicality were not actually identical to each other than having a common topic being that of identicals. And me, I'm just trying to like break away from the idea that the interpretation of a text has no variability, which is at root to our disagreement on like, well, if the victors write the history, does it mean they're writing truth, or are they merely documenting a claim or an opinion or an approach or a perspective, and they're putting it in text, and therefore all the future generations are going to read it and believe, quote unquote, that it is the case. And then I'm like, we're in difficult times, because it's like, who do you trust? Anyone can write anything. Apparently, there's this Jesus guy and there's this Muhammad. Anyone can write anything. And so it's like, well, is it Harry Potter? Is it not? And then I reduce my theology to my own, quote unquote, superdimensional experiences. And then any text is just an overlay on top of that. So I fundamentally have a different theology than most people, other than maybe Moses, Joseph Smith, and Muhammad, or anyone else claims some sort of supernatural entanglement or whatnot. But it's all part babble. It's all part babble, and meaning I don't expect anyone to believe what it is I believe. But the whole point is this guy was so busy trying to tell me that God was trying to import A equals A as a symbolic form of self-identification. And then since God said that God is, because he am what he am, like Popeye, then therefore God. And that was kind of his theological basis.
I missed the equation. So when you hit him back up, the equation you should drop on him is A equals A squared.
A equals B squared. Yes.
No, A equals A squared.
Oh, well, I have to listen to that argument that the man.
Yeah, because his argument insinuates awareness, whereas Descartes' argument requires more than awareness. It just simply existing, being aware. His requires one other step, so it'd be A squared.
Well, would you say you're Cartesian? That you like what Descartes wrote about
Oh, I like what he wrote. I don't know if I necessarily put any stock in it, but I enjoyed reading his book.
Like, if it's critique of peer reason that I got part way through, I don't know. Yeah, God, I got this guy online. He's really pushing for everyone to read Aristotle and Plato. And it's like, God, that just seems dated. And then I get all Plato's Republic, and it sounds like just the weirdest logic.
Man, so much of today is based on that shit, man.
Well, no, I don't disagree with it, but I'm just wondering. It's more like it's like I said, the difference in like if Chinese don't have, Mandarin doesn't have pronouns. So if the fact that you could never say he went to the store, you just say like Scott went to the store, or you grant a purposeful name, it changes the way in which you think or in which you frame identity. Like the languages themselves have a variable grammar that changes like partially the meaning or the approach to the language itself. Like it delimits a different dimension, and that's I think it's not lost in translation. It's an attempt to understand what's going on in translation.
It goes beyond language, right?
Well,
like Asian music, their chromatic scale only has 8 notes, where ours has 12, whereas India has 22.
But is that a convention? Is that just like a way of which Western, like Bach and Mozart and Beethoven played relative to the?
Well,
it says an inherited fact.
It is the music that their culture created. It's where it created. It's where they derive. So there's less. It's not that there's less movement. There are fewer notes in Asian music than American music. They have 4 fewer notes. So that's why it sounds the way that it sounds in relationship to American music. Now, when you get to Indian music, they have those quick movements and stuff. It's because they have 22 notes, whereas we only have 12. So their guitars don't have fretboards. Their fretboards are scalloped so that you can make multiple notes on each fret, because they have 22 notes in their scale.
That would be a different orthodoxy or relationship to the music based on that. See, and that you're right. I mean, it's not just limited to language. I guess if it moves that, just like in like when you're in Ukraine, like the difference between light blue, like the ocean on the map, and the blue on your pants, or even those different blues would be considered 2 different colors. They're not called blue as one category. One is distinct, like pink is to red, is the difference between blue and dark blue is in English. So they literally disjunct the 2 and put them in 2 entirely different frames, where in the West we just say, oh yeah, that's blue, and then that's light blue, and it's more spectral. That's why the variation in language affects what part of the reason why I'm not dogmatic on certain facts, or is quote unquote facts, is because of the variance that it seems can be spoken of, and that can work against me, though. I'm certain that it can work against me holding that opinion, but it's still my belief in the most equitable and honest approach. Just like we already agreed, your subjective self and my subjective self are never going to see eye to eye like anyone else. It seems like just the case.
But going back to those cultural differences, isn't that what makes the different cultures so important? Are those different perspectives? Are those different views of the world so different that it's manifests itself in every way possible? Language, expression of oneself artistically, musically. I mean, it is. I mean, if we're talking about human beings, how can you really explore what it means to be human without taking all of those things into account?
Right.
Because we all got there on similar. not similar journeys, but in similar processes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, there isn't a. It's just like becoming aware that you're becoming aware, knowing how to, like you can learn facts as a child, but then eventually you're going to have an ecstatic sense of your own sovereign thinking process, and then that's almost like a step into maturation or adult thinking. Because one has gone through a common process, it seems to be the same amongst probably most or all cultures, and so yeah, I mean, it definitely makes sense. It definitely makes sense how there can be a difference or a maturation of understanding within different languages that's common amongst people, regardless of the language. But it's all interesting.
Also makes our journey as human beings that much more rich and complex. Because we tend to stop at our own cultures. We tend to stop at the things that have been ingrained in us because of our our locations. Whereas it's much more rich and diverse than that, man. It's pretty amazing, really, when you think about it.
I think the biggest difference is that Canadians say sorry instead of sorry. That's the biggest. That gets me in the goal.
I'm struggling with that French R, man.
Or
I can't roll R's.
Rocketeer.
It's more guttural than just a roll, though, man. It's just flat out obscene.
Right.
I actually did a play with a woman once. I loved this woman too. She was amazing. Her favorite language was French because it made you do things with your mouth that you should only do during sex.
That's right. That's what makes French the Romance language.
Because it is positively obscene. I love it.
That's wild, man. It's wild. Oh. Well, I'm trying to think, what sort of, what can I offload to you into the next world other than a book on this or a hole or
You don't have to upload anything.
No, you need an artifact from the homestead here in Summer Garden. I'm trying to figure out what you might carry on in the future, but who knows? Who knows? My biggest influence on Vince. I'll tell people my biggest influence on Vince was the allowance to use pink razor blades. Because I brought him in and now all of a sudden Vince is using pink razor. How unorthodox of Vince. How abnormal of Vince.
No, man, my razor blades are black and green.
Right. Yeah. But man, this lady blades.
But my shower gel is pink, so you can go there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And I love that stuff, man. That stuff's great.
Well, after you told me to try it, I smelled it and I thought, God, that does smell really good.
And it's gritty, so it really buffs your skin, man. It really buffs the skin. You can feel the grit in it.
Man, I got a direction to this painting, but I don't know what it means. It's just supposed to be. I don't know what it means.
No, that's cool, man.
It's working itself together, but it also seems like problemy. In any case, though, it's almost midnight. I was gonna go lay down on my ass. I'm regardless of the beer, regardless of the pain patch, and where the fuck my vape is. This is all just fucking killing me now.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude.
Not well,
I know, it's a constant.
Well, look,
It doesn't make me less sorry, dude.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I wish I didn't have this or didn't, do this to myself or.
Well,
this
I
is just a
enjoyed it,
collateral
man.
fact of
Thank
existence.
We went out with a bang.
True. I enjoyed. I enjoy it, and that's the thing. We talked about that before. Is there's got to be some degree of contentiousness or feather ruffling, or just coming to some sort of like agreement to have a disagreement, and then I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the
I think our cognitive
dissonance.
dissonance is congruous.
Yeah, I mean, well, we've run similar lines to each other, kind of, and we're not.
Well, I think
Yeah.
we're both comfortable with
Yeah.
our internal dissonance.
Yeah.
And are willing to express and aren't threatened by the other person's.
Right. No. Yeah. We wouldn't. Yeah. Yeah. No.
Now
That's.
we butt heads.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
I know. That's
that's cool.
that's the enjoyment factor of the thing. Yeah. And, well, perhaps tomorrow being Memorial Day.
Oh, it is, isn't it? I forgot
You
about
know,
that shit.
I don't know what the weather's like, but I sat there. You know, maybe it's Park Cafe time on me, on you
Oh, dude,
for that.
I may be packing since it's midnight. I
Hmm.
think I'll wind up packing tonight. I may wind up packing.
Well, dude, I know. Well, you know, don't vanish without saying bye.
But I'm just gonna be across town, so I'll hold you to that another day.
Well, are you going to Sandy? You say?
Yeah, 2 o'clock.
Oh, is that when you're open to get in?
That's when I'm hoping to get in. Yeah.
Oh, God, that's cool. Well, you know, don't feel like, you know, if you need to move stuff and come back or make it a couple day, multi-day, you know, thing, it's fine also. You don't have to, hey, I'm not going to lock you out if you're like, yeah, I'm going to move like 75% of my stuff. And I don't have that much stuff. It's all in the car. Right. Well, I know you don't actually have all that much stuff. Oh, shit, man. Well, God, you know, I kind of wish we had like more populous parties, not populous, like populated. I don't know, like when Monica was down here, everyone got along. It was just more like cocktail party, groovy sort of. But you know, it is what it is, and it works the way it works.
Well, you know, I don't really know a lot of people, man. This is kind of perfect, honestly, man. And it's not like this is the last time we're going to do this.
No, I can't imagine, even though we might be in public doing it.
And I'll call you and come by, man, if you're around and open to having people. I don't know
Yeah.
how quickly you're going to wind up selling the place and stuff,
Oh,
man.
God. That's
We'll be
all.
getting together. In fact, I wanted to ask you about Friday. You want me to bring cash by when I get off work Friday morning, or on my way to work that Friday?
Dude, I'm almost indifferent to the idea of you bringing cash by,
Dude, I'm gonna
but
bring you some cash.
you'll just have to catch me. My point is, I'm just trying to fuddle along on the on as far as my selling in public. You know, I'll probably go out on Friday to the park, weather dependent. And so everything's still the same. I'm still kind of habitually doing these, just trying to decide what I'm doing with a bus or not a bus. I don't know. I feel like I'm throwing in these new items to maybe defer my energy or break it up a bit or advance it. But whatever the positives or negatives that come from it, yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll work something out.
Okay.
If you want to throw something, it's just.
Well,
around.
that Friday morning probably be around sometime between 6:30 and 7. I'd be probably coming through.
If it's in the if you want, go for your swing. But now what? Now you're in Sandy, you say. You found a complex. Did you find a complex or a house?
No, I just did an Airbnb.
You're Airbnb-ing it?
Yeah.
Oh God. I'll definitely give you feedback on where everything is with this joint because I don't know what hiccups I might have. You know, even if I try to prep it for sale, meaning you got to get an appraiser, possibly got to get a drug tester, got to get But apparently, whenever I do it, it'll be fast. And I was just over at the Maverick talking to another lady that knows the lady that was selling it, that knows the complex here. She's like, "Yeah, it really makes sense to sell now." And yeah, the drug thing, that is a big deal, but you just put it, to sell as is, and then they have to accept it as that or something like that.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
But at the same time, I don't know what actual government or sales regulations are if you go through the MLS or something. But I just thought I would ignore that, not worry about it. Meaning not ignore it, meaning just ignore what that lady said and bring in somebody to test the place and then put it on the market and presume that the neighbors downstairs got enough Mormon interaction and missionary work that they're not smoking a fucking meth bowl down there on the regular. I don't hear the girls anymore. I don't see the dad. I don't hear the little girls running around. It's just that lady. It's just that
Oh,
lady.
I've seen the guy and the little girls.
You have seen the guy and the little girls?
Yeah,
I've seen the
I
little
haven't
girls
seen all the
months.
other people that they have.
Yeah, it's like they move so much. Everyone's quiet now. I'm not hearing them lately, which I don't.
Some yelling,
I think that's great.
think it's
Oh, I
some
did
yelling.
hear some yelling. But I just don't hear the kids. That's all.
Yeah, I think the little girls and the dad and the mom's still there, but I think everybody else is out. I think they got rid of. In fact, I saw that the older lady who had the teenage daughter. I saw them when they were packing their stuff up. The older guy who was all tatted up. I don't know when he left. He may have left. Maybe they were a package deal. But
I don't
he was
know
just
the old
gone.
guy that was all tatted up, unless he was like the bald, like disheveled thing,
Yeah, the bald
Caucasian
guy.
guy that
Yeah,
with a little scruff around the chin.
yeah, look kind of rough around the edges.
Yeah,
He's been
okay.
gone for a minute.
Yeah. Huh. There's some dude that, well, it's no big deal. There's some guy that looks like he's from the Warriors movie in the 70s that drives his motorcycle up and looks into that dumpster. And I was like, I got out of the bus and I offered him like a fucking jalapeno roll up from 7-Eleven, thinking like, oh, God, he's some homeless guy looking for food in here. And then I looked at him again and I said, oh, yeah, I really don't know your agenda for looking in there, so maybe I shouldn't be offering you that. He says, yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, and so I said, okay, and I just walked off. Next time we saw him, he was on a motorbike. Next time we saw him after that, he was on a motorbike, driving into the complex, looking in the dumpster, and then taking off. And he's not, it's just like every, I don't know.
There's a lot of people looking at dumpsters, though, man. I've seen a
Oh,
lot
yeah,
of
oh, yeah.
different
I
people.
was looking in the dumpster today. Like, fuck, can I use some of this for the bus? I was going to tear apart something before it came up.
I ran into Steve the other day, man,
Oh.
when I was washing my clothes.
Congratulations.
Yeah, he was actually really nice to me.
Oh,
For the first time ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was like, oh, you're Mike's roommate, aren't you? Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, he was really nice to me. I was like, what's up with that?
Well, I don't know how long ago it was, but I was like threatening to sue him recently since I got the bus. Since I got the bus, that's when I was like, hey, I'll fucking take you to court if you don't let me park this. You give me the HOA things or else, and just trying to play more hardball. And but good, it's better to keep a level head, and I'm sure he knows that you're not me, so he's not
You're trying to
busy.
stay in your good graces.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't think the guy's evil. He's just a rent seeker. He's just trying to he's just hoarding like a good capitalist. Yeah, like a good capitalist.
I would say most Mormons fit that bill.
Most Mormons,
Good
yeah.
capitalists.
I was explaining that to other people. Like, it's really important that Mormons get into a management position and that they capitalize on other people's efforts. That's part of how they're trained to behave.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah,
I believe it. I can see that.
yeah, because you got the Nephites, the Netos, and you got the Lamos, the Lamanites. So you make the Lamanites work for the Nephites, and they all want to be Nephites now. It's like Bill Maher says, the Mormons are profit-driven. That their Jesus is God, how do you phrase it? Like pro-profit Jesus. Jesus isn't the way the Catholics think in this, poor way. No, the Mormons, Jesus is a capitalist and he's pro-profit, and this is profit size. You got profit side Jesus is how Bill Maher.
I will give him credit for one thing though, is that profit-based mentality makes them a little bit more appealing to other people because they see them as opportunities.
Yeah, there's tons of aspects of Mormons I just simply can't shit on based on other contextual reasons, and then there's plenty of other factors that I'm like, God, it just leaves a bad taste in my throat, and I pity the fool that sticks with that organized religion too long, regardless of how far they made it in life. But what are you gonna do? My answer is run for president and cut them ties.
Outlaw Mormonism.
They're gonna all be legal kill Mormons again. Let's go. Criminy.
It's so funny though. I did laugh, man, because you had made a statement about how nice he talks to the Mormon guys who come to the front door. And I just happened to be outside smoking while she was talking. They were like standing out in front of the door talking. And I could hear their conversation, and it was funny, man. I kept laughing. I couldn't help it. It's like, yeah, she didn't quite talk to her kids like that, No,
right.
she doesn't. I know that for a fact.
On that. Yeah, no, that's. I mean, I hope they convert her. She's one-on-one. I'm like, take that troglodyte bitch and turn her into a saint on my behalf.
She's actually been nice to me recently too. She's been speaking when she comes out to go to the mailbox.
Well, she hasn't been flipping me off or telling me to fuck off, and we just don't talk to each other. So I figure we're on the up and up. I figure we're better than we once were. So that's good. But it was the Mormon guys were standing and she was sitting, and I went out and I said, and I probably told you that already, like, hey guys, I got an eye, like, are you guys used to standing? And I said, I bet she's sitting. I bet she's at her dick level. And I said, I'm just guessing. I can't tell. And then the next time I came around and they were around, because they've been coming around like a lot on her. Like a lot, like fucking 10 times. I thought they gave up after like 4. If you're not ready to go baptized after 4 visits, you're done.
Some sort of involvement, but yeah, I've seen them like 4 times the last couple of weeks.
Well, in any case, the next time I walked around the corner, she was not sitting; she was standing, and I was like, I'm not gonna make it anymore. Dick level like that, because then she, and I thought, okay, I'll just, eat crow at that point and not worry about it. But realize, like, I thought I was going to impact the dudes. I was trying to affect the dudes because they're busy there with their crotch right in their face. And, and I'm like, and so anyway, but it turns out she's the one that decided to stand up the next time. So the whole time she was standing and talking to, they're all standing.
And every time I see them, she's been standing.
She's been standing there. So,
well, man, have a good one. I'm gonna finish my line and probably go to bed and get up early.
Really glad for the air, man. Thanks for the imprint and just being around and doing what you do. And I will, I'll hit you up. I don't have expectations of you like, I might need to take care of guys, but I'll run stuff by you, and I'll keep you updated on what's going on. If there's a reversal, or I throw anything in reverse, or I don't go forward with something, or however things play out, we'll keep you updated.
All right, cool. And I'll be in touch too, man. I'll be in the city most days, honestly. And I'm looking forward to the reading. I'll be here every day. I'm trying to take that full week off. So that might be a good time frame for the park, man. I'm totally down for the park.
Yeah, you see, and yeah. Even like I said, it was just going and doing the park was really great.
Yeah, so we'll figure it out.
Well, unless I drive to Montana tomorrow, definitely.
There are worse places you could drive.
Yes. Go back to Los Angeles.
Oh, snap. I thought you liked LA, man.
I do. I like it.
I work with a lot of people from, man, it's funny when I get in these job situations, I'm always surprised by how many people from California are here, man. It's a ton of fucking people come here from California, LA specifically.
Yeah. Well, everything is a weird corporate, like, hyper white collar California. It's not practical. Like, Salt Lake does have a lot of innovation and is attempting to build an innovative place, and it's got good tax structure. I guess there's just, it's got a good economy, and apparently the Republicans are building better capitalistic economies than maybe some of the Democratic areas, or maybe there's too many taxes or something like that are going on that are driving the population, or maybe it's just people fucking like, I'm just gonna leave California. I don't know. But since 2005, a huge influx of Californians. 2004, 2005, humongous, and then it's just oscillating. Now I'm not surprised when I meet people from there, but it's more like Illinois people. It's Texas, Illinois, Montana. It's like these other states that I wasn't used to seeing are more present. And then, of course, the Hispanic Mexican population is just humongous and variable. Like, I'm from San Salvador, and we say, what was it, Feliz Dias instead of Buenos Dias. And so I said that to Chewy there. I'm like, hey, Feliz Dias. And, and I said, I learned that from San Salvador. He's like, yeah.
He's going to be, he told me he's leaving town in July. He's going to Mexico. He's going to be gone for a minute.
Well, the guy in Australia I was telling you about that lives on kangaroos, this guy at South Wales, Australia. He, because Jesus, and you might not have been here at that time, I don't think, but he had a huge lump on the side, from his ear down to his collarbone on the right side, and he had cancer, and they had it removed, and he quit smoking for about 5 months, and he recovered for about 3 months, and then he just looked back to smoking again. I'm out there, and he's like, oh yeah, they fixed the scar, I'm cured, I got the chemo done, he's back to smoking and drinking again. So he's telling the guy in Australia, like, yeah, Jesus next door, he had one of those lumps, because this guy's busy going into chemo. Yeah, you got out of it, you'll be back to smoking and drinking in no time,
Oh, that's hard.
The point about when I recognize them having an organ failure, like a kidney or a liver or a lung or my heart or something's really going on internally, then it's time to worry. Until then, it's like, party on, Garth. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should be more puritanical about my intake and body, but for the most part, it's like, no, a beer a day, kept the water bacteria away, or whatever it is that justifies drinking. And just the fucking, like, beer, alcohol, and I guess they call it an analgesic if it means the pain goes away. Because my sister-in-law said, there's 4 groups of drugs. There's uppers, downers, hallucinogens, and analgesics. And analgesics are just painkillers. And so I looked up alcohol painkiller and alcohol analgesic, because she said alcohol increases pain. Don't tell me that. That's contrary to my subjective belief and understanding about my own test strip on the matter. She's busy telling me the way it is.
It's a downer, though, isn't it?
It's a downer, but it's supposed to, like, to me, it kills pain, and alcohol is a downer. To her, she said alcohol increases pain, and it's a depressant. She said, because it causes some drug in the blood, and that'll increase your pain. I asked my pain doctor about it, and he was talking more about the momentum of getting drunk and then coming out. He's like, if you're drinking, it's like pulling back the pain, and then when you're sober again, your pain should increase or appear to have increased. He had a different theory. He didn't say the alcohol becomes a chemical in your blood, and that chemical causes the pain, like my sister was. And I met this nurse in the park, and I'm like, fuck, you're a nurse. I couldn't hit on you if I wanted to. She's like, why not? I'm like, because you're a know-it-all. Fucking nurses, you're all know-it-alls. I said, of course, take that tongue in cheek, and I don't want to stick to that, but you probably believe that a fuckworks. Yeah.
Well, they do.
Yeah, no, yeah, I know they do. It's that same thing. Like, oh God, you guys really believe what you think. But well, and if you ever have to tell other people about me, you can start off, well, there's this guy and he's part nuts. And let me begin from there.
I will be doing that too.
Mm-hmm. You see me on the political stage, Vince?
Hey man, I will be looking for that.
Well, if I actually can make any headway, or I actually get my filings right.
If you have an event, let me know. I'm able to show up, man.
Well, dude, I was going to invite you to Liberty Park just for a drum circle thing. Not that it's my event, but I was going to invite a bunch of people to just watch the drum circle while I'm playing and while all these other drummers are playing, because they were sure getting a lot of attention there.
I like drum circles, man.
It's so peculiar when the amount of people that are coming out, but it's also warmer and people are more bored or whatever. It seems cool.
Only thing is, it's usually Sundays, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, even today there was one. No, yeah, when today's Sunday, yeah. So yeah, I mean, normally it's Sundays, but I was playing drums all Friday, Saturday, and Sunday out there.
Yeah, those are my work days, man.
Oh yeah.
I have work weekends.
Well,
but Sunday's not out of the realm of possibility.
I'm gonna have to put fire to biofire. There you go. Celebration of cremation. But, oh, God.
Yeah, it'll be fine until August. I don't mind it when the people are nice. I really actually am starting to kind of like the people a lot. I had some good conversations with a number of people. A lot of youngsters there, man. A lot of kiddos.
Isn't it cool to influence the youngsters or just interact with them and see all their weird, wild power and their energy, and then realize like they also pay attention to the shit that we have to say? Like, it's fucking, I think it's great. It's so weird.
I don't think these guys are paying too much attention to what we have to say, but they're fun. They are having a good time. Man.
Yeah,
I do like seeing that. I do like, regardless of all the shit these people are managing to have a good fucking time. They have great senses of humor and are funny and light. They're chilling.
I'm glad you have a good read of them. I don't sense a lot of sophisticated humor out of the youth. But they're light. I'll give them that. They seem to, like, a lot of shit rolls off their back, and that is in one way admirable, and in another way kind of concerning. Like, God, I hope that works for you in the long run. But
I'll be glad when they take over politics. I'm interested to see what happens then.
Well, I think we'll be dead before. I don't know.
Before they're in their 50s.
Well,
40s, really.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try to tank my artwork and make certain I'm coming up C class instead of just B class. So that gives me more incentive to run for politics.
What's the difference between B and C class?
Like, my princesses are A game. My current painting style is B minus game. And a C game is complete abstract bullshit nonsense that, either you really got to have something that draws in the richy riches with that kind of, like, a white on white, or a few basic colors. There's really a different bullshit game that comes along with certain, I want to say, human. I don't know. I shouldn't shit on it, but it has to do with just like something that seems kitsch or elemental, or that doesn't have a sophisticated approach to color theory or brush strokes or something like that. like it's an approximation of dumbing oneself down. And
there's this play I'd be interested in knowing what you thought about it. It made quite the splash when it came out. It's called Art. It's about this. It's a dinner conversation essentially. The whole play about this artist. I think it's at his house. Maybe it's not at his house, but it's his new work, and it's just a solid white painting. And it's a conversation about his new work. The whole play.
if I could speed it up to 1.75, I might be interested in watching it.
Yeah. It's philosophical in nature. It's pretty well written play.
Oh shit! I gotta plug this in. Yeah, unless I did, I probably did. Yeah, no, I. It's been a while since I've seen plays. It's been a long time since I've been to an amusement park, and it's been a long time since I've been to a concert. Even in the rain tonight, there was a concert outside at Pioneer Park, and
Didn't they have one last week too? Because I saw a whole bunch of people fucking camped out up there.
Yeah, they were all in, overcoats, raincoats.
Huh. I need to check the list and see who's playing. I might go out.
I don't know. I didn't know who was playing, but they were playing something, and it wasn't very crowded though. Other years it's been very, very, very crowded. But
Last Saturday seemed like a pretty good crowd. I happened to go out downtown that day, and there were tons of people.
I probably missed it because when I go out on Saturdays, I'm normally out before 5, and I think that opens at 5 and closes at like 9 or 10. And then I'm not back until fucking the wee hours, and sometimes they don't come back on 4 South anyway. They come back off of 5th.
Yeah, it was pretty packed when I drove past, and there were still tons of people heading toward it. I kept wondering, in fact, I was like, who's playing? And I saw the stage set up, and I was like, who's playing out there tonight? And I never did look it up.
Oh,
But I was like, it's got to be some sort of outdoor concert series, and I was wondering how long it's going on. I need to look it up.
we had back, and then this next week should be Utah Arts Festival.
Cool.
Down by the library, and I always crash it. I never, get in it. I only applied once, so I got turned down. So I'm like, fuck these guys. I'm just gonna, and I did really great one year, just selling shit on the outside. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Then they put a rule in the next year, like you can't be within 100 feet, and then there were many, many crashers on the outside. Then last year, they had gotten rid of all of the outside artists.
Oh, shit.
And I don't, and yet the guys that are doing my t-shirt, they're right across the street from it.
Oh, wow.
So I could just sit up on their lot or something like that. And,
Nice.
but then again, I'm also having a problem with, we haven't completed the idea of like, okay, we're gonna we're gonna get you to film a video about your painting, and then we're going to link people to you doing that will link to your store. And so some of the things I have a feeling like they're waiting for me to drive the situation and go in and say, come on guys, we need to get this going and get it, where are we at on it, right? Like catalyze them, because I think they want to provide the services, but they don't want to. That's the thing. I think I'm just curious of like why, because I keep telling them like, hey guys, let me know when you're ready for us to do this, and they say okay, and then weeks go by. And so, even to correct the contracts to the degree that I did took weeks and weeks. And so it seems like there's an extensive thing that maybe, and I just sat there thinking like they're community oriented. They have lots of traffic, lots of people going in their back areas. And I think maybe I'm supposed to like go spend more time there. And if I just hung out there, then they would open up the time and say, hey, we got time. Why don't you go? And they're more impromptu than I realized. And so that's why I was just trying to like what's going on with these guys? Because I haven't purchased a shirt from them. So if they print my shirt and sell it, I get $5. If I buy a shirt from them and mark it up, I got to pay them 20 for my design based on them putting together the shirt.
Yeah.
And so that's part of the agreement, and that's fine. I haven't made any orders to purchase anything, but they haven't told me that they've made anything either. And even if they did make anything, it wouldn't be with the QR codes and the recording that they're mentioning, which is still fine. But maybe they don't know that it's fine if I say, hey, you guys can still sell the shirts without the QR code in the video, and we still have the same deal, right? Because I think that's the way it reads. But
Maybe I'll hang out there a little bit, man. See what the deal is.
I probably should. Well, since I got the bus, and then I got this online business. So I've been like doing this. I've been like I'm extending myself. You taking off is going to be I know I'll have this a different sort of meditation in the space. A, I can shoot with the bathroom door open. B, like the concern of cat space, but C, just like a sense of solitude will echo and like a type of sovereignty, once again, a reiteration of my aloneness, or my non, coupled, just my self in solitude. I'll have a different meditative practice, and I need that. And so, meaning I welcome the change, although I'm not certain what my fragmented energies are doing, but I hope to come to some sort of greater resolution of what it is I'm doing with my time here on out. Like what do I want to pursue, and trying to like they refer to it in philosophy as a telos, like what is your end goal? Like what are you trying to do on your bucket list before you die? Not just as like jump out of a plane. That's almost too easy. That could count, but I mean, what do you want to build and work towards, if anything, before one is dead? But some of after my brother died also had to do once again with another sort of self-realization, and I was explaining to somebody that I feel like before my brother died, I approached, like, I wasn't denying that death happened, like even whether disembodied soul or not, the end of one's human carcass as a functional framework, whether or not it's got a ghost in the machine or not, right? I was basically saying, like, my notion about death was an idea that was behind me, and I was only walking backwards towards the idea of death, and I wasn't walking forward in time to my own mortal end. It was more like an abstracted idea that I could put behind me, but I was walking like backwards, and it would be like three people that walk backwards, and you click shoulders with both of them. So all three of you are touching shoulders, and that point there's a centroid behind you, and that's death, right? And so you're approximating it when you're at that shoulder level. You're like click. And my brother dying was like a type of like click, but a spin, like okay, now there's death. Like now there's not only death, there's death to me. Now I've known death to me, I've known the fear of death to myself, but it came along with it something like an acceptance of the mystical or the magical, or, because I argue, of a different dimension that I can't evidence, the fantastical, the mythical. From anyone else's point of view, I get it. Other than my girlfriend, but anyway, the point is, anyway, the whole point is that I felt like I turned around and I was just facing death. And then Christy, her dad died, and then this guy, he's dying, and I'm painting another murder scene. And when I was up there, I was painting like Alex Jones blowing Fauci's head off, and Biden hanging, and Trump dying, and just this murder scene of politicians and shit, right? And pundits and shit. And Monica just put it in her basement and never said it to me. And she took 2 pieces of art off me. And one of them was my fault. Like, I forgot to bring it. It was a sketch, so that's why when I came back here, I'm like, that this is like a leftover remnant of something that was much more specific. And but then the frailty of my dad, and the frailty of my mom, and the frailty of life, the frailty of realizing that the churn style mortality only has so many seconds on it before one's internal organs or an accident or something distorts your life such that you die. And it's more like so my point is that when I have a sense of self sovereignty and meditation, I hope to find a non like a not like your tangential presence is still a presence in even the quietude or however you present yourself. The absence of presence, like I'm not going to exclude the cats, but sometimes maybe I'll have this epiphany that I expect. So when I'm in a sort of overly non-reactive or non-conscientious relationship to myself, I'll be able to find out what me recycling my mortality or like preparing myself for my parents' death. And I think it has like Christy, this lady once again, you married, but her dad died, and she's our age. She may be a little bit older than me, and you're 55, right? 56?
No, I just turned 59.
Oh, you just turned 59. Okay, God, see, I that's a few more years than I thought you were, but because I was this guy that's 60, he's 61, checking me out at Trader Joe's. How old are you? I'm like 51. So yeah, I got years on you, man. We just don't take milk up. There's too many snowflakes in the world, right? And he's this like weird Italian guy, and he was really talking it up to some lady from Ohio, like, "Oh, you Bengals fan or whatever fan?" He knew the teams, and then he said something like, "Stay out of trouble." When I left, right, and I just thought, God, even the phrase "stay out of trouble," I was just like thinking like, God, in another generation that phrase won't even register. People aren't going to go around telling other people to stay out of trouble. It'll be an archaism. But I enjoyed it because it meant so much. Like, God, that guy's only 9 or something 10, 12 years older, and he's busy giving me what I remember as far as that stay out of trouble. Just something about the guy, and then he was shitting on the snowflakes, even though he was talking to the young lady from Ohio that was potentially a snowflake. I don't know, and the fact that he was inquisitive about my age in order to make a comparison made me think it was just I was ingratiated by the fact that this dude told me something that I think is going to be of a bygone era, and that I got to remember it like I anticipate trying to remember what my parents said before they even died. Like after my brother died, now I'm busy trying to note and quote and reiterate and remember very, very poorly, I might add, probably because of alcohol, or drugs, but I'm really trying to articulate or reiterate or state verbatim isms, basically quote properly my folks and their their thing or trying to describe them like I'm already preparing a eulogy for myself, for the public, but for myself, for them. And there's just this extremity going on. And, but a lot of things have changed since my brother died. And then, so in any case, whether or not how it is I escape this place through sales or rentals or destruction or whatnot, the escape from this particular location will still prior to that, even if I could sell the place in 2 days, right? And prior even to getting to that level, I think I'm going to have this like hopefully a meeting of my own minds again, and I say that because I also drew a woman an eggshell. Like if you were surrounded by an eggshell, there's a huge ostrich shell called the vent shell, right? It's around you and you're in the shell. And then all of a sudden that shell's periphery expands, meaning it has to fractionalize and it expands. Like this lady in Connecticut, not Christy, Lydia, she fell down, kept falling down. I told you the woman that falls down, right?
Yeah, she's in the hospital.
She went to the hospital. She went to the crazy ward because her parents ended up calling the cops on her because she sent them photos of her bloody face because she didn't want to clean her bloody face for 3 days. She thought it was novel. Her parents put her in the psych ward. Then she came out, and then she was in a hotel. First, she was out for one night on the street. Then she was in a hotel. Then she moved in with her parents. Then her parents bought her a tiny house or a house or something got purchased. Her parents are on their deathbed. She's busy shitting partially on her parent, partially, but she's really upset at the world. There's just something about to what degree when I face my own self, like the Muslims say, the inner jihad, your relationship to yourself can create the inner jihad is the greater jihad. The lesser jihad is the political external jihad, is the external differences secondary to the internal conflict that one might find in themselves, right? And so it's kind of like, but I've already gone through this sort of like wisdom advance that I was calling like adulting, or what it means for someone to become a sovereign adult. They realize they're not a child anymore because their mind intellectualized and recursively found its own internal positioning and realized it wasn't the same as the rest of the world, and it realized its difference from its formalization to its sovereignty. And in any case, I still thought there was a type of explosion. So I drew her with this egg exploding because her whole life went to shit. And then it somehow got regrouped. And so I referred to it as an ego destruction, or something like a redestruction. Like everyone, like, hey, you lost your ego, you broke your ego, you're beyond your ego, all that, like, get over yourself sort of thing. And she was, it seems like she had gone through that because she had talked about so many things spiritually, metaphorically, meta, a lot of meta on what the ego was or one's identification. And here she was being annihilated again. It was like, so I drew her again, and she agreed that that's kind of what was going on. But anyway, my whole point in bringing her up was that there seems like there's got to be like I have to come to I have to come to an internal remedy of to what my expectations were of my universe, including my parents' relationship to me, and then I have to come to grips with not the expectation, but with that expectation relative to my own self balance, if you will, like where I find my own balance in contrast, not to real expectation from my parents, but my own projected expectation that I believed that they were holding against me or to me or for me. And it's so weird because I already feel like I've come to a spiritual acceptance, but somehow things it almost feels like there's a neo to the second power, a new situation that has even a greater impact on a shorter period of future time in this mortal
I
coil.
get it, man.
Yeah, no, please.
I get it. 'Cause I've lost a sister and a mom.
Yeah.
I totally get it, but it's part of the process, man.
Well, but the distinction, the thing I don't know, like, because you have kids and you've generated the offspring, that has had to have both a fiery extension of self and a care extension and just an idea of personal extensionality where I have cats, right? And but there's something to that extensionality is what I'm saying.
I think for people who don't have kids, it's easy to view having kids in that manner, and it is different. I will grant you that.
It's gotta be.
It's different because it's just another set of relationships that you have to come to terms with. You know, like you're trying to come to terms with your parents. Then you've got other relationships besides your parents.
Oh
that
yeah.
are that deep that you have to come to terms with too. That's what the children are. It's not like some big support base or something that makes it easier. It makes it more complicated.
Yeah, more complicated. But somehow that's the point, is that by having kids as it's a top down relationship from the parents' point of view.
But it's not necessarily and this is the thing that makes it hard, because people who don't have kids have ideas about what having kids are.
Yeah.
But most of the time, those ideas have no basis in any type of reality or any type. It's just how people feel like they would feel if they had kids. But when you have kids, it's a totally different thing. It's not something that can be anticipated. It's not something that can be understood until you go through the process.
No, I was busy today thinking, like, God, if I found out that I had a kid and there was this extensive, like, knowledge or understanding, like if I had a kid knock on my door, like yeah, you knocked up my mom, 12 years ago or something like that, right? Then I would be.
I've had that experience too.
See, but well, good. I mean, if it legitimized, again, congratulations in my respect.
No, it's a bomb. It's a fucking bomb.
Bomb isn't good. Bomb isn't amazing.
It depends upon people. It depends upon relationships. It depends upon a lot of different things. It doesn't go one way or another. It's all individual and all happens in the moment.
Well, but like you said, like it's almost like parents understand something once that's happened. That's something like you're locked into the process of a human exponential dimension that a non-parent doesn't have, and yet it's not. It's not.
See, I'm not sure I agree with that.
Well, that would be my perception of it. What you said would be different than the actuality of having it. But almost the way you described it was just a complex new relationship that you come to terms with.
No, it's like, the feelings you have about your parents and death, and the feelings that you have about, your relationship with them in terms of your own death. You just add more relationships of that nature to contemplate.
Yeah, but right, to contemplate. But isn't there? Don't you round it out with some greater, like at my brother's funeral? I asked a guy from my childhood that my brother got into fights with that was there. I'm like, well, what did you think about what you observed at the viewing? And he just said, he's a good Mormon guy. He's like, well, I just believe that someday you will see him again. and which isn't what I asked. Like I wanted to, and then he added, I was just glad to see that he was as loved as he was. Right, so they're two very complimenting, like very, soft-handed, pedally compliments. But I think I needed some nougat, or I was looking for anything that he would perceive as different. But he ran this ideology. I mean, he has 5 kids himself, and because I was asking him, did all of your kids get vaccinated? And was that great? And he's like, well, yeah, they did. And but that was previous to me asking this question of him. But in any case, the whole point is even though there's a greater like responsibility or complex, it appears like there's still something, like you said, like something that all parents or almost all parents would agree that they experience by knowing or having or raising kids is different than somebody that never has that experience.
I don't think that is that. I think that's
A
just a
misnomer, like an
romanticized
illusion.
view of parenthood.
Okay.
I don't think anybody would agree on what even parenting really is, honestly.
That's good to
You know
hear.
what I mean?
That's
It is-
actually interesting.
It's trial by fire and trial by error.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't make you more knowledgeable or more than anyone else. It doesn't give you like this grand way of handling things or doing things.
Yeah, a lot of
more
parents
so
don't
than
speak
anyone
on
else.
that. Like, this is the right parenting style.
I'm sorry?
Like, there's not a lot of parents that are going around going, the way I raise my kids is the right way, and you guys should do it. Like, I rarely see anyone do their tiger mom theory.
People who do that, but usually when people hear people do that, they just look at them and say, bullshit, you got issues.
Yeah, like, or yeah, that's you, not me. Right.
It is not some eye-opening grand experience that it changes who you are and it changes your life
With a weight of responsibility.
But it doesn't make you wiser. It doesn't make you.
Doesn't it?
You know what it does is it just makes things more complex, and in a way makes you more complex.
But in that complexity, don't you feel more human? Don't you feel like you're more because you're more complex?
I don't think having children makes anybody more, man. No.
You don't think it makes them more?
I don't think it. It's an individual thing. Some people actually go the exact opposite way when they have kids, and they become less. It's not some. It is a big, huge. It's a bomb in one's life. It literally is a bomb that blows up one's life, and that life has to be reconstructed. And in that, maybe there's a certain amount of wisdom that's gained, or maybe there's a certain. I don't know. It changes you, but it changes everybody differently. How you respond to it, how you view it, how you feel about it. All those different things.
Well, the thing is because empathy and sympathy have been switched, I empathize with the idea of parenthood, in that I see stories, I see kids, I see familial parent and child-parent relationships, and I analyze and I emote and I imagine different perspectives on it. And I can only, the weight, and there's something that there still seems to be, even though there's this complexity and that you wouldn't weigh this way necessarily. Perhaps in my mind, the idea of the belief that I wasn't just born in a matrix and that I'm the alpha and the omega. Like everybody is. Like, I'm the alpha, I'm the beginning of time and the end of time, right? And like God is one and parallel with you. It more like this idea, like, no, I have grandparents and great grandparents and a whole history of these spread out ancestors over all this genetic and human and migrational history that's yielded the me. And by having kids,
extended you've gone through, you've actuated yourself as a cog in one directional domain that is undeniable, and hence there is a sort of accomplishment that comes along with that, not merely a bomb, not merely complexity, but an accomplishment.
That's something that people who, it's interesting because people who don't have kids, it's a thing. Mm-hmm. It's a thing that they have to work through, and they have all these views about what it must be like to have kids and what it must mean.
For me, yeah, kids. Other people, they won't even talk to
it. People do, honestly.
Yeah.
I talk to a lot of people who go through that process, especially the older they get, without having kids. And I just don't think parenthood is anything like what those ideas are like. Because what you just said would be almost like saying there are no narcissists who have kids. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no, right. No. Well, that's what I meant. For me, it would feel like it was a type of extensive of narcissism.
People have their issues. People have the things that they struggle with. And having children doesn't change that. And when you have children, that's not solved. You still have the issues that you're going through at that moment in time, and you're still struggling with whatever it is you're struggling with. You just have more people dependent on you and involved in those struggles than you had before. It gets more complicated. It gets more complex. And there are amazing things about it. Don't get me wrong. It's amazing to see someone from the moment that they take their first breath until whatever that may be. It's an amazing process. It's an amazing process to see a human being form and a personality form.
That's why my mom keeps crying when my brother died, saying,
God, it's amazing.
Yeah. But it's not natural for a parent.
To finish my point.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
But those things are not magical cure-alls for what ails an individual. And you're still going to be whoever you were when you had the children, until that changes, and we all change from, that's what life is about. But yeah, man, those views about parenthood, I'm not sure. For me and my view, don't necessarily have any basis in reality.
Well, my folks don't. Even though my dad has made some mention of, well, there aren't any. I have a granddaughter, but I don't have like a male lineage. So he noted that at one point, but he didn't say it in a guilting fashion, more of a descriptive fashion. And at the same time, and not even in a lament, really. And then at their where they're at now, as far as I know, they don't have complaints. It's almost like they understand and they accept what they understand about their position in the world. And if they didn't understand, they don't show confusion, and they don't seemingly express any upset, just the contrary. And so I realize that I'm projecting a type of fiction that is a type of self-consequential guilt about not attempting or solidifying or actualizing offspring, grandkids, for a perceived notion in what lineage is supposed to extend out to. Almost, as if not just a human life, but as that which is claimed. Like when I was in the nursing home, one of the big things around the table with these old dying people had to do with how many kids or grandkids they had. Like, it was phenomenal and new to me to hear just the pride or the claims of pride and these kind of summations of life. Even very, very happy, grateful old people and very harsh. Like, there was just a very large variability of people with different opinions and even of different ages, from 15 to 42 and I was 31, and there's 70, 90, late 90-year-olds dying and having these complexes in this nursing home, and it was fucking weird. But anyway, one of the grand, like kind of a trophy to speak on, like humans do, is how many kids or grandkids, and kind of this notion of the richness, quote unquote, of family. There's a lot Mormon. There's a lot of Mormon ideology, but there's a lot of human ideology in the idea of the extension of family. So, in one respect, though, all I'm trying to do is say, on a personal perspective, I do believe I'm projecting a lot of things that are not the case. That if had I had kids or I realized I had kids, would probably not be like I would. I imagine I agree with you in a tremendous amount.
And I'm going to say this too, man.
Yeah.
That ideology that you're talking about is also one of those things that's dying out.
Yeah,
And that's
is.
from another generation. That's from another time.
Like
The world in which we live in now, the people who are populating it, that will be running it in 20 years, aren't necessarily on that train.
On the antinatalist train?
On that train to where family lines and kids are so important. Tree lines, having a male heir, I don't think that's nearly as important to the younger generation as it has the previous generations. And I think part of that is because, baby boomers are dying out.
No, when I said my dad looking.
No, I'm talking about what we were talking about in the hospital and all the people and that's from a past world. The new world, that's not really part of it.
You don't think? Well, to me, it's a perennial or it's a consistent, ongoing idea that, like, to me, I can't imagine like 200 years ago, like if a guy and a woman got together and they had a child, no matter where they're at in the world, if they were together and they had a child, they would celebrate that as something like a biological accomplishment. Just like I can't imagine that could be erased.
What I'm saying is that I don't think kids are sitting around worrying about having boys or extenuating some sort of family.
Well, that's what I meant. Even though my dad stated it, I don't actually believe he holds any sort of responsibility towards me on that.
But you were saying your experience in the hospital, that was something you walked away with, and that was important to a lot of people there. And I'm just saying.
I see. Out. Like that could die out. That would be.
I think it can. I think it already is in the process. I think in some ways, I think it has. Because the young people I'm talking to, I don't care about that stuff.
It's almost like you're just saying they just don't care about offspring.
I'm not saying they don't care about offspring. I'm saying they don't care about extending family lines.
But isn't it roughly the same thing, offspring and extending family lines?
I mean, there are girls, there are having kids, but people aren't worried about having kids so that they can extend some sort of family tree. Not in an obligatory sense. Yeah, no. But I just, like in the nursing home, it just more was like a pride, like this is how many kids I have and da-da-da. I get that.
But it would be really interesting if there was a generation that existed that was so robotic or indifferent or did not have the consideration that their having offspring was a repetitive reiteration of human lineage over time.
I talk to a lot of kids that say, I wouldn't even consider bringing a child into the world in which we live.
Oh, no, that's what I get most of the time. Even the guy that bought my Rapunzel, he's younger than I am. He has one teenage daughter that's 14. I said, wow, it would be great to have a kid. And he's like, why would you do that? Why would you bring it into the world? And, it's just really difficult, I told him, to have a discussion with anyone that has kids about what they believe the state of the world is for kids. And I said that it almost seems contrary to my notion about what is bountiful in the world and your belief about the dystopia, right? I mean, there was literally I didn't bring that up in that way with the guy that bought my painting. But I did react harshly to the idea that he believed that the world is so dystopic that to hold the view to want a pronatalist idea was absurd. And I thought, well, you've done it already, so you can talk shit, but don't speak as if you're advising me on what is most appropriate for me based on your view of how your 14-year-old daughter with a millionaire dad is going to raise her in this world, right? Because that's basically what this millionaire entrepreneur guy was. But I get it. Like, we're just humans kicking out these death machines.
Well, but kids are dissociated from a lot of things. We look at the younger generation and we lament about all these differences they have that are so different than us, and how negative sometimes we think that is when we're the cause of a lot of that dissociation. Our generation is the
generation,
cause of a lot of that dissociation. I mean, these kids have had to deal with the issue, and I'm not trying to go back to previous arguments, but it just is what it is. They've had to deal with violence in schools. We never had to deal with that. They've had to deal with the concept of someone possibly coming into their school and shooting them up when no one has done anything to try and prevent that from happening for 40 years. You don't think that creates some sort of dissociation? Some sort of, people don't give a fuck about me, so why should I give a fuck about them?
No, well, no,
You know
right. No, I
You know what
I
I'm
do know
saying?
what you mean. I do.
And it's
hear
not
you.
just that area. There are things in the medical field. Our generation has helped the younger generation dissociate from the way that we have behaved and the things that we have done.
In the medical field.
I'm looking forward to a new world. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm actually kind of glad something new is developing, because what we're seeing is we didn't do very well.
Well, you see, it's anticipatory. Meaning, when you say that, and you have kids out in the world, and they're growing and they're moving through time, and you have you're analyzing the larva of humans, like I want to say that you have a greater depth of wisdom on the idea of like a generational different extension from yourself that you causally place on the previous generation, which to me though still that would be like almost every single generation, but more so in recent decades where there's greater transformation in the ecology of technologies and phones and radios and televisions and media apparatus, and now the internet that has not only warped but overly confounded human imagination in terms of the shareability of information. It's like there's a bit of explosion that is infinite. Like there's no way to watch a single. Like there's more YouTube video upload to Google every day than a human lifespan, right? And so there's no way to actually absorb this explosion of data. And maybe there was always an explosion of data when people were walking through woods or staring at trees. Like you could look at every dot or every atom in this room or wherever your visual field is, and it's literally infinite. But I mean, in terms of like objects or media or difference of opinions, difference amongst humans, it's different now. And so to me, a lot of what's going on now with the next generation has to do with the fact they're in a different media ecology than merely television. Like you and I grew up radio, television, and 8-tracks and cassettes and CDs, and we've seen it all. But when we were younger, it was more pedestrian, meaning we watched the stars that played and we watched the television shows out here. We weren't one of them. We watched them. Now the generation is going into the media. People are disclosing themselves internally.
But they're also seeing behavior too, man. I mean, most of the Karens that you see are of our generation. And most of the people you see condemning people for what they're wearing on the street are of our generation. Most of the people condemning people to hell because they don't believe in the same
Dude, I've worn some fucked up shit, and you've never said anything. I could wear fucking pink, purple, or rainbow. You've been good to me.
I'm talking about what I said about the younger generation. I don't disagree with your point about the media points, but I think that that's what exacerbates it all. Because they see behavior. It's more than just data being out there, man. It's everybody has a video. Everybody has a camera.
It's
in
their
their hand.
relations.
So
That's
people
what,
film
yeah.
video of real moments happening where people in the streets, and unfortunately, when you see those events happening, most of the time, it's our generation.
What? Okay, so one thing that politically advocate for is that the government should initiate a propaganda to businesses such that where the government is not trying to collect data on humans, and that corporations put eyelids on the cameras of these devices that are used ubiquitously for business, and that they're every phone is
I'm
a
talking about what's actually happening out there, and not what those possibilities.
no. It's not.
We're talking about kids.
I am too. Meaning. I'm just saying. Part of my politics would be a type of restriction about terms of service, hardware, terms of service, and privacy data sharing with the government as it tries to surveil every human on the planet, because we all are almost required to have a cell phone to do business in this universe now.
I understand that, man, but I'm not sure that reverses anything that we're really talking about at the moment.
No,
Right
not
now, we're
reverses,
talking
just
about
cloaks,
kids,
anonymized.
and we're talking about the differences
Well,
in these generations that are here and the impact that our generation has had.
Well, to me, I'm
when
just
the
trying to
world comes out.
scapegoat the technology as opposed to, like, I know the previous generation has an influence on the next generation, just like that guy saying "stay out of trouble" had some sort of weird, unique, qualitative, relational connection to me. But my point is the grand AI, or the grand Google, or the grand Five Eyes technology that's trying to grab and what do they call it, run data on everybody, rerun data on the regular, to analyze the human kinetic movement and all the differences in everything, bio, audio, locational, speeds, all of anything that the apparatus can do, and that there should be a cloaking mechanism, because that technology unleashed is culpable for a lot of what's going on in the new generation.
I
It's
understand what
culpable.
you're saying, man. It's easy to say that technology is responsible for what's happening in that generation, but the difference between our generation and their generation is that they have embraced that. That's a problem for our generation, because we don't like it and we don't want to go along with it, and we don't understand it, and we want the world to remain the way we can understand it. Their generation has embraced it. Doesn't bother them at all. They could give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to be their world, because we are all going to die out. So for me, I say with them, go ahead and go on with it. I don't have to like it. I don't have to take part in it.
You don't have to
But
take part in it.
you can, if that's your world and you're comfortable with it, go ahead and make something
Well,
up.
but the thing is,
Go make something up.
I am
Go
not
make something
dead.
up.
I'm a contemporary of the youth. I mean, my body is living, and I can speak and breathe the same as them, and I'm still alive at the fucking same time, the same as you.
Yeah.
And I'm not. What I'm saying is this: there's plenty of people of my generation and of your generation that are online. They've already given themselves over, like the youth, to the technology. And they're forwarding their own, like, let me engage and let me disclose and let me join in. And I'm more swimming in the acceptance of what's going on than I think you are. In terms of my parents, especially my mom, don't want it, but my mom will, like, she doesn't care that they know every movie that she watches and every TV show, and that she's got a camera on her and on her front porch and all that. Like, she's still disclosing all the data and indifferently,
And
she's
we
not.
signed it away. It's not like anybody twisted our arm.
I go into their house and I'll turn the fucking cameras around and throw duct tape on shit, and I'm busy like, stop this nonsense, and watch your TV. There's some things I'm not going to block. They're still recorded, but anyway, the whole point is, how much does one want, or are they willing to give themselves over to the new thing? And maybe there's a stat here, right? Maybe people that don't have kids are more willing to speak in public on the media, like the youth at my age, than people that do have kids. Like parents might be less likely to speak on
But that,
the
isn't that
non-parents.
the whole point? Is that because of your age, your view and ideas about the media are different than the people who are 20 or 30?
I don't believe
the
that.
validity of your ideas. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the people who are 20 or 30 are going to be dealing with the consequences of this much longer than you are. And they are shaping the world in which they are going to live in for the next 70, 80, 90 years, where if you've got
but
20,
how's
30,
that different from the radio generation
So-
talking about the TV generation?
it's
Sure,
not.
the
And the
TV
TV
right, it's
generation
not,
won.
it's not.
The
Right, I
TV
know, I know.
generation
We
just
are
went on
that.
and
We
totally
are that.
bypassed them.
We
Just
are
like
that.
you said, just like what you're
It's
saying.
like
That's
the-
exactly what happened. We went on and just totally left them behind and said your ideas
Well,
are
because that's what I meant. Like,
and which is what's happening now. These
Well-
media generations are going to go on, and all these ideas we have about the media
but-
are just going to be passed by and discarded, just like the radio generation.
even though that goes on to the next generation, even though it does, whatever optimism you have about them, it will come to an end also. Their generation will come to its
And it'll
completion,
be replaced by another generation.
but it doesn't mean that next generation's going
just
to be
like
more
it has been since
optimum.
the beginning of time.
Right. That's my whole point
Yeah.
about why having kids is important.
Well, I'm not. I'm
because
I'm
you're
not
part
saying
of
having
it
kids
by
isn't important.
extension.
I've
Oh,
never
yeah.
said having kids isn't important. What I said is the idea of what that importance means for people who don't have kids, as opposed to people who do, are generally not relatable.
What if I just said to you, like, I have a crystal ball and I can read the future, and you may have a grandchild, but you'll never have a great grandchild? If it was dictated to you as if I knew the future and you would never have a great grandchild, wouldn't you be disappointed in one way? Isn't there something about legacy that itself?
No.
Do you know?
No.
Okay,
No.
fine.
Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all. Legacy isn't important at all. Okay. To me, as a concept, it seems important. I mean, it seems like I just said the concept of having a legacy, whether or not it dies or lives, the concept of having it seems important. Well, in that I think that's cognitive dissonance for me. Wonder what cognitive dissonance was for me? That's cognitive dissonance. Because there's not certain how I can interpret or will make because you're coming at it from a different point that you can't yet understand. That's all I'm glad about.
But you can accept it. You can't understand it, but you can accept it, right?
I'm ready, you're busy. Okay, you're busy, man. You didn't bring it, you got to learn.
But you can, but it's, but even though you can't relate to it, you can't accept it, right?
Well, I don't not accept it. Like, I accept that it's positive. I can't relate to it, but I don't, like, disclaim it. I'm not saying it can't be important. I'm just not saying,
No, I'm not saying that you accept that it is. I'm not saying that you accept it because you feel differently about it. I'm not saying you accept it as being true for you. That's not what I mean by accept it. I mean you can accept the fact that it is different from you.
Oh.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
But I'm not saying that you can accept it.
Is accepting the difference and getting through or along or getting through. That to me, what you and I accomplished is a type of diplomatic, like we don't have a diplomatic relationship. We're in the arts. Diplomatic, yeah, you better than
We've been rough with it, but ultimately it's respect. I call it.
yeah, no, I can get it. Like me, that's for me. Maybe politics really have no real application to the world that's going on. But it's the idea of respecting the differentiation of ideas and trying to figure figure out why humans have come to these beliefs. And I got to admit, just talking to you about the generations and the kids and how it is you're speaking on them, I do realize how much I've projected on something that is not, it's counterfactual to my existence, and it doesn't need to apply. I mean, I can think about it, I can empathize about it, but I can't get into
It's
it.
hard to accept that you have hit that point where the generation gap is so large, there's no common ground.
Well, I gotta tell you, man, when I'm in the park, and so I ordered these, it's Viagra knockoff pills, and I was in the park right now, so there's pills, oh, fuck yeah. So I'm busy holding prints or a hat over my dick or whatnot, and I'm popping a fucking wood talking to these ladies, and I'm into, and some of them are young ladies, and they're getting into my bus, and I got a boner, and it's like, oh my God, what's going on, right? And I'm like, but all I know is there's this like sexual, like, Jesus, I almost apologize, but I don't, because I don't want to get randy, but there's like this, there's an obvious generational gap, but I'm like, it's almost not a prohibition. I don't know. I even tell young women, like, look, I'm gonna flirt with you, and I'm gonna say some obnoxious sexual shit and all this. I don't mean, like, take it for what it is, and I try to speak to them, so most of them get it, and it's fucking great, because I'm like, if I have a clown nose, it's a legal defense almost to be perverted, and if you're walking around with a boner, I guess I don't know what I'm saying about it, other than even young girls are confused by the boner. Yeah, I know. I'm nervous because I'm almost stupid, because I'm like, I think I'm the anchor. Like I'm what's dragging the bottom of the river. Once I'm doing that, it's like ladies, and they're like, hey, I'm all pepped up and ready to go, and then I'm busy like, well, wait a second, this is a little wrong, like and I'm busy like putting something in the way, and I'm just like, God, just fucking kill myself, right? Paint a painting about killing myself or having my brains blown out, because I feel like knocking somebody up is not fucking brain surgery. You know what I mean? And that's all I'm saying about that. It's not brain surgery. Not yeah. There's a lot of considerations about every topic.
Wear a raincoat.
I have plenty of those too. Yes. All I know is it's not even a requirement. It's more if you bring in the chemistry, it kind of just actuates more often, more predictably than elsewise. That being said, though, I'm gonna close shop. I'll see you in the morning. Oh, why are you nervous about Virginia?
Because I met this tent while I was there in April.
Oh yeah. You don't talk
There
about
was like
these.
instant chemistry, man.
Mhm.
And she caught my eye from the moment I first set eyes on her, and we didn't. I was circulating around because the evening went so well and people wanted to talk, so I did that.
Mm.
The thing that I dislike doing most in
socialize.
theater is socializing with a whole bunch of different people. And you were so good. What do you say to that shit?
You connected with her while you were doing what you don't like to do. That's cool.
By the end of the night, we got to sit down, and it was obvious the connection was instant. Both ways, but she's married, man. But I'm supposed to stop by her office when I get back. But yeah, I like to
this chick. Man.
No, don't fuck up the job.
I like this chick, man. I do. I'm a little nervous about that.
Oh, the kid in California, he's all upset because he knew a Switzerland lady that's married and they had an online fucking sex affair and whatnot. And then he's all heartbroken because of unrequited love. Like in Shakespeare, it was she couldn't respond, blah, blah, blah. And he's so tormented by the fact that this married lady that he's never met, he's only jerked off with, online is married, and it's such a torment. And I'm like, yeah, well, try fucking a real married woman, and then talk to me. I've been there. But in any case, I'm not into. I really don't want to go around fucking up marriages. But if they're destroyed, and that's what they're just complaining about.
He
It.
actually talked about him quite,
Fondly.
Yeah,
Nice.
honestly, man. I'm wondering if they may have an open relationship. I don't know.
Well,
I'll learn more when I get
So you
there.
go, yeah. I was just saying you don't have to update on this.
Other chick that was gonna be in the show, one of the shows she's gonna be in both the shows I'm gonna be in. That was there. But the last night, man, she was just all over me, man. Dude, she was right across the hall from me in the housing. She did everything but invite me to her room, man. And I didn't press that.
Well, all over using, like, approximating
I
you.
probably will, man. I probably will. Not that I'm hugely attracted to her, but she is sweet. She's sweet.
Yeah,
But
well,
yeah, Virginia's gonna probably mark a shift for me, man. I probably will become more active than I've been pretty set on celibacy for a while, man. But I think that's probably gonna come to an end.
well, yeah. I mean,
Just
I
based on
when I watched the porno called The Blue Pillman, there was a bunch of these old geezers, all of them are gray haired, and they're all taking Viagra, and they invite a prostitute over. It's like 4 of them gang banging one chick and paying her. And for whatever reason, the reason I bring that up isn't because they're model citizens or anything, but it just had to do with like they're on they're not breaking any laws. It's just no one really thought Grandpa would be screwing. It's just so fucking crazy. But at the same time, human sexuality is a
I've been turning down, man. I've decided probably when I get to Virginia, I'm just gonna stop turning down. I've actually been actively turning down.
That's my problem. Is I've forever. I just blame my lack of reproduction on getting in my own way, or not.
Man, that's when it started for me. It was 50s, early 50s. Just opportunities that presented themselves to turn them down, except for on the rarest of occasions. There were still a few times when it was interesting enough that I was like, I'm gonna check out and see what this chick's like. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Kind of a clarity of thought that comes from celibacy.
Yeah, well, I mean, by default, if you're accepting it, that's different than yearning to not accept it as being it. You know what I mean? Like, God damn, please.
But why do you? If that's the case, why do you keep getting in your own way? Because there's something in it.
No. Well, that's the problem. Is then that's when I reach back to God. How am I conditioned, or where did I come from, or why do I put that up? And then I become like I trying to reanalyze myself because I don't have an answer. Like, it's not like I'm purposely getting in my own way. It's in retrospect when I analyze the situation that I'm like, God, I got in my own way. Like, I put up some artifice or a barrier or some sort of something I thought was like a inherited micro fear layer.
Yeah.
Or something like that. It's like, because I'm always describing my sister-in-law to my mom as like, hey, the black widow grabs the male and entraps it and milks it for years and feeds on her. Or no, it kills it quickly. And that was the joke, right?
what's the difference between a human marriage and a black widow and its guy? And it's like, well, the black widow kills and eats the male counterpart immediately, where the human eats the male for life, right? And so there was this idea, and I keep parading around or puppeteering around this idea that my sister-in-law and a lot of women, and not saying that my mom doesn't do this to a huge extent to my dad, but somehow I don't understand why the complex is the case, and yet I do, meaning the male helping and assisting the woman even after they're empty nesters, right? There's this weird sense that that in fact, like Bill Maher, he's like, hey, you don't need to be transgender to lose your nuts, just get married, right? Then the woman will have your, like Sam Kinison said, have your dick in her purse, right, or your nuts in her purse. Anyway, and so there's this complex of power that I have with which woman do I want. When I sense her, when I intuit her, do I feel okay with the idea of her dominating me, like taking over and putting a handle on my life, right? And in some way, I'm too overprotective of my individual sovereignty to grant over responsibility and do co-capacity around a child or around a relationship with anyone else. And almost like I'm just not going to put up with any shit. As the first sign of fucking problems, we're done. Now you want to get back together, we're done the next round. It's almost like.
I will say, man, that's similar because
it's different than just being okay with celibacy, is what I'm saying.
Well, but the whole reason of being okay with it is just not wanting to deal with that particular type of drama.
Right. No, I get that.
Yeah, man, and at a certain point, that became a positive instead of a negative because there is drama
right
associated with it.
I want drama. I love drama. I do love drama. I just don't want to be fucking taken to the ropes and indefinitely submitted to the drama.
Women have the power. That's the first thing to recognize. It may seem like men have the power during the act, but it's an illusion. Women have the power. So whenever you're pursuing that, you're ceding power.
Well, that's the problem, I think. And that's how when I say I'm getting in my own way, it has to do with I'm not ceding power.
Yeah.
Yes. And that is right. Like, and I even with the Hebrew Christie, I was like, I'm fighting with her funly but absurdly to the core, and she'll retract when she doesn't, when she isn't recognizing that I'm not recognizing that she's overly important and needs to take the stage and start commanding the show. And ultimately, when I watch my parents relate, even at this age, it's like my mom dictates what's going to happen, and she has the power, and my dad's ceded to that. But I also think the reason why a lot of people get divorced, a lot of men divorce women, they're just done with it. They're like, I'm not going to cede this fucking power anymore. I'm just done being controlled. And they've done their responsibility, and more power to the men. And if it's the opposite, and there's some men that are beating the shit out of the women and saying, fuck this, I'm taking control, or they've been indoctrinated in some religion where the man gets to control the family. In a way, I understand religions that do that. If you're saying, well, naturally, women are the ones in control. And so if you have a dogmatic religion that tries to split the script on the women, it's interesting. Even reading Islam, or reading the Quran in terms of what women's relationships are to men, and vice versa, it's it's weird, the idea of a religious historic power structure differently than the liberal Western democratic power structure within a marriage. All I know is my brother got fucking puppeteered around by my sister-in-law, and my dad, in a huge regard, is puppeteered around by my mom. And somehow by getting my own way, like I said, just means I wasn't willing to overly cede my power, even to a woman that wasn't wanting to take it.
Just temporarily.
Well, I'm just
If
saying.
you're not getting married, it's just temporary.
Oh, man. I was literally the gracious time for me to get married. I would have been 35. I would have been Carrie, Susan, Sherlock, and that's the lady with the orb and all the other bullshit. Fucked it up, man. Anyway.
Hey man, try and embrace this new generation.
I do. I'm really glad when I'm in the park and I'm hanging out with the younger generation. I am paying attention. I'm not. I don't know how to wrap my mind entirely around their periphery, maybe to the design pattern that they do, but I'm getting a grip. I have a grip.
Not even
not opposed
based
to
on
them.
who they are or what they believe or what. Simply based upon this being the natural process of things. You know, power has to transfer over. The world has to go on, and it has to go beyond us. And now, once you hit the 50s, hitting up into that age frame, you're more than halfway there. It's time to concede. It's time to pass it on, man. You know what I'm saying? It's time to embrace that the world is.
Well, if you were having this conversation
past
with
you.
Biden or Trump in their 70s about, hey, it's time to cede power. And
No,
you're
I'm
trying
not
to
talking about
convince
that kind of power,
politicians.
though. And unfortunately,
But
in some ways,
how would I not be ceding it?
in some ways, that's kind of why we're in the position that we are in, and that we're holding on to an old power structure when there's a whole new world that's been constructed that can no longer translate in the same way because of technology.
Yeah, but some of
if
these
you
younger
are-
kids, I want to just say, they're not wise enough to articulate the
Were
nuances
you wise
of their
at
own
20?
phenomena.
Were you
No,
wise
I wasn't.
At
My
25?
point.
Were you wise at
That's
30?
my point. That's my point.
You know, why would you expect them to be any different? You still have the world ceded over to you.
No, I don't deny there will be a ceding over to the next generation. What I'm suggesting, though, is that the older someone is, generally, the more they learn, and then generally they're more wise, and then they can articulate. And the articulation and language is heavily influential in terms of control in politics and influence. And
Well,
and
the
I
difference is,
think
though,
that's
Mike,
the import of our generation.
what I would say to that is that was true in older generations, but you've said the difference already yourself. Technology and the way that the world has changed in the last 4 years, I think has changed that as well.
Well, we have Buttigieg and AOC as some of the younger members of the common, and they're in their 30s, they're in their mid 30s, they're like 15 years my younger, 20 years your younger.
Yeah, but they're caught in a power structure that's still 80, 70, 80, 60, 70, 80.
Me,
they're not running.
To me, the power structure, and this might be the difference, though, of how we consider world politics. To me, the layer of like because we're not in the business of killing people when they turn 60, right? We're not in the business of that. That means there's people that live into their 80s that speak. Noam Chomsky is speaking in his 90s, right? So he's reiterating almost a 70, 80-year-old arguments, politics, angles of politics, just like Bernie Sanders, just like anybody else. And to me, it's like an armadillo. It's like one huge layer of shell covers another huge layer of shell that covers another layer of shell. And that even though it's time to cede
the power, the impression, or the shadow of the previous shell is so hugely overshadowing or dominant that meaning the older generations can't help but import their influence on the new generation, even if the technology is riddling.
Yeah, but if the technology and the changes in the way the world works makes that knowledge that you're trying to pass on obsolete, then what good does it do to try and pass
If it's
it on?
entirely obsolete, it's fine. It's almost the reason like double speak and manipulation and colloquialisms like the "hey, stay out of trouble," like that, but it's "stay out of trouble." I'm like, God, I used to say that when I was a kid. Now I don't tell people to stay out of trouble, and who does? And
I still do from time to time.
yeah, and that's the thing, but and we're older, and it makes sense to say it. I don't hear maybe kids do say that, and it's a regionalism or it's something that'll carry on. But that's what I mean is like some echoes of some old phraseology or some old paradigm or some old political view translates from the living to the living.
So if it's relevant, but if you're living in if the society has changed to the degree that it's no longer relevant, then what is the point of it transferring? And I can tell
give me an example.
When
what's
you
not
live
relevant.
I'm going to finish my point.
Yeah.
When you live on social media, when you live through and by social media, the whole way that you approach life in the world is totally different than even we can understand. And it's different. Technology has changed the game.
Yeah, but why would you assume the next generation
I still haven't
understands?
finished my point.
Go ahead.
The stuff that we have to pass on isn't nearly as relevant as the prior generation to us had to pass on to us. It's just not. The world has changed that much in that short a period of time. It's compressed.
But
so are we going to be offended that we are no longer relevant?
No. I just don't believe we're obsolete. So
I'm not saying we're totally obsolete, but a lot of what we have to offer is obsolete because it no longer applies to the world in which.
Give me an example. What do you offer that's obsolete? What do you
I
tell
think the
kids
most
that you think is
basic
obsolete?
human things probably can still translate, but this generation is not as concerned about those types of things.
You're very prominent about this generation
that we are.
You blow so much pixie dust and beautifying ideas.
It's not beautifying. It's just acknowledging that they're different than us and they live in a different world from us, and they live in a world that is so different from us that we can't even really understand it.
Now this when I say contemporary,
it's not beautifying. It's just acknowledging the reality of the situation.
I think I'd come into conflict. Like I was going to invite you out to the park, right? And I think it would be cool for you to come out to the park, especially if I'm playing drums or something in your week or whatnot. But even if you came out for a couple days and hung out, and you met who I knew, and you engaged in some of the processes out there, that there might be an intergenerational, interactive field of community out there that would not allow kind of this exceptional category of difference from quote unquote the new generation to our generation, such that our generation is obsolescent relative to its influence or its import or its trafficking of ideas to the new generation. I'm not saying there's not a difference. There's necessarily a difference.
So tell me this.
I did ask you the question though of tell me what it is that is obsolete about
the way that we socialize, the way that we view each other, the way that we view humanity, the whole way that we
Why is it obsolete?
They interact totally different than we do because of social media.
But what does that mean? I'm part of the interaction. You're part of the interaction if you interact. You're part of it.
They view relationships. They view like my son when it was time for prom. They didn't have prom dates.
They have prom fucks.
No, they didn't have prom dates. What they did is 7 or 8 people got together, rented a limo, and they all just went out and had a good time together.
Yeah, but
That
did
was
they
their
go to the
idea of
prom?
doing
Did they
prom
ever go to the
night.
school at all?
Say what?
Did they go to the school?
Of course they went to the school. That was the
Right.
whole point. They
Well,
went
we
to the
did that.
dance.
I did that.
But
What's
it's
different?
but the point is the difference in how they view that socialization event, and that's just that's just one example.
Yeah, but
They
you
do
didn't tell
not
me how it's different.
socialize
I
in
did
the
that.
same way. Like they don't make plans. You
What do you
jump
mean
on
they don't
social
make
media an
plans?
hour before you want to go do something, and you see what's going on, and then you
Mhm.
make a choice and go do it. They interact with the world,
Yeah, but you're
and
not.
they
You're
interact
not
with
dead.
each other
You're not dead.
totally different than we do.
What-
I'm
what
not
does that
saying
mean?
that I'm dead.
I know, but what do you mean by
Why am I?
totally
Why is it
different?
so?
What is the
Let me
word?
ask you. Why is it so important to you to have an influence over a younger generation that has no connect with you? Why
Okay,
is it so
the-
important?
Okay, your question
pass
is malformed because they do have a connect. with
No,
me.
I phrase that different. Why is it so important for you to pass on customs and processes that aren't relevant in a social media age to a generation that no longer uses them?
because I'm an archaism, meaning that I am a street artist that is an archaism in the digital world, and they find my paper presence and my ability and willingness to throw art on the street like a pre-internet era would. And there is something admirable about the violation of what they think should be digital and NFT showing up in their fucking face, and
Right.
they find it unique. And it's
But that's
novel.
not-
It's
not-
novel is your
How
answer.
is that the answer to my question?
It's novel
I
is the
get what
answer.
you said, but I'm talking about processes and things that we
You
hold on
called
to.
what I did
like
obsolete, and it's
No, but I'm
not. Is my argument.
but that's not the part of it that I'm talking
Okay,
about.
what's the
I
part?
get what you're saying about that, and I'm all and don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that we aren't relevant, and there aren't things that we can pass
Aren't
on.
you? Isn't that what you're saying?
No, I'm
Okay,
not
if
saying that we're totally.
Okay, so we are relevant, and there are things we can pass on. Now, ask what your question is.
Okay, but let me explain, because I did say obsolete, but I'm talking in pretty specific areas.
What do you believe the new generation is doing that ours doesn't have the capability of?
The new generation interfaces and interacts with the world totally different than we do.
How so?
Because it's through social media. It's through.
I do
bots.
social media. I'm part of the living contemporary generation. Then how am I different?
Because the way
I
in which
engage, I
they
perform, I display, I encourage, I disclose. Same as them. I'll show.
no, they
this,
socialize.
I socialize.
It is the.
How are you calling? Are you defining the difference
Okay,
between
so
your interaction and my interaction?
when you want to go out and do something, do you hop on social media an hour before you want to go do it and go see what's available before you make your decision?
Well, if in one group, yes, in another group, not at all, ever.
What do you mean in one group?
One group will pre-plot something. A certain group of people will contact me and ask if I would like to do something before it happens. And there's whole other groups that are merely arbitrary interactions. If I meet them, great. If I don't, I don't. They might know where I'm at, or they may not.
So this is a difference in what I'm talking about. Like a lot of the youngsters I know, they'll make plans to do something together, but they won't make plans on what they're going to do. They decide what they're going to decide what they're going to do together about an hour before they're going to do it.
That's why I would like you to come to the
that's what I'm
park.
talking
Because
about.
today I went to the park and there was all of these young adults, kids out there cooking food, and they had two tables separate, and one was covered and one wasn't. And there was mixed race and mixed group, but relatively the same young age. And then there were the drug people walking by, and there's the people that are renting the park, and they're all younger. And I'm there watching them, and they're out smoking weed, all of them, not some of them, all of them. And there was something that was observational and coordinated. It wasn't merely a question mark of, we don't know what we're going to do until they showed up. They showed up with tents and food and charcoal.
Yeah, but
and
you don't
had
know when they made
destiny
the decision to
make
do that. They showed up with that, but you have no idea when they made the decision to do that, or when they made the decision on who they were going to do that with.
I don't know whether or not I grew
You know
up
what I'm
among
saying?
families that got together and they called each other, and on the weekends they got together and they cooked food and they went bowling and they played golf and we played cards.
Are you
I'm part of a
destroyed
multi-
if somebody defriends you on Facebook? Is that important to you? How important is Facebook? to you? How important is
it's not,
Twitter
it's not
tweeting
too
and that
big.
stuff?
I don't do Twitter and I stay off Facebook.
That's a difference.
A lot of youth stay off of Facebook. They despise Facebook. They don't want anything. I'm like them, in other words. I'm not unlike them. I'm like them. That's my point, I think. I think that's all I'm saying is as much as you want to note the difference, as much as I interact with people of all these different generations, I just have a different, belief, I guess, about what's common and what's not common. And I interact with people in their early 20s to their
So
late
do I,
50s.
man. I do plays, and I meet people from all different kinds of backgrounds.
Well, I'm sure, but yours are coordinated within a vocation, and mine are open within a field of population and public movement. It's a different restrictive category, and I know. Like I said, as much as you tell me of the difference, I can believe in the difference. I'm not saying there's not a difference.
I question and ask, man, because I'm interested. I want to know the differences in their world as opposed to mine. I lived, when I went and house sat for my daughter for half a year or there, all of her friends were 30 and younger. Most of them were 25 and younger. And I was around them all the time.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
dude, I talked to them. They told me about their world. One of the things that I find really amazing is their attraction to chemicals. I seek out
drugs.
chemicals, man. Chemicals in general, because they grew up.
Well,
on
they're
chemicals.
not chemists. You're talking about ingesting them.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about ingesting them, but it is.
Well, I'm interested in chemicals myself right now.
Are you interested in chemicals?
Well, here, flip my light on there for a sec. I'm trying to find my inhalant, but what I'm saying is this: now the drum circle is not non-special; it's special. But my oh, there it is. So my God. See now that to me my bigger disconnect with the youth has to do with the fact like a ski lady came onto my bus who's at least 15 years younger than me, at least, and I tell her, even though I have a boner, I'm like, look, see, my feet are destroyed, lady. I cannot ski with you. Now I used to ski. I have that in common, and she's a skier. And granted, the new generation they have better jumps, they have more slides, they have more rails, they have more stunts, they have more snowboards, they have more access to media, and they're quite frankly a looser-gooser thing, and I get that. But I am not interactive and influential. And if the question is, why do I believe that my import into that generation has any facilitation or need or desire to be, it doesn't matter. I'm putting it forward. They're picking it up. They're paying me to pick up what it is I'm laying down. Like, this isn't mine. This is another lady's. That's a real hunk of art right there. I got it, and it's unique. That's an original, and I have it, and it's an import from a younger generation, and it's a trade. And while humans are alive, this idea of the dissection, the twisting off, like a clown balloon, you twist it off such that this air does not reach that pocket anymore,
It's
and
not
that pocket
the air
doesn't.
doesn't reach that pocket.
That's my
It's
point.
different.
That's
Yeah,
my point. So we're on the
Maybe
same
I'm
page in
speaking
that regard.
Too strong a terms, but I don't mean it in that.
But I don't. One
But the
doesn't
world is
seed
different.
to the other.
What?
Right? It is different.
The
But
world
one,
is still
I don't.
different, and it's their world and not ours.
No, it's our, or it is our, no, that's wrong. That's incorrect. It is our world. It is yours and mine and theirs.
It
It is not theirs.
it
You don't
is
just
our
give it over
world.
to the young, like, hey, you
No.
2-year-olds, you run the world. Go ahead, 2-year-olds, run the
It
world.
is our world because we are still here, but the world is designed around and a world in which they understand much better than we do.
No. There's plenty of mature adults that entered into the internet and even more know details, more coding, and more things than their generation ever could. And they're more matured and grown. Take John, for example. John is more mature within his younger age than the average 15-year-old, even though the 15-year-old is more immersed in the internet than John or our generation
And
ever were.
John would tell you that the distance between him and a 25-year-old and a 20-year-old is significantly different. Probably more so than someone
I don't deny the
59
difference.
to 40. And that difference being,
I don't deny the difference.
And the difference being in the way that they view and interact with the world, it changes.
But you're categorizing, you're generalizing. Are you talking about Americans? Are you talking about Utahns? Or are you talking
I'm
about?
talking about age groups because it's.
Are you talking about people in the Congo and people in San Salvador and people in New Jersey are all of the? If they're the same age, let's say we're talking about 20-year-olds in those 3 areas. Let's see, you got 5 areas: Ukraine, San Salvador, the Congo, New Jersey, and Salt Lake City. And you're going to say we're going to take a poll and we're going to talk about commonalities and dissimilarities amongst these 20-year-old population. You're going to tell me that you're going to find a huge commonality amongst all of those disparate areas.
You're going to find a lot of dissimilarities, and you're also going to find a lot of commonalities.
Well, you could say that anywhere.
You can say that, and you can
I'm
say
just saying
that
you're trying to make the differences more, and you're saying John would say the differences are more. Well, you're just saying
I think you could see it in the way that our young people are voicing their opinions, and the fact that McDonald's can't hire enough people.
Well, let me
I
ask
think
you
can
this.
see that in the difference in how our generations view the way things are changing, and they're changing on that young end.
But let me say this: like in Greek times, there were old men that got. Well, no. I'm trying to illustrate a separation of, like, in Greek times, there were older men with younger boys that were who were in an acceptable relationship in almost an intergenerational homoerotic sense. And what I'm trying to say is, if there are patterns that occur, right, where, like this 18-year-old shows up to me in the park and says, oh, our generation is so much more liberal than yours, we're willing to do things that your generation wouldn't think of. And that's practically verbatim what this chick said. And I'm thinking, like, the mere fact that this... No, I'm not denying it, but my point is all she's doing is reiterating something that occurred in Greek times. So even if it skipped our generation or eclipsed whole millennia, it doesn't mean that it's not a pattern or an oscillation of intergenerational.
It's a pattern, not it's about what these kids are doing as opposed to what you're doing. Who gives a fuck?
But the point is, the
point is they're doing it and you're not.
No, you keep saying what am I not doing is what I'm asking you. What am I not doing?
What you
I'm
said
asking.
is that it's what she said, and you said that there's an element of truth into what she was saying. So what I'm saying is it doesn't matter who else did it and how long ago they did it. The point is the difference that she was talking about between these two.
No, I know, but
because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about Rome.
Well, no, you're talking about 5-year segments. You said John would say that those that are 25 and those
John
that are
has
20.
Let me put it that way. John has said.
Right. So John's busy segmenting 5-year segments.
No, John is recognizing the differences between how he views the world and how people that close to him view it differently than him.
Under his age and over his age?
I'm
or just
about,
under his age?
I don't know. You'd have to talk to John about
well,
that.
John lived with us.
To me, the difference
John got along with us. We're both older than John.
So, well, you would have to ask John that question, but what I'm telling you, John told me, is his view of the difference between his age and the people coming to him.
I don't mind that. When I was 25, I can tell you what the difference between myself and 25. And I told this guy online, I said, look, at the age of 30, I was less willing to fuck an 18-year-old than I am when I'm 50. When I'm 50, I'm more likely to screw an 18-year-old than when I was 30. I said, now, why is this phenomenon the case? Is that a cultural thing? Is this a personal thing? Is this a reiterative trend pattern? I don't know. Well, just lean on what John said.
But for me personally, I will say this. I think the difference between my sisters and I is probably, I think it took a longer period of time for the differences to show up when it comes.
Because see, and here's another thing: you have kids, so you have a different relationship of an adult human. Like your children are older than, like your oldest child is in their 30s, I'm assuming. And so because of that, you have a generational sustained gap that is, and this ties back to what we were talking about. Because I don't have a child, I'm busy not disambiguating these generational differences to the discrete separation that I believe you are, or how you're interpreting data of what a generational difference means or is. And I think it's a type of top-down allowance that you grant it. Yeah. I mean, I think it's not impossible.
I mean, you interact with that child and you interact with your friends and the people around them. And yeah, so you see, it is more maybe possibly more good.
Well, it'd be more prohibitional for like if I hooked up with a 24-year-old, and let's say you hooked up with a 24-year-old, it would be more difficult on you to bring a 24-year-old home than it would be for me. Why? Because I don't have a kid.
Why would that be more difficult?
It'd be more difficult because you have a kid that's older than the person you're dating. Well, I presume that you would find that to be right. I make a presumption. So my point is that you make a generational presumption. I make a generational relational presumption. And my question to you is, you can say all you want, the next generation is different. As much as the difference is, I can say there's a relational comparative similarity that I'm engaged in. I indulge in what I find connective amongst these people that are younger instead of what is distinctively different. Although I do occasionally see myself as different or apart from, for the most part, my observation is my engagement, not the separation. And so to me, it has to do with similarity versus noting the dissimilarity. The dissimilarity, right. That's what I mean. That's a hypocrisy. This is why it's a hypocrisy. Sliding scale, right? Sliding scale of hypocrisy is a type of cognitive dissonance, and I get that. But at the same time, like that's why a sliding scale of hypocrisy, that phrase, means that whatever I claim, I will go against in behavior because I'm not certain when the violation of my behavior will fall within the category of that which contradicts my claim. And so I'll move in a hypocritical position. In any case, migrational categories, fluid categories. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't.
I love the younger generation, but I don't hang out with them as much as I used to.
Well, they don't. There is.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's almost like watching children, or it's like what? Well, it's not. It's not. Like when I watch women in their early 20s interact with each other or interact with me, there's something that, I mean, it's different than when I was their age, but they seem also the same as the women that I was meeting. I was just meeting them from a different my angle instead of their angle, adjusting And I mean, I realize that it's a sliding, like they're not the women that I met, but I'm not the guy that once met the women that believed in the commonality, whatever the normative behavior was of the 80s and the 90s and the 70s, whatever.
What I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's like,
Exactly what I'm
and
talking
they don't have it. Like they don't have what we have. And I was
about.
explaining,
No, they
like,
have their own thing.
yeah, they have their own thing, but
Different than what we have.
no, but my point is this: I have everything they have, and they don't have what I have.
No, you don't have everything that they have.
Well, I don't have everything that
No,
like
you don't even.
my parents didn't have Atari, and I had Atari. I had Nintendo and ColecoVision. My parents didn't have that, right? So I get that they have something I don't have, but I have access to everything that they have.
But you don't. So
What do you mean? That is a presumption on your part. I totally.
On my part. You have an Xbox in this house. You have.
No, that's our generation. That's our
No,
generation.
it's not.
Xbox isn't our generation.
The gaming industry is.
I'm of Generation X. What do you mean?
$12 billion. So it's not our generation.
Oh, I don't even have a
We spend much
TV.
more time and much more money on gaming than we ever did. But let me make this.
Wait, you're not talking about the Congolese or the Ukrainians nor the Chinese 20-year-olds. So you're talking about American
No, I'm
Americans.
not talking about American 20-year-olds because $12 billion has been generated in America alone.
So you think
But
the
anyway.
Congolese 20-year-olds have
Chinese
Xboxes?
definitely do. They have shops.
All of them
They just
do?
don't do gaming. But anyway, before we get
Okay.
into those kind of silly arguments, one last point to make you about one.
Go ahead.
Uh,
I'm just going into dark. I can hear everything once I.
at 50, I was still hanging around 20, 25, 30-year-olds a lot. At 60, I'm not.
Well, but why?
Because there are fewer connect points.
And whose fault is that?
It's not anybody's fault. It's just the reality of it is. The things that they find important aren't that important.
So is it cultural?
It's just a changing of it's just a change. It's not anybody's fault. It's just a change.
Well, I do agree with that. Although the remnant legal structure and the remnant structure from the past that imbues on the contemporary generation doesn't go without. It's not like evaporated like
What I
old.
want you to do, man, these 20-somethings that you're interfacing with in the park, I want you to ask them if they do gaming.
Well, yeah, I can ask them. Okay, I will ask them. I'll just ask them, hey, do you game, or how often do you game, or something like that. I'll take a poll. Like John is an introvert nerd compared to a lot of these drug using junkie people that are women into fashion and showing their Kardashian ass off as opposed to playing video games. But there's a presumption that everyone that's under 25 necessarily spends 18 hours behind a video game.
Ask them if they game.
Well, okay. If somebody asked me if I game, I'd say super very unrarely. If I ask them, do you game? Do you play video games? And they say yes, I'm gonna follow it up with how often. And then if they say, oh, once a month, if the girl says once a month, I'll say, oh, okay, I'll have to note that because that would be significant than 18 hours a day on some.
Why would that be significant? How many times do you play games? Do you play once a month?
No, I play once every 5 years.
Okay, so it's still significantly more than you do.
No, but still significantly less than this idea of what it is you're saying, like, is so important.
What is the idea of what I'm saying? I'm saying they game. So if it's significantly more than you do, there's not a difference there?
What is significant?
You just said, if they said once a month, you would take that as not being significant. If once a month is more than once every 5 years, then I'd say that's pretty significant.
Well, yeah, but if it's
doing it 60 times to your 1, I say that's significant.
Yeah, but for 16 hours a day versus once a month.
We're not talking about 16 hours a day. We're talking about a generational thing.
No.
60 times to your 1, I say is significant.
Okay, now all I'm saying is this. If there's 3 20-year-olds and 2 of them say, I play games for 5 hours.
I bet you don't find very many people that say once every 5 years.
No, they won't say it to my level. But if I talk to a lady and she says, I game for 1 hour once a month, that to me is a significant decrease than I play 5 hours every day.
Well,
it's an exponential extension.
You're putting some sort of.
You're putting some sort of.
On it.
You're putting something on it.
To how much you can.
If,
so you can put some kind of random number on it if you want to, but it means nothing.
Well, are you talking about video game? No, you're the one granting the.
That's going to be 60 hours to your 1 hour in 5 years.
My point is the difference if you had an exponent to once a month versus 16 hours a day.
Yeah, that's random, man.
It's not random. It's like instead of an exponent, it's like a something to the exponent of 4.
Your generation plays. We're not talking about.
No, it's not a look. In one respect, John is my generation. In one respect, John is my generation.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
How? He's 20 years younger than you are.
I don't know if he's 20 years. You're 10 years older than I am.
He just had a birthday. I know how old John is. John is significantly younger than you. He's not part of your generation.
Well, you can say he's not, but then what's a generation? 20 years? 10 years? 5 years?
It's generally thought of as being 10 years.
I thought it was 20 years. Now there's a scrutiny on what a generation is. It's fine if you want to fall to the formality of what's claimed as Z, Boomer, X, Millennial.
So you're saying John is the same generation as an 11-year-old?
No, you're saying that because I'm busy saying John's closer to my generation than he is to an 11-year-old.
You said John. You said 20 years, so that would mean John is the same generation as an 11-year-old.
Yeah, contemporaneously, if it runs on both sides, then you would say that. If you're saying it's 10 margin on any area, like 10 years above and 10 years below, then I'd say, okay, that's a 20-year margin. I'll fall for that. And then I'll say John's not the same generation. But when I say, well, put it this way, I'm closer to John's generation than you are, and I significantly behave differently than John did, but I'm not representative of my own generation. You're busy using me as a metric based on some ubiquitous notion that I represent my own generation. I'm a fluke. I'm a novelty compared to my own generation. Most people in my generation play more video games than you know.
This is what the definition of a generation is.
What? No, you're going to tell me this is a formality of what a definition
the same
of a
age and have
generalization
similar
is.
ideas, problems, and attitudes.
Ooh, that one's abstract and
An entire body of
non-chronological.
individuals born or living about the same time, most of whom are approximately the same age and have similar ideas, problems, and attitudes.
Approximately, that within millennia, 20 years is definitely within approximation. Even the living contemporaneous 80-year gaps could be the same generation in a millennial metric.
I don't think they put a millennial metric in that definition.
Well, Noam Chomsky can communicate with an 18-year-old.
And there is hate to be made in arguing that because of technology and the changes that are happening so quickly, that those generational gaps are becoming smaller.
There is an
because
argument
problems and attitudes are changing more quickly.
There's an argument to believe that.
I mean, I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility. There is a belief in circles that that's happening. In fact, that's why John said he feels less connected to people 5 years younger to him than he does.
Yeah, but once again, my extension and my connection with people that are 20 years my junior is more compatible than John's differentiation with people 5 years his younger. And so because I perceive a connective value it doesn't mean that I'm lying or I'm wrong or I'm not communicating with people beyond I'm eclipsing John's definition.
But there are differences. There are different problems, and there are different attitudes.
No, but that goes laterally amongst the current generation. Even people my age, there's difference amongst all those things. You haven't said anything novel.
But the demarcation line is the people who grew up with social media as opposed to people who didn't. John did not grow up with social media, so there is a demarcation line in all.
Oh, what 2005?
That is
what you're going to say? What year is this of 2005? Isn't that when Facebook and social media started?
People who are considered to be of the social media generation are Facebook came into being in the early 2000s, late
2005, I'm guessing. That's why I say 2005.
I think
that's the year I think Facebook started online.
Popular, but I think it was around earlier than that. But I think
social media, like MySpace.
MySpace predated Facebook.
Yes,
I'm talking Facebook really more.
What do you mean social networking? Then
social media.
Social media means Facebook. It means Instagram. It doesn't mean the pre-Facebook internet.
That's what I'm saying. But Facebook wasn't. I can look it up. Facebook was not started in 2005. That was about the time it started becoming popular.
You could look it up. I'm assuming
all this is all factual data.
Well, I mean, when they filed their business, I'm not going to disagree when Facebook started. I'm just trying to say social media means a conglomerate of the internet that brings people together and makes them socialize.
February 4, 2004 is when it started.
All right. Well, anyway, and so the point is like all of us grew up into that. Meaning, even my niece was born in 2003. So at the age of 1.5 or whatever, she was part of the generation that was brought up in social media. Is when she started to get consciousness. She was immersed in a social media climate that neither John's generation nor mine nor yours was a part of, and you could call it demarcation point. Well, no, I know, but this is what I mean by.
Let me ask you this: so, do you think there's a difference between the television generation and a radio generation? You obviously do, because of what you said. Yeah, and that's a demarcation point as well. Social media was the next one.
Yeah, but okay. Now, what is the current generation called, and what is their immersion level in social media?
I can tell you what the current age is called.
No, I mean, before 2004, there was a group. Then apparently you're saying there's a demarcation point at 2004. And so what would you call someone in 2022 with cryptocurrency? Isn't cryptocurrency a new demarcation point? Isn't that a new economic definition of one's relationship to economy? I would imagine that in 2010 would be a demarcation point, the advent of cryptocurrency.
It's an economic demarcation point, but we're talking about...
It's a cultural demarcation point.
It's financial, and not everyone is involved in it.
So not everyone's involved in social media.
The majority of people.
The majority of people are affected by cryptocurrency, whether they're involved in it or not. They're affected
by it. I mean,
so they're not involved, but they're affected. Just like someone's not involved in social media, but they're affected.
Most people are affected by politics, but they're not involved in it.
Right.
So that's a mute kind of point.
No, I don't think it's mute, but I'm just trying to say wherever you're going to delimit a demarcation point.
There's a demarcation point because it's a difference in how
in
people view the
media
world and
apprehension,
people
but that's why I say
interact with the world.
cryptocurrency is a significant thing, and that occurs in roughly 2010.
It hasn't changed how people interact with the world.
It does. Crypto does.
It
Big
hasn't
time.
changed how people
It entirely
interact with the
does.
world.
It entirely does. Therefore,
It
it's a
has not.
demarcation point.
People still buy stuff. People still go out and socialize. People still do the same.
No,
stuff.
but people
It
are
doesn't
moving
change how people
cryptocurrency.
go about
No,
doing
they
that.
do Venmo. They use social
Use
economy.
Venmo. You can use Venmo
is
with dollars.
huge.
It's not Venmo is not only crypto.
Venmo is included within the crypto timeline, meaning
But
since crypto
it's
came
not
about.
connected to crypto.
No,
So
it's
is Cash
definitely
App.
connected to
Cash
crypto.
App is included in the
App
crypto
is,
timeline,
so
but
is
you don't have to
Venmo.
have anything to do with crypto to be able to use Cash
I'm
App.
just trying to
or
say,
Venmo.
if you're going to say an advent as huge as crypto is
Well,
not a delineation point
It's
for
not a
deciphering.
demarcation point for us socially. There's not going to be an age named
Well, at what
because
point
of
will
crypto.
crypto
There
be?
is an age
What point?
named
What point?
because
What point?
of social
Just
media.
answer the question. At what point will crypto become a demarcation point in your mind?
It is not a demarcation point, and
So-
it is yet to be determined on whether or not
So
it
you're
may
saying it
become
may
one.
never
As
be
of
a
right
demarcation
now,
point
there is
in-
not an age determined and named because of crypto, because the majority of people do not function in crypto. It is not the majority currency in the world. It's not.
So it's like 2004 for Facebook, and then the advent of when most people got on. More than 50% of the population got onto Facebook, and so as soon as 50% maybe of the population inherits crypto, then you'll say that's a demarcation point. At some point, you'll retrospectively design.
Determined. You can make up
I'd
all
say
kinds
it
of
is.
numbers and time frames and bullshit like that.
Yeah.
But what it is it's yet to be determined because crypto could crash, which
Well,
looks like it's doing
but-
anyway.
Okay, now
So-
my
So we can make
real-
up all kinds of stuff about crypto because we can.
Well, what I'm
but
saying
it
is
doesn't
this.
mean anything.
Well, what I'm saying is this: if you went to the Congo, you flew into a village in the
And we go
Congo.
with the ifs and stuff again.
No.
man. It's all
This isn't an if.
hypotheticals.
This isn't
Your
an if.
arguments-
Look.
you
Would you
cannot
just
make
let
an
me
article.
speak?
You
Can
cannot
I
make
speak?
an argument without using some sort of hypothetical.
It's
if,
not a
when,
hypothetical.
If
Look.
isn't
Look.
hypothetical. If isn't
You're-
hypothetical,
look.
you're really going to stand on that?
No.
If isn't
There is a
hypothetical.
Congo. There's a place called the Congo. That's not an if, right?
No,
You're not
if
gonna
you were
deny
in
that.
the Congo,
Right.
it's a hypothetical.
Right.
Congo
It's a
isn't a
counterfactual.
hypothetical. But
You're
if
busy.
you
You're
were in
busy
the Congo,
telling me
it's a
when the
hypothetical.
generation
So are you willing to say
begins.
if you were in a
Okay.
Congo is a hypothetical? Let's get that.
Okay,
Let's get that out
when
first.
did social?
If you were in a
When?
No,
Right.
before I go on with your
So
question,
when social
before I
media
go on with your
became,
question,
when
if
social
you were in
media
the Congo,
became
is that a
adopted.
hypothetical?
So here we got
If you were
2004,
in the
and then
Congo, is that- no, if you
2005.
were in the
We have
Congo, is that a hypothetical?
adoption.
And let's get some reality into this. If you were in the Congo, is that a hypothetical? Is that hypothetical?
Yeah, I've never been to the hypothetical.
Good. Okay, then my point is
Now-
proved. As a
No.
hypothetical.
Now
Thank
let
you
me.
very much.
Okay, now let
Now
me.
go on with your question.
Thank you. So when you have the advent in 2000, late 2004 of Facebook, I believe you pulled that up, yes, and we agreed that was 2004. That at one point later on, but not a definitive point, a spectral point later on, was called adoption, when the majority of the population adopted something. Now that where you are on that spectral line is a hypothetical.
I don't think that's what the
Wait,
the name
shut,
of the
hush,
page is
hush,
about.
hush.
No.
You told me to speak. I'm speaking and I'm asking. Somewhere between the advent of Facebook and the adoption of Facebook is a line that you find significant, and it's hypothetical as to when the generation became the social media generation that you're so busy arguing about. Like, oh, the social media generation that they are was the, and I'm just saying, this is a spectral ray, almost like people go to the Congo and they interact and they have a post a little thing, and it's real, it exists, and hang on, and there's called Starlink, and there's what's called the internet, and the internet is in the Congo, but it's not at the same population. They don't have 5G the same way they don't have the infrastructure the way we do. But the Congolese people that are 20 years old, some of them get along on Facebook. Hang on.
My point, this could go
Well,
anywhere.
my point is
Hang on.
about
You want to talk
Congo.
self-service? Did you want to let me finish my point?
So
You
make
want
a
to
point
let
about
me? Do you know my
Congo,
point? Do you know my
about
point? Do you
Congo.
know my point? Do you know my point? Because I don't believe you know my point. My point is this: as you're busy trying to talk about what's hypothetical and not hypothetical, you're busy trying to tell me between 2004 and fucking somewhere else, there's a hypothetical adoption point that defines what quote unquote said generation is. And I'm just trying to say, regionally in the Congo, there's a difference of the same generation that's living at the same time we are, that is over here, that is not adopting. And somehow you want to
How
talk
do you
about.
know they're not adopting? You don't know dick
No,
about the
you
Congo.
don't. Yo, that's
fuck do you
hypothetical.
know about
You
the
don't know,
Congo?
Dick. You don't
You
know
can
what
sit here
you're
and say
talking
all
about.
day
You don't know,
long
Dick.
that
I
they're
know
not
more about the Congo
then-
than you do.
Then how
I
do-
know more
how do
data
all
about
of
that
these- how
place.
do all these
I've been
internet
to Africa.
cons come
My
from
point.
Congo
My
if
point
they're
is.
not involved with the internet?
My point is, you didn't
Dude,
even let
I'm
me
talking
drive my
about
point, and you're
sociology.
trying to thwart my point.
I'm not. Yeah.
Why are you
because I'm
thwarting
talking
my
about
point?
sociology.
You haven't even let me get to my point. Why would you
Well,
argue with
because
a non-appointed point?
Okay,
What I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say.
Going, but you're making points.
Look. Just let me pull together the fucking picture.
Yeah,
Look,
but it's
right.
Go ahead.
Like when you got,
And
you're
wrap it
doing
up, bro.
cat's cradle on your hands, you're using multiple fingers. You're using about six
So how many
fingers.
analogies
Six.
do we have to go
Hang
through,
on.
man?
There's 6 points on a cat's cradle,
How
right?
many analogies do you have to make
Just
to
shut
make a
up and
point,
fucking
man?
listen then. Would you not
But
want to
we're on
compete
your
with the
fifth
complexity?
analogy, dude.
Look, just allow me to fucking all you do is talk over me, man. Like, why are you talking over me?
We both do our share of that.
No, I know, but hang on.
We both do our share of that.
I know, just cut me a fucking break, because get a load of this. The Congolese 20 to 30-year-olds that are below the age of John are different than the Salt Lake City natives, or your notion of America, or your notion of Ukraine, your notion of China. These are all different populations that share A, the same age chronologically as a biological human, and B, their relationship to social media and their adoption is on a different timeline, and their lives are so incredibly different that the notion that their internal apparatus has 4G, 5G, quick access, and the majority of their population have cell phones and laptops and interact with this is brand new. It's a new demarcation point that does not apply to everything you're trying to categorize about the U.S. generation, because you've never left the country. So you're busy trying to categorize an omni on the U.S.
The difference
and it's
between you and I don't sit and make shit up.
No, you're making this shit up. You made this up.
What
What do you mean?
It's my turn to talk.
Go ahead, tell me I'm making shit up.
Sociologists and how they the naming of the ages, and it's not specific to each area. It's looking at the world in a generalized fashion and along those age groups. And so there is.
That's what I mean. There's a huge variance. There's a huge variance.
There's enough of the world that has made a shift in their attitudes and the way that they're interacting with the world and the problems that exist because of their interaction with, that we have created a new age called the meta-modern age, because it is dictated by a different frame of view and perspective and how we relate to one another.
Yeah, I'm speaking within that.
So it's based on sociologists and it's based on science. It's not me looking at the Congo, which I don't know dick about, and saying, defining what 20-year-olds are like in the Congo.
No, I know, but if you can't say there's a variability amongst Congolese 20-year-olds and U.S. 20-year-olds, if you don't believe
not
there's
about that. What I'm talking about
then
is
you're making a mute point. Your point is mute. Your point is mute.
So you're denying science, right?
No, I'm not. I'm denying that
I'm talking about science.
You're ignoring a data point. You've ignored a data point in your science. You've ignored it. You're ignoring.
I'm talking about sociology.
Right, and I'm talking about the Congolese difference between
the generalized generations across the world.
Yeah, you believe in something that isn't true. You're counterfactual. You're lying. You're hypotheticalizing now about the not. You believe that
if I was in the Congo.
Okay, so let me say this. Do you think
How many Congolese 20-year-olds play video games, and how many hours a day?
I just looked up the Congo, and they said e-commerce and gaming are the two most popular.
Yeah, let's see
uses
how
of the
many
internet.
do people in the Congolese. Let's just look this. Why don't we just disambiguate this little argument of ours, right? So,
What?
just so you submit to the idea that the Congolese people are playing fewer video games per hour per capita than the U.S. people. That's my argument. Are you going to suggest they're playing the same amount? Let's play this. Let's play this game right now. Right now.
No,
Vince.
no,
Quit
no,
bullshitting
no,
me
and that's your
admit.
game. Your
Just
game
fucking
is you.
admit it.
Your game is
They
you bring up
don't
totally
do it the
random
same.
bullshit.
You're busy.
So
No,
you
you're
can get. No,
you're
you're
making up a
that's your
nationalist.
game.
You're a nationalist.
No, I never
You're more
said
Trumpian than I am.
No.
You're more a Trump populist nationalist
and that's your
than I
game.
ever were.
I never
Because
said
you're
anything
busy
like
trying to
that.
tell me the
You're
way
throwing out some
generations
kind of
are.
random bullshit so
No,
you
it's
can
not
feel like
random
you're right.
bullshit.
Because I
Okay.
never said
So
anything
you're
like
saying
what you're saying.
Congolese people
never
have
said-
video games and
No,
play
I
it
did
as
not
often
say
as
anything
we
like
do.
that. I never
That
said
was
anything
my
like that.
contention. Why
No,
are you
no.
arguing on a contention? How is this not a problem? Like,
You never
that's
said
my
anything
argument. I
about
just
gaming.
laid what
You
the
were talking
argument
about
was.
social media. You never said anything about
No, I
gaming.
just
But if it makes you
barely
feel right
said
and it makes you
that.
feel better,
I barely-
go ahead and look it up and feel good
Okay,
about
so
that. If it
you
makes
think
feel better,
you were
go ahead.
okay? Let's make it. It
Go
won't
ahead.
be video games. It'll
Go
be
ahead.
social media.
That-
Do
that's
more
your game,
Congolese
man.
20-year-olds
randomize,
enjoy
Mike.
social media than
Mike.
American social
You
media?
know I'm not going to let you
people?
get away with the randomization.
No, it's
stuff,
not a
man.
random.
You
It's my
randomize,
point is
dude.
this: it's
It has
regional.
nothing to do
You're
with
busy.
what we were talking about.
You're
You
busy
just
talking
jump
about
points.
generations.
You
and you're
just
speaking
jump
about them
points.
as if it's true.
No, you're talking
You
about
believe in
gaming
the
now,
truth.
dude. You're talking about Congolese and gaming. I
I'll
don't know how we
retract
got
it.
to
I'll
there.
reel it
I
back
don't know how we
to
got to there.
social
I
media.
don't
Do
understand.
Congolese people use social media more per capita than Western?
Of course not, dude. Because they don't have
Thank
as
you.
much.
That's all I
access.
was asking
But
for.
what point
That's
does that have to have to do
What
with what
I
we were
rest
talking
my
about?
case
It's just some
is
random
what the
point
point
thrown
is.
out so that you
No,
can
you
feel
admit it.
right,
I rest my
because it has
case.
nothing to do with what we were actually fucking talking
No,
about.
no, no. What
It's
were we
just
talking
random
about
ass
then? That's what I
bullshit,
was
dude.
talking about.
And then you know
What
I'm
I'm
gonna
trying.
call
No,
you
no,
on
no.
that
What?
random ass
Look,
bullshit.
no, it's
every
not
fucking
random. It's
time.
not random. It's
That's
regional.
random ass
It's
bullshit.
regional,
We were
not
talking
random.
about who has greater access to the internet. It never was part of the conversation. So it's random ass
Social
bullshit.
media, video games, internet, and
It's random ass
generations
bullshit
was our
because we weren't talking
conversation.
about what countries have the most access to the internet. That's just random ass bullshit.
No, you were talking
That's random ass
ubiquitously
bullshit, dude.
about what
I'm calling
generations
you on it.
were,
I'm
and I was
calling you on it.
just distributing
I'm
it.
calling you on
Okay,
it.
Salvadorians. I'm going to look up
calling you on it.
San Salvadorian
Dude,
20-year-olds.
Say, man.
San
I'm gonna ask you for a
Salvadorian
favor.
20-year-olds.
I'm gonna ask you for a big favor. Can I hit your pipe?
Oh, no, yeah, I mean, yes. I
Are
mean,
you
yes.
sure?
No, yeah, I'm not worried
I don't
about
want
the
to
flame.
call you a problem.
Okay.
No, if it's gonna cause
No,
you a
it's
problem,
no,
if you're
no,
running
you're
low
wrong.
or anything, man, please don't.
No,
You got me. You got me laughing.
dude, we're killing it.
I'm
We're
laughing,
killing it. We're
dude.
killing
You got
it,
me
man.
crack-
This
you
is
got me
killing it.
cracking up, dude. That's awesome.
I like.
I'm gonna
like
miss
going
you, man.
forward. I'm
I'm gonna miss you, dude. I'm gonna miss you.
I do too. Like, it's gonna be weird. Things will be differently weird because and I feel I didn't know that you were going Airbnb. I thought you were leasing. I didn't know when you said that. I'm like, oh man, that's a different scenario because it frames things. Airbnb is a different scenario than just mere leasing or lease optioning. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, you're welcome. That's industrial state grade yum there. Well, okay.
It's better than last time.
Well, see, God, I was trying to figure out, like, okay, if I have to wrestle politicians, I have to wrestle in public. I have to be able to fall into defensive crevices and reframe the argument. So in this particular reframing, the goal was to take, obviously, what I believe was a first world relationship to games, which everything you said seems to hold a truism to it, and then compare it to an infrastructure that is obviously not as dense as the current first world infrastructure.
20%.
Comparing
Look it up. 20% of Congolese have access to the internet.
Well, and that's a huge amount, but 20% is still less
But
probably
that's
than the U.S.
Wow, man. That's a small number when you think about it.
Yeah,
20%.
1/5 compared to,
And see, that's the thing, and that's why I was like, okay, if Starlink, in this idea of what low-level internet access globally around the world can be the case, but then the whole point had like, okay, my bigger fear, other than just the data collection, has to do with international settlement banks and who controls banks that control central currency, such that there's one overlord over all of the international monetary fundage, and that somehow that elite group can negotiate nations top down based on just deficiting them and inflating or not inflating the US dollar as the world's hegemonic currency. And I'm just like, okay, if that's the case, I don't believe it is the case yet, because China and Russia and the ruble and the currencies, but I think Klaus Schwab and the other indicators are they're trying to find a central bank for central banks. And if there's a central bank to central banks, that'll finally be the world empire. Like a one world global economic settlement bank that controls all global currency, and everything else will just be a subgenre, a drama, almost like U.S. constitutional policy is almost so outdated and antiquated that the application and the appeal to it is merely an ideology, and it doesn't have any actual play in that we are already submitted to the greater powers that control the central banking and the currency global.
Let me put it this way, man. There's a lot of hands that have power now that would have to give that power up for that to happen. So if that were to happen, it would definitely be multicultural, and a lot of the same hands that are running things now would be running things then.
There would be somebody above us running hands, and I wouldn't know which of their hands were
what I'm
running
saying is it'd be the same people that are running things now. They're just running it regionally in a lot of cases.
Well, even the king killed its barons, or the barons got killed around the kings. And I'm thinking, well, if central banks, like if the U.S. Fed was tied to the International and Monetary Fund, and the U.S. Fed writes off all of its billions of things, and then how it settles it is by making other countries labor to pay off a debt that this country's incurred, such that they have to pay more in labor than the value of the currency that they're indebted to in order to get out of debt, kind of like an interest rate.
Isn't that already happening, honestly?
No, but it is,
because they're working for
globally it's different. Globally, it would be like.
But is it? Because we have these global companies, and they are working the populations of these countries. Much to the to the, what's the word I'm looking for?
The deftness.
I like it, but not. It's not in the favor of the people that's working for them. They're not getting great care or wages, and it's also because, in part of that and other things, not very good for the countries in which they're working, in which they have, like, Brazil benefits from American and other international companies that are working within its rainforest.
But it's also devastated.
But it's also devastated.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's
exactly.
what I mean. Like the U.S. dollar, the fact that the U.S. controls the U.S. dollar. My belief, and maybe I'm wrong, but my belief is still that it was also the petrodollar. So all other currencies through Saudi Arabia had to be paid in U.S. dollars, meaning they had to translate and convert their dollar bills to buy it. And now, just recently in the Biden administration, there's a dislocation where the ruble and the yuan of China can be now traded, and we no longer have the monopoly on the petrodollar, which is one of, I believe, our pillars. Military, petrodollar, that one's gone. We have military spending. China's technology and its increase. They know that we're limited. They know that we've overextended, and they know that now they can get in on Saudi Arabian oil, and they know that their trades are not controlled by the U.S. Meaning our empire, the U.S. empire, has not only competition, it's got entanglements, and we're supposedly on the decline.
Wow.
And I don't know whether you believe that. I believe we're on the
But
decline.
even if it's true, what's the problem? I mean,
Well,
do you believe in American exceptionalism?
Yeah,
I mean,
I
it's
believe
competition.
banking's not.
It's
It's
competition.
not American exceptionalism.
But
I
it's
don't believe in
competition.
that. Yeah,
So
we're
you think-
outraged. They have more engineers. They produce more PhDs. They produce faster. They have more people to qualify
So
in all these positions.
you would rather have an equitable system than a system that operates more fairly.
No, I
simply
want a fair.
because
No. I'm
simply
encouraging
because
this.
you're not prepared for a system that operates more fairly.
No. That's not it at all. My thoughts are like I like the idea of global equanimity or a type of currency balance. The thing
Control.
I don't want.
You like the idea of control.
No,
Because that's what the
a
petrodollar
lack of control. What I meant, no, I'm not trying to say that I think the U.S. should maintain the petrodollar. I'm just describing that we've lost the power over it. I'm not saying I agree
That's
with
where
the
it
power
starts.
over
So
it.
do you?
I'm not
how
saying
do
that.
you? How do
What
you
I'm,
feel
what I'm
about
saying is
the
this
move?
is
How-
that
But how do you feel about
well,
the move?
what my
do you think it's the right thing to do?
Well, I, to me, it's not right. It's what's happening. I feel like I'm describing, not prescribing. I'm not trying to prescribe something to it. I'm more like saying, okay, it's obvious now because Saudi Arabia is selling in the yuan and in the ruble and in the dollar that we have lost that contract. Because we lost that contract, the world in at least three major currencies are now taking on global influence and power because everything doesn't have to be translated through the dollar, which is precisely why we inflate the Ukraine with billions of our dollars, because then they'll use them, believe them, faith into that use. And then it's like more people that use your game than their game will inflate the benefactors of your game. But this is my point.
But that's silly because there's a number of different companies that are flooding that are flooding Yukon with funds. It's not like the Americans are the only ones giving them funds. That's just kind of crazy, man.
No.
Britain has given them almost as much money as we have given them. Britain has given Ukraine.
Oh no!
And then France has given, a significant amount as well. I think more than 50% of what America is giving.
I'm okay with.
To say. When it's a war and a humanitarian crisis, it's funny to me.
For 70 years, we've controlled the hegemony of the petrodollar.
I'm trying to make a point. Okay. You've been talking about this thing, and I'm trying to make a point based on what you've been saying about the petrodollar. It's been going on, so I think I can talk now for a little bit. To think that there is that is necessarily representing that instead of being willing to believe that it's a humanitarian action and a political action, that it has to be an economic action when there has been like a wealth of countries, are you saying that those countries are having that same benefit? Is that why they're giving those huge sums of money?
They have a new freedom. Your ruble and the yuan have a new freedom.
Is that enough to give Ukraine several hundred billion, tens of billions of dollars? I don't know.
If Ukraine is flooded with UK pounds and US dollars, and it's flooded
French
with
lira?
and and even yen or whatever they can utilize to trade, it just has to do with what currency is most traded. It's almost like when I went to Ukraine, anyone under 35, now would be probably 38. Anyone under 38 years old would speak English. Anyone over 38 would not necessarily speak English because they started introducing speaking English in their school system 38 years ago.
Yeah, I understand.
And so
But
the
the
adoption
funds
of the US dollar is like an overlay. And now if it's dislocated, that's why we try to dominate by infiltrating. It's almost like what somebody was calling it, like a gift, like I'll benefit if I give away more money or more items or more things. If I distribute more things, it was like more of a dynamic of like if you can overpopulate a value
What the hell was
system.
that? Did you hear that?
It sounded just like a fork drop or some cat action to me.
Oh, I thought it sounded like it was in the hallway to me. So
Well,
I'm sorry.
you can peek. I don't know, but my thought is still just that there's this idea that the U.S. Hegemonic global positioning is not as singular as it once was. And I'm not saying that I believe the U.S. should try to re-up on this and retake the petrodollar. I'm just trying to say that I understand why we overinflate the Ukraine with dollars and or
But
Afghanistan
that's
and
the
or
point
Iraq.
that I was.
or-
I don't understand why you can just think that that's necessarily the cause, man.
Because dollars are based on faith. It's based
All
on a faith
currencies are
system.
based on
Any
faith.
fiat currency is
There's-
based on faith. Other than
There's a
gold.
humanitarian crisis and a war, and practically every country in the world is giving money to Ukraine because of what is happening there. So, I mean, it is.
Well,
kind of-
China isn't because China has a
Of course
friendly
China
agreement with Russia. They're actually
Absolutely.
agree with what
Yeah.
Russia's doing. They're not involved in
It
this,
hasn't been
but
a
they're
secret. Did
okay
you
with.
see all the shit that they did together during
Yeah.
Trump's time in office? I mean, it wasn't like,
Yeah.
I mean, shit, every other month, Russia was
Well,
literally
this
flying
is
up
my
to the
point.
coast of Alaska and just flying up and down the coastline every couple of months after Trump took office. And that was on the regular that they were threatening the U.S. coastline on the American border.
Just like a toy, because that's what I mean is our empire has reached a type of a critical limit, and so we're pulling out any sort of stops. And one of our behaviors that's like a catalyst in an attempt for power is that our monetary early hegemonic economic power. We're still overinflating the world, and we want them to use dollars because we control those dollars, so we have the interest on them. And so my idea is that money and currency is a type of warfare act.
I understand that.
And
And
that
you know,
as
the
a
world banking
warfare-
system was created at the end of World War II, which was the war in which a country actually dropped nuclear bombs on human beings.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
America's power, the day
So
they
it's
dropped
just
those
denying
bombs
nuclear
on
wars
Japan,
online.
they became #1 power in the world.
Oh yeah,
And that's documented.
we won
So-
our dominance after World War II.
So
We did do that.
So, but what I'm saying is, American, we've always had success economically as a country.
Well, not in the
even
30s. Not we were.
that was the Industrial Revolution. Yeah, I mean, the country was built on gin mills that were supplying cotton to.
Right, the initial
You know what I'm saying?
Post declaration of our nation.
This country's always been good at business. That's why it's been able to grow so fast.
But then through steel and plastics and the post
and
in
chemicals.
the late 1800s, and then anyway, the whole point is after the 1913 Federal Reserve Act, then you get a tanking, you get a roaring 20s, then it tanks, and we're in there, and then we go to war.
But
and
there
then
are
we're out, and then we own the world, and we own the currency, and we get the petrodollar contract. And that's when we take over.
There are
And
other
now we're
factors that
now-
led to that collapse, though.
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
sure
it was like a
there was
perfect
something.
storm, man. It wasn't just.
You mean the
was like a
depression of the
perfect storm.
1930s? There's
That
other
led to the
factors.
depression. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's World War One.
there's
World War One, the war machine. We came out into the roaring 20s. Things actually went really well.
that's what I mean. There's a
Economically,
positive thing, but then there was this tanking.
But
I
why
think
the tanking? What happened that caused?
Well,
the
not
tanking?
only was there the 1913 Federal Reserve Act, but there was World War One in a little bit prior to that, and then there was the sell-off of what I think is American assets to pay like perhaps an international debt that allowed the tanking of the U.S. economy. Like the only thing that brought us out of the world of that was World War II.
The main reason
my understanding
for the Depression of 2029 is that it was the most corrupt administration up until the Trump administration in the history of this country. And what was crazy about it is supposedly the president wasn't corrupt himself, but all of the friends he appointed to offices once he became president were corrupt as hell. And they stole money. But not only did they steal money, they allowed a level of graft and corruption and business
the Federal Reserve
that caused the collapse.
But what don't like in my mind, when Jekyll Island and the notion or the history of the Federal Reserve was implemented, and then during a non-session of Congress, it was passed into law, and they dislocated our treasury. At that point, the reaction of American capitalism had to fight and war, and it tanked itself in this war with domestically, intra-America. We collapsed because everyone was on the take, and the Federal Reserve owned now the right of the Treasury. It took away from the Congress purse to its own thing, and that was brand new.
I'm not saying it was necessarily
fucked the system.
I'm not saying it was necessarily a good thing, but the Federal Reserve was a pressure valve. It's a lot like what they did when the stock markets crashed in 2008, and they made the rules about bear markets. It's a lot like the formation of the Federal Reserve was a lot like that. It was a pressure valve for the American economy.
Well, but now since then, now you have stock buybacks of companies as a pressure valve.
But that's
like to reindulge the value of their stocks.
That's from corruption of corporatization.
But it's allowed legally. It became allowed.
But the Federal
for them
Reserve
to do buybacks.
The Federal Reserve doesn't make those rules and doesn't enforce those rules. All the Federal Reserve does is look at the economy and apply interest rates or decrease interest rates. That's what they do. They are a pressure valve. Congress
of stock buybacks. Meaning
Congress
and
and
policy. A good policy would be to refuse
but that policy
corporate buybacks.
But that doesn't come from.
It doesn't solve it.
Come from them. That policy is supposed to come from. What's the one that does the financial crimes? What's that organization? The Securities and Exchange Commission. They are the ones who set those laws.
And so there's bureaucracy would be where a non-voted on official makes a decision. You'd say is a bureaucratic decision. So if there's
I'm not saying it's necessarily good. I'm just saying what its function is for the American economy. But that's why it was developed. It was developed to be a pressure valve to help prevent things from like the Depression from happening. But what happened with the Depression was there was such a crash. There had been so much money either stolen, disappeared, or companies that were impacted by just graft and greed in general, that it was much like the crash of 2008 when people owed more than they had available to pay. And that included banks.
Right. It started with that.
And the Federal Reserve couldn't rescue. I don't even think it existed at that point.
Well, and that's why a housing market crash in 2006 would have also added like ammunition to the tanking of 2008 when the whole economy had to undergo the expenditure from everything from 2001, and the whole war debt came to roost, and that just
came along like any wave does. When you have a deficit or a surplus, you're going to have that condition move forward. And to me, the crunch, the American crunch that and George W. Bush saying with Bernanke, whatever the other guy was of the Treasury, fuck, I can't remember his name now, but that whole idea that they try to pass off the legitimacy of them giving the banks, the government giving banks money with $400,000 to $4 million bonus checks to CEOs, and then you got Occupy Wall Street. Occupy Wall Street is a response to the fact that this fiasco, this shenanigan had taken place, and to have the Goldman Sachs, whatever the fuck his name was, go in and convince Congress to sit before Congress and say, look, our banks not only need the government to bail us out. If you don't do this, the whole system will collapse. The housing market will collapse. The debt structure will be underwater. So they decided a top-down banking loan redistribution, and they said it worked. But what that really meant for me was fuckloads of money got given away to a certain group of bankers, and the bankers tied to the Federal Reserve and the federal banking system made out like fucking bandits.
Man,
just like now, like everything, like whatever's going on, people are making fucking money by the millions.
They did make out like bandits, man. But at the same time, I think what they mean by work is that it prevented another depression. It prevented another depression.
They did thwart a certain collapse by doing so. But the idea of it going,
it was catastrophic. What was possible was a catastrophic.
Well, with like the banking bailout versus the Corona individual distribution of money, right? One is a grassroots distribution of money to the citizenry, so the economics starts from the bottom up. Because if they didn't do that, there would have been so much violence immediately, even in the Corona, that it would have made the January 6th thing look like child's play. Meaning, you can't choke out a whole population without having an overthrow. You can. Certain governments are going to do it. We're probably going to have a hijacking or a jackknifing where there's so much violence, and the direction of that violence is going to disperse civilly, and it'll disperse against the controlling elite. And that's why they're spending all that money on protections, and they're building it, and they're doubling, quadrupling down on controls and allowing certain things. But I don't know the dynamics in terms of like,
I don't know, man. I mean,
defunding the police versus overfund the police versus bring in military
kind of
police.
Crazy in the different kind of perspectives and views that you can look at it from, because they're so widely different. There's such a gap between them. But no, I'm going to talk for a minute.
It's about what I meant is wave lines. I'm just saying there's a wave from what I'm saying.
But at the same
you can
time,
tell me
man,
another
I
wave.
mean, it's crazy to me that people would support a $12 billion tax cut for the super rich in this country and balk at common people getting $600 a quarter. It's just insane to me how those things could actually kind of live together in the same mind. But it's 75% of this country.
That's because of lobbying. I believe lobbying is the way Congress has been greased to allow that.
Yeah, but they're actually 75% of the voting Republicans, the voting public that vote for that, because that's what
that's an ideological follow. Like Trump's Yahoo capitalism allowed dipshit Republicans to vote for him because they thought that somebody that could make it in the American dream was an ideologic function that they wanted to steer a rah-rah, whether or not they ever had the capacity of making them even $500,000 in their entire life. They still rah-rah that old American idealism of you know, if you do it right and you play your cards right and you do it legally, then you are the champ and you win, and that's good capitalism, and we're about that, and therefore we're about Trump because that's what Trump did.
So how
And
can
there's
you
that
be
kind of
about?
ignorance.
Everybody talks about 2008, but nobody talks about Enron and that whole period and all of those fucking countries that went down because the Bush administration actually allowed corporations to declare ideas as profit. You could estimate how much profit you would make off an idea and take that shit off your taxes and report it as profit to shareholders.
Yeah.
That's why Enron went down. That the Bush administration allowed the corporations to literally do that, and it caused the end of 30 some odd major corporations that were deeply embedded into the economy.
I'm not opposed to putting
That's
guilt
insane.
on the government for that. That to me is a malfeasance on the government. Although
That's insane.
when you heard that woman that came about in that huge trial, she only got like 18 months in prison for coming up with a one drop will tell you all the disease that you have, and this is called a particular blood test. And she's on Time magazine and Forbes and everything, and she's running billions of dollars from like Madoff groups and high-end billion-dollar investments into her new pharmaceutical thing that was a complete sham.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
I can't remember her name. My point
Smart,
is
Elizabeth Smart.
No, Elizabeth Smart.
Oh,
was
no,
kidnapped.
no.
This was the
But
same
it was
lady.
something like that, wasn't
It was something like that, but she's more like a business guru that never graduated from college, and she had this degree, but she convinced her. Anyway, the point is, and I forget the name of the company, but the idea of the huge bullshittery that was different than like Apple. Apple's actually like, hey, we're inventing a new computer and operating system different than this Microsoft purchasability.
Well, even Microsoft, man, all that stuff started on bullshit.
That's all bullshit.
All of that
It
stuff
was
started on
stolen
bullshit, but
goods
they
or
made it work.
pre-bought off goods.
They made it work. They
Yeah,
found
they made
stuff.
it work.
They
It
discovered
still
stuff.
works. It still
The
works.
only difference is she couldn't figure out how to make it work.
Yeah,
and
this
then
was
she kept
a
telling people she
scam
could make it
entirely.
work. Yeah.
So anyway,
that's
the
her
point
problem.
of where we internet and global and informational and influential scams became a bigger deal, and this is after 9/11 and after Iraq. It was more like when it's like we needed to reiterate what the 80s money cocaine world was like, but we had to do so in the early 2000s. And this particular like the world that mirrored real advancements like an Apple, it mirrored it, it paralleled it, and yet it was complete bullshittery, and it was done. And there's many scams in business.
But that's the way
From
business
Madoff
works
to
in this
this
country,
woman.
man. But Madoff was even worse. Madoff was a Ponzi scheme. What this woman does,
She just got the investment.
She had a great idea.
Attack.
Well, she had a
Yes.
great idea. If she could have been able to make it work, she'd have been our next millionaire.
Yeah.
She was anyway.
Well,
on the simple promise that she could
but her
make.
product didn't work.
Well,
and
but
that's the problem.
her problem ran in that even after she figured out that her product didn't work, she continued to take people's money.
Yeah, no. Well, that
Yeah,
the whole
that's her
point is
problem.
about how often does
That's
an
her
individual get to scam the many millionaires and billionaires, and that's the
Every day, man. That's how our business works.
because people have money to throw around when they're at that level, and I don't know. I mean, there's something about throwing around money.
Yeah, it's something about what people will do when they know people are throwing around a lot of money. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't pick up what you're saying, but I heard you say
What I'm saying is, it's something when people are throwing around a lot of money, and that's true because of the links that people will go to get that money that they're throwing around.
Yeah, the length. Well, and see, now that's so the idea of critical theory. I was going over with somebody. Critical theory is any oppressed group that is analyzed for the degree of their oppression against any other force, and
Based
then
on what?
What meaning someone was trying to extract that. Well, I was like critical race theory is a relationship between one race's notion or oppression against another race. Critical species theory would be a species oppression or dominance over
I'm
another
not sure
species.
I agree with that definition of critical race.
Well, it's about critical theory. Meaning, okay, you don't have to agree with it. You don't have to agree with it. That's how I understood it. Meaning that critical just meant you're observing what group is secondary or what class structure levels are power structured. And
what is the definition of critical thinking?
Well, critical thinking would be an idea of saying, well, I have competing thoughts and one of them predominates over the other one.
No, critical would be examining the information and
Well, right,
coming up
sure,
with a
sure.
determination based upon the data.
Right, but you have to weigh
critique.
the data is the point. You have to weigh the data. And so part of the weighing of the data means to scale it. So there's one thing above another, which is considered a critical relationship.
I think actions pretty much speak clearly for themselves, dude. You don't have to dress up that kind of history. You don't.
Right. I'm not going to concretize the word.
I'm going to finish this.
No, go ahead.
Just the way that you, what facts that you place importance on, the type of shit that happened that's being talked about. There's no way to justify it, and there's no way. If you look at it critically from any angle, it's not going to be. It's not going to be flattering. You know what I'm saying? It's something horrible. So you can denigrate critical race theory all the
I'm not denigrating,
but the point
utilizing
is the history that it is pointing out, and it is pointing out history. So instead of people feeling for the inhumanity,
what's critical financial theory? What would critical financial theory mean to you?
Critical race theory is all about critical, but when the critical race theory is based on history, it's not based on ideas about what happened. It's based on events. It's based on actions. It's based on shit that people lived and that really happened. That was some of the most horrible shit that happened in the history.
No, but right now, I'm just going to use a phrase though. If
nobody can feel any type of humanity about that or any type of empathy about that, then you can debate critical race theory all that you want, which is kind of the whole point of the right. You know what I mean? It is to lessen and distance one from one's.
What's the difference between race theory and critical race theory?
Historical actions, which means
historical actions,
which means it's generational. So you're talking about
what makes one critical?
Great grandfather's actions and the world in which he lived in. You're talking about it's generational.
So is stacking like a more nuanced discovery of data would be the difference between?
It doesn't require. We know when the first ships from England got here.
Well, I was there's an etymology of the word critical, but as a suffix.
Know when they first started to organize by document.
Let me ask you this question.
When the first slave ships arrived.
I'm not denying any of this. I'm not denying any of this.
Facts.
I'm not denying these. What I'm saying is this. If I use the phrase critical financial theory, what would that mean to you? If I said critical financial theory, how would you take what is called critical theory or critical race theory, erase the race and supplant finance? Because now you're talking about a class structure of both the poor, the middle class, the higher class, the upper class, and the international economic class, and those that are embellished financially and those that are not.
Answer your question.
Okay,
how I would define critical financial theory is the group that you were talking about a little bit earlier.
International Monetary Fund?
No. The American one that was developed.
Well, the Federal Reserve?
Federal Reserve. I just read the Federal Reserve. There's your answer. Federal Reserve.
That is an example of critical financial theory, meaning how they do it. Yes. Okay, I can see an interpret like a use of the term.
And how do they do that? What do they base those on?
Interest rates, liquidity,
on historical events
They base those decisions on historical economic events.
Yeah, but these are groups of people that came up with this, just like our nation.
But that's what they do.
That's what
it
is
doesn't
done.
matter what they brought them into existence to do just that, to be a safety valve.
Yeah, but
to the American economy.
they is a group. The they that you talk
Exactly.
about is
Just
a
like the
rare
FBI,
group.
Just
Yes.
like the CIA, just like the SEC,
Just like
every
the
other different
IMF.
organization of the government.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing. That's I mean, I guess it's not. It's somewhat. It's not a difficulty. What I was doing was just importing the idea of the word critical as a suffix instead of saying, like, if I asked you, what's the difference between race theory and critical race theory? And you had to say,
you're first of all,
meaning the word critical is what is scrutinized.
I'm sorry, I need to make this.
No, go ahead.
First of all, you're talking about critical race theory as if it were a philosophical idea that was widely applied, which it was not. Critical race theory is something very specific. In like a lot of other fields, you only get, and when you're working at master's level work, no, it's doctorate level work.
So it's specific
for a degree. That is what critical race theory is.
So it's more nuanced.
Legal field, and it is only in the last years of your degree plan that you have it. So critical race theory is not some generalized idea that applies to the public. That's what the
why does the public use it though?
What critical race theory is this particular law course that people, or degree of study that people had to do.
Well, that's intersectionality. I don't know if that's critical race.
So that's what critical race theory is. That is what the whole study, that's what the degree plan, it's not a degree plan, but that's what the area of study has been called.
Well, what's race theory then? How is race theory different?
Called for years.
But what does race theory mean then?
Critical race theory.
No, race theory. Not no. I asked you.
But the thing that people are talking about in this world is critical race.
Yeah, but why add critical? I'm just saying,
theory.
what's the difference? What's race theory versus?
But what
what is it?
What is it? Been able to turn critical race theory into some generalized,
more fractionalized,
thing than what it really is. And the people who study law have said it all along. Critical race theory is not a thing. It is not a thing. Our kids are not taught it. The only place you get critical race theory is in law school in the latter stages of your degree plan. Period.
Well, I interpret it like I heard a different etymology.
Is politicize a non-issue.
Well, I agree with the politicization of a non-issue. I agree with that. Somebody tried to ground the idea of critical. That's why I was saying, what's the difference between critical race or just race theory? Is in meaning why the word critical, but you had made it like it's a master's level or it's a more specific, nuanced, detailed aspect. And I could see that. So somebody was putting forth the idea that all the word critical meant was oppressive. Anything that oppresses another is critical, and should be analyzed like an alert, like it's critical because there's an oppression of one group to the other. And that's why. Race theory could be equilateral, like Martin Luther King has a race theory, but it's not critical race because it's not about the oppression.
No, what critical means is basically the word that they use to describe teaching people that there are elements outside of the law that work together in ways that oppress people that aren't necessarily unlawful, but could have consequences.
Well, I'd say that's systemic race. That's systemic racial oppression.
Is designed to teach
to describe. It
teaches them about economic hardship. It teaches them about environmental warfare, because if you look, most of the deeply impacted environmental areas in this country are well below the poverty line and mostly minority. And so this course teaches them all of those factors and the
course.
history of law in this country relative to race.
Okay, so all of that is combined within the school. I'm imagining it was a big part of the curriculum.
That is what they study.
of
That is
that.
what critical race theory is. That is their course of study. That is almost from a course plot plan.
Well,
what
but
I said.
now, if we translate the word critical, and I said critical species theory or critical financial theory,
But it doesn't matter. This is a college course.
right? I'm asking
structure.
though, but there's
That's
such
like
a thing.
saying if there was something that said social social geography, or
Geography.
that there is some huge philosophical debate to be had over what the word social meant, instead of regarding it as a course of study.
Yeah, so even like for where I'm coming, where my head is on interpreting what you're saying is both in agreement in like I attempt to scrutinize like a notion of a formal description of how academia refers to what is referred to as that which is critical as a suffix before any topic. And then so somebody put forth the idea of an oppressive relationship as opposed to an advanced particulate descriptive relationship. But I don't like, to me these are like, it's like our argument about any other word that we want to look up. It's like a type of use, but it doesn't mean that it covers all the cases. And so the way you're describing it sounds like most appropriate. It actually sounds like like a description of certain things. But
Critical race theory, critical would mean, it basically refers to the phrase critical thinkers. So in college, if you label something as critical, the use is to learn to identify the conclusion, the evidence, and the reasoning used to support the conclusion.
that makes sense, and that seems like the common vernacular of it. It's weird, and I'm not disagreeing with the idea of what critical means in the vernacular. I was trying to figure out
No, that's
why
what it means in that phrase. Critical race theory. That's exactly what it means. It's a course of study.
But
literally what it means.
Well, you can say that. But what I'm saying is this is like,
that's what they say. That's what the
well,
university
it's okay
say.
that you've read. It's okay you have an index. It's okay. It is okay that you found something that obliges this.
But it's not something that obliges it.
It does oblige it. It does oblige it.
That obliges it. It is fact. Those universities.
Well, look. Okay, I will then. Okay, but it's fine. I'll just look up how critical means oppressive in academia formally.
It says critical thinking aims
You
to
can
open
tell
up
me
and
anything you
challenge
want. I'll just
existing
find an
knowledge
opposite
rather
point
than
of view. If you're going to
reduce it.
fight this, I'll just find something.
I'm talking
that
about the
opposes it.
college definition of the word.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to find the opposition because I found it earlier. Critical. And if you want to fight it, I'll just fucking argue.
No, are you talking about
I
critical
don't
thinking?
care.
Or
I
are you
am
talking
too.
about
I called
use
it
of the
the
word
suffix critical in anything. Critical species theory, critical race theory, critical.
But that's
theory.
not the same. That's two
I
different
told you what I'm looking for. Why
Well,
are
that's
you
what I'm-
arguing
that's
with
what I'm
me
saying.
then?
But-
I'm looking for something I told
But
you.
if you're using it to apply to what I said, it
No,
should
I'm
apply
not.
to what I said.
It does.
But that doesn't apply to
Critical
what I said.
theory.
That doesn't even apply to what I said, dude.
No, I'm just saying
doesn't
you're
even apply.
missing the point.
Look,
You're
I'm not
missing the point.
We're
You're
talking
missing the
about
point.
a point, and you're introducing something that doesn't apply to the point that I was making. That's not what I was saying.
The critical theory is a social theory that aims to critique and
I'm not
change
talking about
society as a
critical theory.
whole.
I'm not.
That's
talking
what
about,
I asked
I'm not
you.
talking
Why
about
are you
critical
at? Then
theory.
we're not talking. We're not on the same page.
No, you asked me about critical race theory.
No, I said critical as a suffix for anything. Species, race, finance. The word critical is a suffix that has meant something.
And the universities tell you
let
what
me,
they, their
let me just
definition
read
of
this
it
again.
is.
Can I read this
But-
then?
but
Well,
the
we
uni-
have a line.
you're
I'll
talking
tell you
about-
the fact. You
No,
want the fact?
no, you're talking about the university definition and you're refusing to acknowledge the university's definition.
I'm telling you what
Critical
I
race
pulled up.
theory
You
is
want to
a
know what I pulled
university
up?
thing.
You want to know what I pulled up?
Critical
You want to
race
hear what
theory?
I pulled up?
Not really if it doesn't apply.
If it
Because
doesn't agree with
it's not
you, I don't want to hear it.
talking about. If it's not critical race theory, you're talking about the university's use of the word
Critical
and you're
theory is a
discounting
social
their
theory that
definition.
aims to critique the changed society as a whole. Critical theories attempt to find underlying assumptions in social life
You
that
can
keep
talk
people
about
from
critical
fully and
theory
truly
all you
understanding.
want. I'm gonna when we get
The
back to
whole
critical
point is
race
you
theory,
believe
and when
believe
we
what
get back-
you
when we get back
think.
to the
You believe what you
critical race
think.
theory, I'll be right back.
You believe in it.
So are you.
I'm just saying you
And you know that's the whole point.
it's
isn't
like
it?
wiki
You're saying someone's
agreement.
believing it when you're exhibiting the same leap of faith and choosing what you believe in.
No, I'm
as
just
a-
saying
as
that.
an
Why don't
individual.
you allow
So
it?
what-
Why
what-
don't you
so-
also
so
allow
why
it? I
do
allow
you-
yours. Why don't you allow mine? Why
What-
allow yours? Why don't you allow
What
mine?
do you mean you allow mine?
I allow your definition
You
of
did not
critical.
allow my
I'm
definition of
just
critical.
saying
You were
that's not
pulling
what I'm
something
talking
up on your
about.
phone to address my definition of critical
Right, to
that
show
didn't
you,
even relate.
to show you there's another one and not only one, because you
That
only
doesn't
believe,
even relate
you
to
only
the
believe there's
definition of
one.
critical. No,
You
no,
only believe
no,
there's one,
dude.
and I'm busy showing
No.
you the other
No,
one.
I'm living in a
I'm
world
showing
in
you
which
the other
if a
one.
university tells me that their course is named critical race theory, that their definition of critical is what matters in the situation.
There's who?
And,
Stanford?
the university,
Harvard? Which university?
they
Which one
all-
do you appeal to?
they all
They
agree.
don't all agree.
They all agree it's
You're
the
lying.
same
You don't know.
course of study.
Stanford is not
And they have
Harvard,
said
and
so.
Harvard is not.
But they
It's
all
not
offer
Yale,
critical
and
race theory, and they
Yale is
all
not
say
any
they're
state
offering
university.
the same color course, just like Law 1.
Description: a critical theory has a distinctive aim
So,
to unmask the
You're
ideology.
living that
Fault-
fantasy. I'm not
What
living
am I living in? I'm reading. I'm only reading. I'm not living. Can't I read? Am I not allowed to read?
I don't get it.
I'm not allowed to read something that is not mine because it offends you to the point where you want
No,
to
because-
stifle my description
because
it
you're
differs
going-
from your own.
Because you're going off topic to try and
No,
prove
you're
yourself right.
saying it's off topic. For me, it's the same topic. It's
But-
the only topic.
but
it's
then-
the
oh,
term
But
critical.
then this is
it's
where
the
we
variation of the word critical.
then this is where we
We
agree to
differ in
disagree.
variations.
Yeah, because
I allow
it doesn't
the
apply.
variation.
In my
You want to
world,
narrow
it
the
doesn't apply
variation.
to the university.
No, I'm
You
not
know,
denying it. Okay, I'll add the
keep
word
going.
university. Here we go. I'll add university to the beginning of this particular search. We'll
What-
just
what
pull
is
this
the
up to survive this. Critical theory university oppression. Yes, I'm adding the word oppression.
No.
Why not? Why
Search
not? Why
critical-
can't I?
Search
Why?
critical.
Because you know what? I'm going to get an answer, and you
Search
won't like
critical.
this.
Search
In the
critical
university-
meaning in university.
Here we go. Here we
Search
go. I
it.
pulled up
Oh,
something, and
dude,
you're
you are-
arguing with it. You don't like to read. You don't
No,
like people's.
No, dude.
You're
I'm
arguing
not
against
playing
me,
your
but you're
game.
really
I'm not
arguing
playing
against the
your game
world.
on this one, dude.
Vince,
I'm
you
not playing
can't
your
argue
game.
against the
You
world.
can bait
You're
and
arguing
switch
against
and
the world.
obfuscate
I'm not
all
bait
that
and
you
switching.
want and still bypass
Critical
the
theory
university.
in education. Here, what's this one say? Critical theory in education is questioning how our educational system can best offer education to all people. It offers opportunities and understanding the different perspective of disadvantaged members of society.
No, do a search on the use of the word critical in university.
Why are you telling me what constraints I have on a search?
Because that's what we're talking about.
No, but you're telling me
No,
the
we're
constraints
talking.
of my
That's what you're
search.
talking about. You're talking about the use of the word critical in critical race theory.
Yeah.
It is developed by universities.
I put in critical theory university.
No, put use of the word critical because critical.
Oh, use now. You want the
No,
use.
no,
You want me to put the word
dude,
use in.
You know that critical has a specific
Critical theory,
university.
University of California, Berkeley. What do they say? I'm not saying this. What do they say? I don't know. Let's see what pulls up. Critical theory, University of Berkeley. Berkeley's a pretty thing.
No, this is
Designated emphasis DE in the critical theory.
critical theory is a course of study.
Able.
I'm talking about the use of the word critical across all. It's the same as
This is the
It-
belief.
it's a
You're
level of art.
dogmatic. You're being dogmatic.
I'm not being
You're
dogmatic.
Overly dogmatic.
We were
You're
both in the college system.
obsessively-
you
I
didn't.
allow the variability. You demand I
Dude,
reduce.
I paid money to
things.
people to teach it to me, so
Oh,
that's
you
why
did
I say,
too.
I paid,
You did
I paid money to
also.
people to teach
You
it to me.
did also.
Yeah.
Thank you. Same here. You got no trump card on that.
So what do you mean?
Well,
so what
yeah,
courses
you
did
got a
you?
spare
what-
cigarette? I'll tell you
What
what.
what courses did you take in critical thought?
No, I had people. I paid
No, I'm
for an
talking about college
education.
courses. What college? What
Well, you
college
have no
courses did you
cigarette?
take
I'll take my vape.
in critical thought?
Look, this is a new theory that came about after my graduation.
Critical thought was I took courses on critical thought, and I went to college for 4 years.
Oh, really? Is that the name of the course? Critical thought?
Part in part.
Critical thought
Yeah.
is the name. What was the full name? If it's in part, what was the name? You say critical thought was in part.
Okay, this is
What was the whole title of your course?
basic
Part of it
text.
was basic switch,
Basic text.
basic text. Okay. My point is like nobody wants to get there. No one wants to get there.
a lot of shit verbatim. You might do Shakespeare, but you haven't done a
Well,
play on Martin Luther
it's not
King.
even about verbatim, but being familiar with. I asked you if you had read them. I didn't ask you if you had memorized them. But isn't it the same excuse over and over again for the most part?
Well, it's what's propagated, but it doesn't mean that's
Yeah.
the only one who's given.
I didn't even ask about the letters. I mean, this guy just came to Ghana for a reason. Not to say that Ghana was a perfect figure, but maybe even a Martin Luther King. But what they stood up for has made them figures that definitely lived in their lifetime.
Why did they say? Why is what's new better than what was?
It's not a competition.
It's not a competition. Collaboration.
And it's history. That's history. That is part of the foundation structure of what everything new is built on.
Right, so you have the introduction of Facebook and then you have the adoption of Facebook down the line. So you have Martin Luther King and you have the adoption of Martin Luther King. So then you have modern critical race theory about their sexual arguments and friendship. And then you have a whole study of critically analyzing this. There's two different, one's an academic point and one's a political point. He said that makes it absolutely Martin Luther King and current activism and thinking about critical race theory. I said it was a mistake. He said they were the same, if I would say, well, there's obvious, I believe in the same.
I don't know how we got to there, but we weren't talking about that.
If you were talking to your daughters, would you say there's not a difference between Martin Luther King and modern?
I don't think it's a competition or comparison.
What would you say?
I gotta go down to my comments. Bring up boxes up while I'm not watching.
But I don't know how much to feed them, so I don't know, 1 can, 2 cans a day. I figure 2 cans a day is good for 6 cats, maybe it should be 4
They're getting pretty big, man, so it might be too much.
or 2, yeah, well,
Because if you look at them, they're putting on weight.
Fat boy, he's a hog, man, he's a bully, he takes over most of it all the time.
You know, man, I think somehow he manages to burn his off, but I think the ladies are all getting pretty big.
Well, I'm gonna pass out. I got to. And tomorrow will be another day, and a good day.
I'm sorry.
No, you're great,
My
man.
boxes.
I like it. I mean, I need it because it's needed. Everything we got is kind of needed, but it is 3:30, so I'm gonna hit it.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I know. It's like it's kill.
Well, it's good. This is all good
All right,
news.
man. Good night.
Well, hey, have a good night.
It was enjoyable, man. Thank you.
Thanks for being you. Thanks for being my roommate.
Yeah, you too, man.
I think there's some truth in that. His victory was definitely not a meritocratic one. He's probably the least